Rebirth, my daily life cultivating immortality. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 301, Inquiring for Information. Today is Thursday, April 24th. Jiang Ning just put down the rice bowl when his phone vibrated. Yang Sheng sent him a questions message. At 10 o'clock last night, Jiang Ning also received her message, asking him if he got home safely. Now she sent another message. Jiang Ning, are you alright? He didn't let Yang Sheng wait for long, picked up the phone and replied, fine. Last night, he was in the hospital, and after using some tricks to understand the evil done by the three people, he turned them into vegetative state. Or to say, it is worse than vegetative state. The consciousness of the vegetative person is comatose, but the three people, they are conscious and have a clear perception of the outside world, but they are imprisoned in the plant-like body forever, unable to take any action, and they have been staying there for decades. This is the most terrible punishment. This is also the reason why he dared to expose his strength in person. With the medical conditions in the real world, it is impossible to wake up the three people. Before that, he used mental spells to torture the three people's evidence of crime, as well as their property deposits, etc., and recorded them with his mobile phone, and put them in the ward. I believe that now, the hospital has notified the police. Those who have been hurt by them will probably be compensated. From beginning to end, Jiang Ning has not appeared in front of the official, so there is no need to worry about being tracked down. In addition, don't forget that he has a Changqing group under his command. I'm glad you're okay. Have you had breakfast? I'll bring you one. Just finished. Okay, let's talk in person at school. Morning self-study class is over. The students in the class went out to have breakfast. Most high school students don't want to get up too early in the morning, so they choose to eat after morning self-study. Even Zheng Lu, who was in the back row, ran out. Before leaving, she asked Jiang Ning if she wanted to bring eggs. After getting a negative answer, she left. Sister Chen Saiking came to class 8 to find her sister. Every time the twins appeared, they always attracted attention. Deng Qingfeng, who was in the middle of the classroom, stretched his head to look over here, wondering if he could find an opportunity to get closer. The difficulty of twins is that you have to deal with two at a time. However, what is two for Deng Qingfeng? He usually brings 4 or 5 meals at a time, and 2 more is not a big deal. Deng Qingfeng did not take the initiative. He said to Yuan, Shen Qinj and the others as he did before, have you had breakfast? Yuan, no, are you going to bring some for us? Deng Qingfeng picked up the small notebook as usual. But when he finished writing, Chen Saiking and her sister had already left, so he missed the opportunity. Yang Sheng came from the north of the classroom and shouted from the podium, Jiang Ning, come out for a moment. Jiang Ning knew that she was going to talk about what happened yesterday, so she followed her out. Let's talk about it in the small garden. There were many people in the classroom, and what happened yesterday was shocking after all, so it was not convenient to make it public. Yang Sheng was never the kind of person who liked to show off. On the contrary, she knew the importance of things. Perhaps she was a little anxious, so she walked a little faster than usual, and walked in front of Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning watched her from behind. Yang Sheng walked with free and easy movements, more light than ordinary girls. Her hair was longer than when she first started school, but the ends of her hair still could not reach her shoulders. Yang Sheng was still wearing sportswear today, which completely covered her budding figure. During the break, there were not many students in the corridor, so Jiang Ning quickly followed her and walked side by side with her. All the way downstairs, she saw a proud back. Qi Heng stood on the steps, with his hands behind his back and his head raised proudly. Where his disdainful eyes were, a man in a suit was walking towards the stairs with a high-end lunchbox. This was the person who brought him breakfast. Other students in number 4 middle school had to buy their own meals, but Qi Heng only had to sit down and someone would deliver meals to the campus. What is contrast? This is it. Zhao Xiaofeng stood obediently next to Qu Xianheng. His figure was 2 centimeters shorter, which made Qu Xianheng look even more majestic. Yang Sheng passed by here and looked at him as if he were a fool. Qu Xianheng seemed to notice that someone was looking at him. He turned back calmly and then saw Yang Sheng and Jiang Ning walking with Yang Sheng. He instantly lost his composure. Yang Sheng, are you eating? Qu Xianheng asked in a familiar manner. Qu Xianheng came from a wealthy family and had a wild personality. In Yazhou City, he was the protagonist wherever he went and was admired by others. His grades were obviously very poor, but he was able to study in the experimental class. He left early every day, but the security department of number 4 middle school, which was feared by everyone, would not make things difficult for him. He was a member of the privileged class since birth. However, he failed everywhere with Yang Sheng. Men are usually stubborn and easily get carried away, no matter what age they are. Qu Xianheng once used a sentence to describe his feelings for Yang Sheng. Love comes from nowhere, but it is deep and lasting. He was obsessed. Yang Sheng didn't care how many thoughts Qu Xianheng had in his mind. She couldn't stand Qu Xianheng's hypocritical behavior. He even asked someone to send him a meal. You are the most unique person in the whole campus, right? Let's go to the small garden, Yang Sheng said without worry. Qu Xianheng was stunned. Isn't the small garden a holy place for dating? Students like Qu Xianheng who play all day long know the meaning of various places in number 4 middle school. Why did Yang Sheng go to the small garden, and who did she go with? Was it with the boy next to her? Qu Xianheng noticed Jiang Ning again. He remembered Jiang Ning very well. He had suffered a few losses since he was a child. One was at the hands of Jiang Ning, and the other was at the hands of Zhang Kai. But they were both students of class 8. In an instant, the bright look on Qu Xianheng's face disappeared, replaced by doubt and unkindness. Mr. Qi, your breakfast is here. The man in the suit was a good observer. He quickly noticed the change in Qu Xianheng, but out of caution, he did not ask. Qu Xianheng did not take the lunchbox, but Zhao Xiaofeng next to him stepped forward and took it. After delivering the meal, the man in the suit said carefully, Mr. Qi, if you have any problem, just call my number and I will solve it for you. Qu Xianheng nodded. Okay, you can go. The man in the suit turned around and left. Qu Xianheng looked at the backs of Yang Sheng and Jiang Ning from afar, his expression hesitant. He muttered to himself, why are they going to the small garden? Are they really dating? Impossible. Absolutely not. Yang Sheng is not that kind of person. Zhao Xiaofeng next to him understood Qu Xianheng's confusion. This matter was indeed very embarrassing. The girl he liked went to the small garden with another boy. Zhao Xiaofeng couldn't stand it at all. Not to mention the arrogant Xian brother. At this moment, it was obviously his turn to share Xian brother's worries. Zhao Xiaofeng had a flash of inspiration and found an excuse. He immediately said, Xian brother, according to me, they must have gone to the small garden to use the internet. Qu Xianheng's mood actually became a little better after hearing this. Ha 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 ha, what you said makes sense. He patted Zhao Xiaofeng and felt a little better. Yes, there are so many students going to the small garden to connect to the internet. She must have gone there to connect to the internet. Blame me. Blame me for overthinking. Indeed, I thought about it wrongly. Qu Xianheng comforted himself and actually used this excuse to convince himself. But it is logically impossible to lie to yourself. Not long after, Qu Xianheng had a new doubt. Since you want to use the Wi-Fi, why 2 people? If 2 people go, they will definitely occupy the network speed. Besides, why go with a boy? This won't work anyway. Zhao Xiaofeng saw that brother Xian asked again. This time, he couldn't think of a good idea and couldn't find another excuse. But at this time, he had to share brother Xian's worries. He tried to figure out brother Xian's mental journey. After thinking for a few seconds, Zhao Xiaofeng suddenly cursed in his heart. Fuck, brother Xian has more thoughts in his mind than girls. Not only can he not guess the thoughts of girls, but he can't guess the thoughts of boys either. Zhao Xiaofeng simply passed the buck. Damn it, it's all Zhang Kai from class 8's fault. He has no skills at all. He got caught for making a router. If he had worked on his router, would Yang Sheng have needed to go to the little garden to surf the internet? Waste. Qi Xianheng got angry when Zhang Kai was mentioned. Waste Zhang Kai, he can't even run a business properly. He took out all his frustration about his beloved woman going to the little garden with other boys on Zhang Kai. The two cursed for a while, and Zhao Xiaofeng suddenly remembered that it seemed that he and Brother Xian had reported Zhang Kai's router business. Now he is asking for trouble. But Brother Xian is in a bad mood now and needs an outlet, but Zhao Xiaofeng didn't mention it. After Qi Xianheng finished cursing, his face was gloomy. He looked at Zhao Xiaofeng beside him and suddenly said, Xiaofeng, go to the little garden now to keep an eye on Yang Sheng and report to me later. Zhao Xiaofeng said without hesitation, Brother Xian, you eat first, I'll go now. He knew that Qi Xianheng never treated him badly. As long as he did this well, maybe he could go to the 199 person buffet at noon today. That was a high-end buffet in Yazhou City. Zhao Xiaofeng put down his lunchbox and set off quickly. Near the school gate, the man in a suit was rushing out. Suddenly he saw a familiar student and greeted him. How many servings are you delivering today? Deng Qingfeng looked back and saw the man in a suit. He smiled and said, it's not bad today, including my own. There are 5 servings in total. The man in the suit said, it's hard work. Since the last time they met when delivering food, they greeted each other and barely considered acquaintances. Deng Qingfeng, what's the hard work? I'm happy to do this job. Every cell in my body is cheering. The man in the suit saw that the young man was neither arrogant nor humble, and he had some appreciation. In high school, he could deliver food to other students as a part-time job to make money. Not many students of this age can do it. Okay, take your time, I'm leaving. The man in the suit said goodbye. Deng Qingfeng waved in a friendly way. See you next time. He unfolded the note and started to buy breakfast for the girls in the class. Small garden, bench. Jiang Ning, I checked the forum after I went home last night. A few days ago, a female student disappeared on Nanhang Road. Later, I sent a message to Wang Longlong and asked him to help me find her. He will analyze the situation for me at 12 o'clock. Yang Sheng told her discovery, and she was afraid. What happened to the girl seemed very vague, and it has not been announced yet. It is conceivable that, if she rode home alone last night, she would have to resort to knife fighting in the end. Yang Sheng can play with knives, and she has practiced straight stabbing many times. But those young men also carried knives, and were not afraid of death. At most, she would fight for 1-for-1, or 1-for-2, and then be stabbed to death. Jiang Ning listened silently. He already knew about the experience of the female student, and he learned it from the 3 people in the ward. The experience of the female student was not good, but those 3 people were also made to live a life worse than death by Jiang Ning. Yang Sheng was speechless for a while, and suddenly said, thank you for last night. After learning about other people's experiences, she felt like she had survived a disaster. Jiang Ning, you're welcome. If he hadn't come back this time and flapped the butterfly's wings, Yang Sheng would still be fine. Yang Sheng originally took a taxi home from evening self-study, and when she saw him riding a bike, Yang Sheng had the idea of riding a mountain bike, and that's when she had the experience last night. Otherwise, it wouldn't have happened at all according to the original trajectory. Yang Sheng sat on the bench. She looked at the beautiful flowers blooming in the garden. In April, the flowers bloomed, and the nose was filled with the pleasant fragrance of flowers. Yang Sheng recalled Jiang Ning's fierceness last night, and she said, you were very good last night. 1 against 5, a crushing victory. Yang Sheng had asked her father before. Some powerful professional players are just so strong. They beat ordinary people without gloves, and 1 punch is no problem. However, even professional players often run away when they encounter a few knife-wielding gangsters. After all, they can't stop a knife. However, it was strange that Jiang Ning could calmly use the bicycle as a weapon. Jiang Ning said, it's so, but they were sent 1 by 1. If they were separated and surrounded, it would be troublesome. Yang Sheng, then you are strong enough. He kicked someone away with 1 foot, and then beat a few people away with a bicycle. What kind of freak is this? It's simply abnormal. Yang Sheng felt that Jiang Ning was a humanoid steel beast. He looked gentle at ordinary times, but when he started to fight, it was unbearable. If Yang Sheng faced Jiang Ning, even if she had good physical fitness, Her legs would probably be weak before she even moved. The two of them were talking about what happened yesterday. A little further away, Zhao Xiaofeng was like an intelligence officer. He took out his mobile phone and pretended to surf the internet, but he was actually reporting intelligence to Qi Xianheng. Brother Xian, they are not playing with their phones, they are chatting together. Qi Xianheng in the classroom was so angry that he couldn't eat. What the hell are they talking about? Zhao Xiaofeng sent a message. I dare not get close. If I'm discovered, it will be over. He made an excuse. Brother Xian, you can think about the good side. Maybe they are using the internet to download something, but their phones are just installed? Qi Xianheng, you make sense. In the afternoon, the last class, the self-study class. Class monitor Huang Zhengfei was guarding the podium. Halfway through this class, Huang Zhengfei knocked on the blackboard eraser. Classmates, the grade notice, don't leave after school in the afternoon. Everyone should practice Teikai in front of the teaching building. CUIU heard it and shouted, why are you practicing Teikai again? You start to mess with us as soon as the weather gets good, right? It rained a few days ago, and the Teikai activities stopped. Everyone almost forgot about Teikai. Yuan said, I still want to buy milk tea. There are new products at the door. CUIU asked, pearl milk tea. Yuan immediately glared at him. Everyone protested, but the school didn't care what the students did. They had to be there anyway. Chen Xiaoyu turned around and said, Jiang Ning, Su Yuantong, don't you have to practice Teikai? Bai Yuxia said, don't ask these questions that make you feel bad. You don't have to guess that the two of them have immunity. Jiang Ning's Teikai is more standard than the teacher, and Zhu Yuantang gave a speech on behalf of the freshmen at the school celebration. Complaints came from all over the classroom. Huang Zhengfei knew that everyone was resentful, so he didn't stop them from talking. Wu Zhaoqi rested with a basketball in his arms. He got up at 4 o'clock every morning to practice basketball. Over the long term, he was seriously sleep deprived. Recently, Wu Zhaoqi wondered if his lack of height was related to this. Just as he was thinking about whether to change his habits, he smelled a familiar sour smell. He looked sideways and saw his deskmate Pang Jiao gnawing on pickled pepper chicken feet. To be precise, it was not gnawing. How to describe it? Wu Zhaoqi remembered the monster movies he had watched before, where Pang Jiao ate like a monster. The pale chicken feet sank into Pang Jiao's bloody mouth, as if sinking into a bottomless abyss. Wu Zhaoqi had many associations, and his vision gradually blurred. He thought about the abyss, whether there were animals and plants in the abyss, whether there were people playing basketball, and if so, what shoes did they wear? Would the shoes cover the feet? Would the feet stink? Wu Zhaoqi couldn't help but ask, Pang Jiao, do you think chickens have athlete's foot? Recommend a book Peninsula Prosecutor about prosecutors in South Korea. It's written by a friend of the author, who is very capable, and is also a friend of this book. I strongly recommend reading it. This may be the best, most romantic and most enjoyable article on this subject. There is a portal at the end, just click it. Chapter 302, Miraculous Method. So, do chickens have athlete's foot? The answer is not important. As soon as Wu Zhaoqi asked this question, he immediately regretted it. Because Pang Jiao was a beat late in gnawing the chicken feet. That beat was so obvious that Wu Zhaoqi's heart seemed to slow down. The time and space around him seemed to have stopped. Pang Jiao's big mouth was full of broken chicken feet bones. Wu Zhaoqi could see the piles of bones. And Pang Jiao's cannibalistic eyes were about to move over. How he wanted time to go back. There was once an opportunity to have a good sleep in front of him, but he didn't cherish it. If God gave him another chance, Wu Zhaoqi swore that he would never say those words to this female warrior. If he added a deadline, he would never say it in his life. It's a pity that life is a game that cannot be reversed, just like Wu Zhaoqi's three-pointer on the basketball court. No regrets after the ball fell. Wu Zhaoqi's thoughts could not be faster than time after all, and Pang Jiao's huge head moved over. Pang Jiao swallowed the chicken feet in her mouth in one gulp. She raised her cell phone and slammed the table angrily. Boom. There was a loud noise that shook the surroundings. Wu Zhaoqi's hair was hit by the airwave. The students who were close to him almost jumped up in fright. Ah. Yuan and Jiang Yan screamed, looking weak and helpless, which softened Dong Qingfeng's heart. Even Chen Qian, who was at the front, trembled slightly with his hand holding the pen. Wu Zhaoqi watched with his own eyes as a tiny crack appeared on the surface of the solid wooden table. It was not a crack, but an abyss that was about to erupt. He held the basketball tighter in his hand. Only in this way could he feel a little comfort. Huang Zhangfei, the monitor, stood up from the platform and looked over here. He took a deep breath and asked, Pang Jiao, what's wrong with you? Pang Jiao stared at Wu Zhaoqi. He just picked a fight with me. Huang Zhangfei, what did he pick on you? I was eating chicken feet, and he asked me if the chicken had athlete's foot. Monitor, do you think I should slap him? Pang Jiao looked like she was not going to give him up. As expected, Pang Jiao's words caused a stir, and whispers were heard in the class. Wang Lang exclaimed. Zhaoqi was so brave today that he dared to provoke Pang Jiao. Jiuo Kunan said, indeed, he usually doesn't dare to say a word in front of Pang Jiao. Everyone still remembers how arrogant Wu Zhaoqi was when he first transferred to class 8. He held a basketball and played in the back row, making the atmosphere chaotic and causing complaints. As a result, since he became a deskmate with Pang Jiao, Wu Zhaoqi has become much more restrained. Evil people need to be punished by evil people. Jiuo Kunan sighed. Song Sheng, who was next to Wu Zhaoqi, was studying. He was just solving a difficult math problem. He was thinking halfway when Pang Jiao suddenly messed him up. Song Sheng was not a good-tempered person. He quit the study mode and said unhappily, didn't she just say something to you? Why do you have to get so angry? Besides, the chicken didn't even complain about your foul mouth, so why are you worried about its athlete's foot? He attacked him right away. So scolding. Wu Zhaoqi felt relieved. At this moment, he even felt that Song Sheng was his brother. Pang Jiao was so furious. She pointed at Song Sheng and scolded, you dead fat pig. Song Sheng's face changed instantly. Zhang Yifei jumped out and blamed him. Song Sheng, didn't my sister Jiao just say something to you? Look at your face. You look like you've dug coal. Why don't you have any tolerance as a grown man? After saying that, Zhang Yifei's square face was full of pride. This is the art of language. The sisters must look at her with new eyes. Song Sheng was first scolded by Pang Jiao, and then by Zhang Yifei. He was furious. Who is he? He is the overlord Song Sheng. Song Sheng stared at Pang Jiao's huge body and scolded, you are the fat pig, the dead fat pig, you are heavier than me. Pang Jiao hated being talked about her weight the most in her life. She opened her mouth and said, bullshit, I'm not as heavy as you. Song Sheng, you are heavier than me. Pang Jiao, you are heavier, you are heavier, you are heavier. The two of them once again carried out long-range artillery fire across Wu Zhaoqi. Wu Zhaoqi was like the sandwich in a sandwich, in a dilemma. Suddenly, he had an idea. I'm fine. Song Sheng and Pang Jiao scolded fiercely, and Zhang Yifei, who was standing aside, came on stage to help from time to time. The whole classroom was full of the noise of the three people scolding each other. Class monitor Huang Zhangfei stood on the podium and had no way to stop it. His voice had already been drowned out. In the south of the classroom, Bai Yuxia quietly took out her headphones. She elegantly untied the headphone cord, calmly plugged them into her ears, and continued to read. Her deskmate Chen Xiao was not as aware as her. She watched the fierce battle intently. Someone in the back row took advantage of the situation and shouted, fight, fight. A gentleman fights with his hands, not his mouth. The quarrel between Song Sheng and Pang Jiao miraculously did not deviate and continued to revolve around obesity. At this time, Cuiu exploded with his little universe. He shouted wildly, I know who is fat. As soon as these words came out, Song Sheng, Pang Jiao, and Zhang Yifei all looked over. The class focused on Cuiu. Cuiu knew that it was his turn to perform. He straightened his collar and hair, then cleared his throat, and pretended to be pretentious. Pang Jiao glared at him fiercely. Cuiu, if you don't give me an explanation today, I will tear you apart alive. Cuiu had fought with Pang Jiao before, and had this experience. He was not so afraid. Moreover, he dared to take action, which proved that he had a certain degree of confidence. He said, Yazoo, Yazoo, where is your scale? Come and weigh them. Huang Yazu was a rare person in class 8. He had everything. A small scale was bound to be no problem for CUIU. However, Huang Yazu looked embarrassed. He said, "My scale can only weigh a dozen pounds at most." Huang Yazu had a scale that could weigh 1 or 200 pounds at home, but it was too big for him to move. CUIU was stunned. Yazu, who had always worked, did not work. CUIU. Pang Jiao called him like a ghost. In a panic, CUIU's brain cells worked quickly. Suddenly, the clouds cleared and the sun came. He thought of it. CUIU said calmly, "It was just a small mistake just now. I have a way to compare your weights." He pointed to the window over there. "Look at the protrusion on the edge of the window. We can put the desks on it. You two. One sits on this side of the desk and the other sits on the other side of the desk. Using the principle of seesaw, can't we weigh who is heavier and who is lighter?" After saying this, CUIU couldn't help but feel that he was simply a rare genius from ancient times to the present. In ancient times, there was Ko Chang weighing an elephant, and now there is CUIU weighing classmates. Comparing wisdom with the predecessors in the textbook, I'm afraid only he can do it. I'm a great talent. After hearing this, Wang Lang in the back row thought about it and said, "Don't say it. This method works. Ma Shiqing, if you can ensure that the middle of the desk is pressed on the window edge, it will indeed work." CUIU's method was recognized by most of the students. Next, it is to choose a window. The students looked towards the south together and first locked on the windows on the edge of Jiang Ning and Zuyuantang. However, everyone only stared at it for a few seconds before moving their eyes away, and they all agreed not to move their desks. Their eyes continued to move to the back, and Mao Zhe in the back row was also sitting close to the window. After seeing this scene, he understood what everyone meant. Facing his former deskmate and his former deskmate Pang Jiao, no one in this class knew Pang Jiao better than Mao Zhe. Every time he left his seat in the past, he could always clearly feel Pang Jiao's tiger-like strong back. Mao Zhe did not say no, and at this moment, he was willing to help. Mao Zhe stood up and moved the books and the whole of the table to the stool, leaving a long table empty. "Let's go. Pang Jiao must compete with Song Sheng today." The classmates rushed to the back row. Song Sheng moved his hands and sent the desk to the window edge. One end of the desk was in the corridor outside the window, and the other end was in the classroom. CUIU witnessed the weighing plan he had planned, and he couldn't help but feel proud. It was really great to make a big deal just by talking. Pang Jiao led her sisters to the corridor, while Song Sheng stayed in the classroom. Wang Lang gestured. There was a raised white window frame on the windowsill. The position where the desk and the window frame touched was determined to be in the middle. "Okay, let's start. I will be the commentator for this game." Wang Lang rolled the book into a stick. CUIU was surprised. "You can also commentate on this?" Wang Lang waved his hand. "Please take your positions. This is a 1v1 match between men and women with restrictions. First, please invite Song Sheng to the stage. Referee, what are you still standing there for? Prepare stools for the players." CUIU moved the stool. Song Sheng stepped on the stool with his majestic legs. Wang Lang, Pang Jiao, take your positions. Pang Jiao, with the help of her sisters Zhang Yifei and Li Shengnan, also stepped on the stool. Song Sheng and Pang Jiao, through the window, seemed to be emitting laser rays in their eyes. "Ready?" Wang Lang shouted. "Go." Song Sheng and Pang Jiao stepped onto the desks at the same time. CUIU clenched his hands, and so did his classmates. Everyone was looking forward to the result. Class monitor Huang Zhengfei stood outside the crowd with melancholy. "What the hell is this?" Wu Zhaoqi was very close. He heard the desks wailing in pain, as if asking him for help. The desk seesaw was finally formed. At this time, a familiar figure appeared at the end of the corridor. As soon as the head teacher of the grade, Mr. Yan, went up to the second floor, he saw this scene. Mr. Yan shouted, "What are you doing?" He ran over here. Wang Lang held the microphone. "Oh no, something happened. The game is cancelled. Come down quickly." However, at this time, Song Sheng and Pang Jiao were sitting at one end of the seesaw on the desk. The seesaw was shaking up and down due to uneven force, just like a lonely boat in the rough sea, and it was difficult to get down. When Mr. Yan arrived, he saw two fat guys shaking in front of him, playing on the seesaw. It looked like a peaceful life. Mr. Yan's face turned green with anger, and his voice trembled. "What are you doing?" The two couldn't think of an excuse for a while, and Wang Lang Lang next to them quickly said, "Teacher, they are studying physics." Mr. Yan glared at Wang Lang Lang fiercely. He has been the head teacher for so many years. What excuses have he not heard? Mr. Yan reached out and pulled Pang Jiao down roughly. Pang Jiao almost lost her balance, staggered 2 steps, and yelled in a delicate voice, "Teacher, I twisted my ankle." Teacher Yan was much more experienced than Gao Hishui. He shouted, "Even if your leg is broken, you have to come to my office with me. And you, come out together." He pointed at Songsheng. "The rest of you, go back to your seats and study." Teacher Yan took the two away. The students in class 8 were left in silence, staring at each other, not knowing what to do. Wang Lang Lang said, "Brother Cui, you are still awesome. You sent them away with one move." Cui was stunned and thought about it carefully. After Songsheng and Pang Jiao left, the last class in the afternoon ended in a weird atmosphere. Everyone went to the front of the teaching building to practice Taikai. Jiang Ning and Zhu Yuantang went home for dinner, and Aunt Gu had already prepared the meal. Dinner was rice made of spiritual rice, and the dish was a large pot of boiled pork slices. Aunt Gu's cooking skills are getting better and better, and the pork slices are especially good with rice. Zhu Yuantang ate 2.5 bowls. After finishing her meal, she tasted a few pieces of sweet and delicious watermelon, and her eyes narrowed comfortably. Afterwards, Zhu Yuantang dragged her little body, got on Jiang Ning's mountain bike, and went to school with him. This is Zhu Yuantang's wonderful life. After school in the afternoon, Ma Shicheng and Wang Lang Lang and others practiced Taikai step by step, bought food and came back. They thought the classroom was too stuffy, so they went to the corridor to eat. While eating, looking down at the campus below, watching the classmates coming and going, especially the pretty girls, is a beautiful thing. Wang Lang Lang ate moon buns, Ma Shicheng ate meat buns, and Cui took a bamboo stick and stabbed his sauce-flavored cakes. Hu Jun tasted a bite of the odden he bought. It was moist, really moist. He thought of the aunt who sold odden. Wang Lang Lang's mouth was dry after eating, so he drank a sip of water. He drank the purified water in the classroom directly. It's not that he can't afford porridge or other drinks, but Wang Lang Lang likes purified water with spicy moon buns. He just took a sip of water when he heard Cuiu. "What the hell? What's wrong?" Wang Lang Lang looked in the direction of his eyes and saw a boy and a girl holding badminton rackets, standing in front of the teaching building, preparing to play. The boy was not good looking, so he could be ignored. The key was the girl. The girl was nearly 1.7 meters tall and had a very good development. The range of motion when playing badminton was quite large. She swung the racket and the badminton flew out, but the classmates' eyes were not on the badminton, but were shaking with other things. Cuiu was excited. "Fuck, this is too big. Brother Gui, look." He shook Meng Gui beside him. Meng Gui closed his eyes to understand the truth, but he was unmoved. He was a person who cultivated his mind. Cuiu had no choice but to pry Meng Gui's head, aim it at the female classmates downstairs, and then pry open his eyes. Meng Gui was very impatient at first, but after just one look, she couldn't take her eyes away. Not only Cuiu and his classmates from class 8, but also class 9 and class 10 next door, discovered it as well. Everyone called their friends and soon, the whole corridor was filled with boys watching. Yuan came up the stairs and saw such a scene. She was puzzled. "What are you doing?" Cuiu was excited, watching the game. When there were many people watching, and they were all young men full of vigor, they were easy to make a fuss. Someone shouted, "Good ball, good ball, good ball," another one. After a while, someone followed suit and the voices became one. "Good ball, good ball." After hearing it, a boy and a girl downstairs continued to play. After a while, the students in the teaching building opposite heard the noise, and they leaned over the window and shouted, "Good ball, good ball." For a moment, the noise was overwhelming. Wang Lang Lang and Ma Shicheng did not get involved, they were still eating. Wang Lang Lang heard the noises coming from the surroundings and said, "Brother Ma, I want to recite a poem in this situation." Ma Shicheng said, "You recite it." Wang Lang Lang, the monkeys on both sides of the river are crying non-stop. Chapter 303 Catch Together. Good poem, good poem. Ma Shicheng applauded. Wang Lang Lang waved his hands, his face showing his pride. Keep a low profile, keep a low profile. CUIU over there made a noise for a while and ran over to inquire about the news. Brother Ma, Brother Long, do you know who the girl below is? She has a great figure. Even he, who doesn't care about figure, was moved. Wang Lang Lang said, "Don't you have someone you like?" The brothers in the back row all knew that CUIU liked Jiang Ning. When CUIU decided to launch an offensive, he notified them in advance to prevent someone from having the same target as him. CUIU scratched his head. "Yes, I do, but I'm curious. Besides, my brother Meng Gui doesn't have one yet." As he said that, he brought Meng Gui over. Meng Gui's eyes were fixed on the badminton girl downstairs. He said, "I have someone I like Jiang Yanan's best friend." He and CUIU used to like Jiang Yanan together, but one day, he saw Jiang Yanan's best friend Muing, and was immediately struck by her beauty, and from then on he fell in love with someone else. CUIU said, "Muing is from number 2 middle school. Long distance relationships won't last long. Give up now." Ma Shicheng looked at the girl playing badminton below. With so many boys making noises, she continued to play. It was not difficult to see that she had a pretty good mentality. "She is Yan Tingting from class 3. Ma Shicheng said. Wang Lang Lang added, "Brother CUI, take a look. I went to the same junior high school as Yan Tingting. She was very famous in junior high school. People said that she would not fall in love before college. Deng Qingfeng came over from nowhere. It's better not to fall in love. It's better not to fall in love. Yan Tingting was not in the same class with him, so he had no way to take care of her, and how could he bear to let her fall into the arms of someone else?" Ma Shicheng, don't believe such words. It's not that she doesn't want to fall in love. It's probably just that there is no one around her who likes her. CUIU's eyes lit up. "Brother Ma, are you serious?" Jiuo Kanon had been hurt in love and had a deep understanding of love. He said with a dark face, "Try to ask the class monitor to chase her. See if she will talk about it." Several people were discussing the issue in the corridor. Chen Qian in the classroom heard the shouts outside the classroom. He smiled coldly. How ignorant. Haven't they learned physics? If the roar resonates with the teaching building, the whole building will collapse. But even if the building collapses, Chen Qian still works hard on the questions. Outside the school, Zhang Kai was alone, wandering in the street. He had finished his meal and was out shopping. He was going to buy a thermos. Since the beginning of the first year of high school, Zhang Kai has never bought a thermos. He has always borrowed the thermos of his roommates or acquaintances. Later, he borrowed too much and no one would let him borrow it. Zhang Kai had persisted for a while without using a thermos. When he returned to the dormitory to drink water, he would get it from the class and bring it back. The drinking water problem was solved. Washing his face, feet and bathing was fine. Zhang Kai was very strong and had a great physical fitness. He could do it all with cold water. But washing his hair was something he couldn't stand. He kept washing his hair with cold water, which made Zhang Kai's blood vessels uncomfortable and his head dizzy. Zhang Kai had no choice but to buy a thermos. Zhang Kai has rich life experience. He knows that if he buys a thermos in a store, it will definitely be expensive, so he chooses to buy it at a small stall outside. Zhang Kai patrolled for a few minutes and found a stall of a kind old man. He chose a red thermos and asked, "How much do you sell this thermos for?" The old man said, 18. Zhang Kai made a move. Too expensive. 12. Generally, when bargaining, people often quote a low price first, and then both parties bargain again around this low price. This is a normal process. Zhang Kai was already waiting for the old man to bargain. As a result, the old man said, "Okay, 12, deal." Zhang Kai was stunned. Obviously the deal was done, but for some reason, he suddenly felt regretful that he had quoted a high price. The old man said happily, "I'll sell it to you for 12, buy it quickly." If an ordinary person couldn't bear to save face, he might just pay for it, but Zhang Kai was obviously not an ordinary person. Zhang Kai said, I suddenly remembered that I only have 5 yuan on me. He offered a low price of 5 yuan again. Zhang Kai was finally driven out by the old man. He didn't buy a thermos and was scolded. He was unwilling to accept it, so he decided to be cool and unrestrained. He walked to a fruit stand and remembered that he hadn't eaten fruit for a long time. He went up to ask the price and learned that apples were sold for 4 yuan per catty. Zhang Kai was silent. In the classroom, Jiang Ning was chatting with Zheng Lu. Crayfish is delicious. Zheng Lu said, it's very delicious, but crayfish is too expensive, 88 for a pot. She felt distressed when she ate it, but if she was with Jiang Ning, then the price would not be a problem. She thought about the nearby crayfish restaurant that was more delicious. Zhu Yuantang said, it doesn't matter, I can catch lobsters. She rolled up her sleeves, revealing her smooth and white wrists. I used to go to the river to catch lobsters often. The lobsters in my house are all caught by me one by one. Jiang Ning saw her bragging. I remember that Zhu Yuantang had said before that all the fish her family ate were caught by her, but she didn't know how to fish at all. Zheng Lu suddenly asked, what is it like to dig out crayfish? She had heard about it several times, but she really didn't know how to dig it out. Zhu Yuantang grew up in the village after all, so she took advantage of it and explained, of course it's very cool. Put your hand into the lobster hole and dig out a lobster. Zheng Lu was puzzled. I see that lobsters can pinch people. If you put your hand into the lobster hole, wouldn't it be easy to get pinched? Zhu Yuantang was also stunned after hearing this. After all, she had heard about it, and she had never done it herself, so she didn't know the details of digging out shrimp. Seeing that the atmosphere was stagnant, Jiang Ning said, you can pinch its claws and pull it out, or touch the shrimp's back, turn it over in the hole and pull it out. But I usually don't do those complicated things. I just pull it out directly. Only speed can prevent failure. Besides, it's normal to get pinched when digging out lobsters. Compared with the half-baked Zhu Yuantang, Jiang Ning was obviously more professional. Zhu Yuantang was embarrassed to hear this. Then, she was so proud. See, although she can't do it, Jiang Ning can. Zheng Lu said, are there crayfish in this weather? Now that it is close to May, the temperature has risen and has reached more than 20 degrees. Jiang Ning said, there are crayfish by the river. There are many bumpy ponds connected to the bank of the Hushu River under the dam, and there are many crayfish in those places. Zheng Lu grew up in the city and had no experience of catching crayfish. She was very interested and asked many questions. The few people were chatting enthusiastically. Zhang Kai came from the back row and asked persistently, Zheng Lu, do you know if there is a part-time job I can do online? Zheng Lu, I don't know, I only know how to draw. She has heard of other ways to make money, but she didn't participate and only focused on drawing. Zheng Lu knew that she was not smart. If Jiang Ning hadn't tutored her in high school, she would have been at most in the middle of the class. It was not easy to have someone who was good at drawing, and Zheng Lu was determined to do this business to the extreme. Zhang Kai asked Zheng Lu about her income from drawing again. Zheng Lu did not hide it, and told him again that she could easily make 1 or 2,000 a month. Zhang Kai left with self-doubt. After he left, Zheng Lu said helplessly, Zhang Kai really wants to make money. He has asked me several times. Jiang Ning said, his family conditions are not very good. It's not surprising that he wants to make money. Zheng Lu didn't talk about this topic and continued to discuss crayfish with Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning said, how about this? Are you free this week? I will take you to catch crayfish. Zheng Lu was stunned. Her rosy lips slightly opened and her eyes were full of surprise. It seemed that this was the first time he invited her. Her pair of curved eyebrows were full of joy, as if she couldn't believe it, with a smile on her lips. Really? Jiang Ning smiled. Of course it's true. Great. Zheng Lu immediately agreed. When I'm free, let's catch crayfish together. Her eyes were full of spirit. Then you can teach me to dig it out. Jiang Ning looked down and glanced at her round and full body. He was quiet for a moment and said, you may not be suitable for digging lobsters. Zheng Lu, Zhang Kai returned to the back row unwillingly. He was fed up with living without money. He wanted to become rich. If he had money, he could use 100 yuan bills to severely humiliate the old man selling thermoses today, instead of being driven away by him with a contemptuous tone. Zhang Kai turned to the back row, where Suyu was chatting with Ma Shicheng. Brother Ma, have you heard that Shenzhou from class 9 has opened a new business recently? Speaking of Shenzhou, Jiu Kunan said, that's the one who fought with Mao Zhe, right? Cuiu, yes, that's him. There was a time before when Shenzhou came to their class every day to sell small commodities, and he also fell in love with a beautiful girl from the experimental class, which made Cuiu jealous of him. However, later, when Cuiu saw Shenzhou selling his dignity and talking business with Pang Jiao in order to make money, those jealousies disappeared. Shenzhou, it's not easy. Jiu Kunan, what new business did he start? Cuiu said, renting mobile phones. You know Director Yan, once he collects a mobile phone, he takes it away directly and returns it at the end of the semester. At this point, Cuiu looked at Zhang Kai, who was walking over. Zhang Kai was one of the students whose mobile phones were confiscated. Our class is not bad, but other classes collect a lot. So Shenzhou rented out old mobile phones. If you want to play with a mobile phone, find him, pay a deposit of 80 yuan, and rent it for 10 yuan a week. Wang Lang said, it's not bad, it makes me want to try it. He occasionally played with Ma Zhe's mobile phone. Ma Zhe was generous, but Wang Lang always felt embarrassed because he played too much. Ma Shicheng asked, how's the configuration? Cuiu, the system is Android 2.3, a second-hand phone of unknown brand. It can play games like Cool Run and Shadow Fight 2 without any problem. Jiu Kunan, it's a bit worse. My brother Ma and I have Android 4.0 phones. Ma Shicheng thought for a while and asked, is there anyone renting it? Cuiu, yes, as far as I know, several people have rented it now. Ma Shicheng, if the phone is lost, the deposit will not be returned? Yes. After understanding the situation, Ma Shicheng nodded and said, maybe he can make a living. Zhang Kai, who was listening, came over and said, Ma Shicheng, how much can Shenzhou earn? Ma Shicheng said, it depends on personal ability. If he works normally, he can make enough to live on. Ma Shicheng judged that the cost price of Shenzhou's old phone was definitely not worth 80. Once someone rented a phone, he would receive the rent and immediately buy an old phone to rent out, and then continue to snowball. I didn't expect Shenzhou to be so smart. Ma Shicheng thought to himself. He didn't think of this way to make money. Zhang Kai lost interest when he heard that it was only enough for living expenses. You know, Zhenglu is a girl who can make 1 or 2,000 yuan a month just by drawing. Zhang Kai said, is it so little? Ma Shicheng, if you do well, you can make more than 1,000, or even more. Zhang Kai immediately became interested. Can I do it? Ma Shicheng glanced at him and knew that Zhang Kai had an idea. He did not persuade him, but said, if you can find a way to get cheap mobile phones and rent them out, you can do it. Well, you need capital. Zhang Kai couldn't help but have a headache when he heard about capital. He lacked capital the most. He still hadn't paid back the money he owed to the monitor. Now, every 2 days, Zhang Yifei and Li Shengnan would come and knock on the table. Zhang Kai had had enough. Zhang Kai returned to his seat and remembered that today was Thursday and the day after tomorrow would be the weekend. Last time, someone from the crematorium asked him to move something for 500 yuan a day. Zhang Kai didn't dare to go because he thought it was unreliable. Now stimulated by Shenzhou, he was angry. Damn it, Shenzhou is about to take off. How can I fall behind? Am I going to watch those people I once looked down on, one by one, do better than me? He was unwilling to accept it. Zhang Kai pressed his phone hard and sent a message to the other party. I will do it. I will do it. Are you free this week? He waited anxiously for a reply. Until before class, Zhang Kai finally received a message. Sorry, the enrollment is full. Zhang Kai missed the opportunity. The second class of the evening self-study class. Halfway through the class, Huang Zhang flew to the podium and shouted, come on, a few people, follow me to building 4. The Teikai uniforms issued by the school have arrived. The school authorities of number 4 middle school rarely have a conscience. In order to unify the school anniversary performance, Teikai uniforms are distributed for free. Free things are always fragrant, and white clothes are enough. The classmates in the class were full of enthusiasm, and a bunch of classmates stood up. Huang Zhangfei said quickly, "There are too many. Shan Zhao, Shan Keiquan, Jiuo Kunan, and the rest of you come with me." After deciding on the candidates, Huang Zhangfei led the way. During the period, the transport teams of Class 9 and Class 10 passed by the door of Class 8 and looked over frequently. Chen Xiaoyu said, "The school celebration is scheduled for the 28th, and there are only 4 days left." Bai Yuxia was very happy. There are only 3 days of classes next week, and all 3 days are for the school celebration and the sports meeting. Zhu Yuantong, after the school celebration, we will have a May Day holiday. Chen Xiaoyu replied, "Come back for another 2 months, and it will be summer vacation." Unknowingly, 1/3 of high school has passed, and I will be a sophomore in the future. She was both looking forward to it and melancholy. Jiang Ning heard them talking, and fell into thought. In his previous life, when he was at this age, what kind of mood did he have when facing the passage of time? Jiang Ning only knew that when he later entered society and grew older, he always had an inexplicable fear in his heart. At that time, he was afraid of getting old. During the chat, the students who moved the Teikai uniforms came back, and everyone looked excited. Huang Zhangfei said, "Everyone, come and get the clothes according to the size you reported before." The students went to the podium one by one. Jiang Ning is about 183 centimeters tall, and is considered the top class in Class 8 of Senior 1. Jiuo Kunan and his classmates in the back row are in the second batch. After receiving the clothes, Hu Jun touched the fabric and felt the texture carefully. He said, "I feel that the fabric is not as good as Wu Zhaoqi's basketball uniform." Wang Long said, "That's for sure. Wu Zhaoqi's basketball uniform is 888 yuan. Jiuo Kunan said, "The school gave it to me for free. Don't think too much." Wu Zhaoqi received the Teikai uniform. Class monitor, I want a size of 165. Why did it become a size of 160? Wu Zhaoqi is about 162 to 163 centimeters tall, and he thinks that the size of 160 is not suitable for him. Pang Jiao said, "Come on, it's good to have clothes to wear." Wu Zhaoqi thought about it, and it was right. Anyway, it was just a tattered Teikai uniform. Then he thought again, this Teikai suit is too loose. How about playing basketball in it? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 304, Learning Magic. Playing basketball in Teikai clothes. The more Wu Zhaoqi thought about it, the more he felt that this method was feasible, and it was definitely a novel experience. Wu Zhaoqi did it right away. He grabbed the hem of his shirt with both hands and wanted to take it off. Just as the action began, he paused, then turned his head and looked at his desk mate Pang Jiao. Wu Zhaoqi's hands hesitated. He felt that if he dared to change clothes in front of Pang Jiao, he would definitely be subjected to an unprecedented verbal abuse. Wu Zhaoqi had no choice but to stay honestly. Damn it, I've never been so aggrieved. Wu Zhaoqi didn't want to endure it anymore. He got brave and planned to go to the construction site near the school to find steel bars to regain his former glory. But even if there were steel bars, could he deal with the combination of Pang Jiao, Zhang Yifei, and Li Shengnan? Wu Zhaoqi used to watch TV and heard that there were dominant wild boars in the mountains. It was said that some bullets fired from guns couldn't even penetrate the skin and fat of the wild boars. If he was holding a steel bar, like a god descending from heaven, and found that he could not break Pang Jiao's defense halfway through the battle, then he would be crushed to death by Pang Jiao and the others, right? Thinking of the scene of being suppressed by Pang Jiao some time ago, Wu Zhaoqi shuddered. Take a step back, and the world will be vast. What our ancestors said is still right. During the break between evening self-study classes, Shan Keiquan ran to the back row and shouted, Brother Nan, let's run on the playground." While speaking, Shan Kaikwan swung his legs to warm up. Jiuo Kanon held the phone. It's hot. Let's not go yet. Let's do it after the evening self-study class. Otherwise, you will sweat all over, and you will be sticky, and can't take a shower. This is an excuse. The real reason is that he was chatting with Zhu Yan from class 11. If he ran, he would miss the opportunity. Shan Kaikwan thought about it, and felt that what Jiuo Kanon said made sense. Okay, I won't go. I'll practice in the classroom. After saying that, Shan Kaikwan stretched his legs and started doing squats and single leg squats in the back row. He signed up for the 100-meter sprint, and squats can promote his explosive power. Wu Zhaoqi held a basketball in one hand and a Teikai uniform in the other. He went to the back row and shouted, "Who wants to wear the Teikai uniform together?" Hearing this, Wang Lang said, "Let's go together." Cuiu said, "And me." Zhang Chibei got a piece of clothing and was very happy. This piece of clothing cost dozens of yuan. He couldn't wait to wear it on himself to see the effect. "Where are we going to change?" Cuiu asked. "The boys' dormitory is too far away." Wu Zhaoqi, "Come with me." The four of them went out and came all the way to building 4. As soon as they arrived in front of the building, they heard singing coming from the building. "Zenkai, you are training your voice again, like a ghost. The songs sung by these music students are really bad. In my opinion, they might as well sing pop songs." He expressed his opinion. Cuiu said, "I have never understood what they do after learning music. Will they become music teachers?" Zankai looked at the classrooms with lights on and said happily, "Maybe they can enter the entertainment industry and become stars." Wang Lang listened to their conversation and said, "The entertainment industry is very difficult. Building 4 is a very unique building in number 4 middle school. It has a library, dance room, calligraphy room, laboratory, computer room, sports equipment storage, etc. Since it is not an ordinary teaching building, only a small half of the classrooms in building 4 are lit during evening self-study, and the other half are in darkness." Wu Zhaoqi pointed to the darkness and said, "Let's go to the stairs to change clothes." Cuiu joked, "Will someone see me while I'm changing? Then my body will be worthless." Zankai said, "Forget it. I don't even want it at the price of pork." In the end, Wu Zhaoqi and his group changed into Teikai clothes accompanied by the singing of the musicians. "It's okay. The clothes are loose enough." Cuiu made a Teikai opening posture in the dark. Wu Zhaoqi wondered, "Why are my clothes a little tight?" Wang Lang said, "You must have grown taller." Wu Zhaoqi was very happy to hear that. After changing clothes, the four of them walked on the campus. Under the dim street lights, they attracted the attention of classmates on the road. They returned to the number 3 teaching building. The lights in the building were very bright, and the Teikai uniforms were also white, so more people looked at them. Ma Shicheng saw several people entering the classroom and clasped his fists to show his goodwill. Hu Jun was amazed. Kuwase, so handsome. Lukaki looked at the few people up and down. Wu Zhaoqi, Cuiu and Wang Lang were average in appearance, and only Zankai was okay. Zankai was wearing a Teikai uniform and looked a bit like a human being. Lukaki was more mature, and she praised, "You guys have become more handsome in your new clothes." Cuiu, hahaha, really? Lukaki, more handsome than before. The people who were praised were very happy, and they also felt that they were very handsome. "Brothers, let me show you what the fusion of classical and modern is." After saying that, Wu Zhaoqi turned on his mobile phone, clicked on QO music, and turned on the loudspeaker. He clapped the basketball to the music, and performed a basketball dance for everyone. He clapped the ball, while twisting it gracefully. Cuiu was so upset that he ran to the front row. Wu Zhaoqi's movements attracted the attention of the girls in the class. Yuan said, "Wu Zhaoqi's dance basketball is really outrageous, and it is getting more and more outrageous. It is even more outrageous than the New Year's Eve party." Shen Qinsh covered her mouth. "But it's very funny, don't you think?" Yuan was stunned. "It's true. If you look at it from this perspective, Wu Zhaoqi's show is still quite successful." Jiang Yanan interrupted. "What impressed me most was Jiang Ning's magic." Recalling the surprise of that night, even though Jiang Yanan was very picky, she couldn't find any fault with Jiang Ning. That magic show was almost perfect. When Jiang Ning was in junior high school, there were various parties, including some held by the school, but she had never seen magic like Jiang Ning's that day. Yuan said stubbornly, I still think that the class monitor's solo is better. She will never forget the scene of class monitor Huang Zhangfei singing alone on New Year's Eve. Shenkin added, Beiyuxia's dance is very beautiful. When Beiyuxia was mentioned, the atmosphere suddenly became quiet. There was also comparison between girls. However, Beiyuxia did not fight or compete in the classroom, but she could not be ignored by other girls. Jiang Ning said, only Beiyuxia from our class is participating in the school anniversary program. Jiang Ning and the class monitor didn't sign up. Shenkinj, yeah. Jiang Ning said regretfully, I really want to watch Jiang Ning's magic again. It was too quick last time and I didn't get to experience it properly. Yuan, I want to watch the class monitor sing. Hey, I'm thinking now, the first New Year's Day was so good, what should we do next year? Shenkinj said, next semester, we will be divided into liberal arts and science. There will be new students in the class. Maybe someone interesting will appear. When the three girls were discussing, Cuiyu eavesdropped. He ignored Yuan and Shenkinj, and paid special attention to Jiang Ning. Cuiyu extracted the key points. Jiang Ning likes magic. He thought, then can I learn magic? Thinking of learning magic, he first thought of Jiang Ning. Immediately, Cuiyu eliminated this point. First of all, Jiang Ning's magic had already been performed once. Even if he learned it, it would not shock Jiang Ning. Besides, Jiang Ning's magic must be difficult to learn. When in doubt, he went to Marja. Cuiyu ran to the back row, which had turned into a dusty field. In the dust, Wu Zhaoqi performed street dance. Ma Shicheng and others all went outside to avoid the limelight. Cuiyu ran to the corridor again, intending to ask Marja for advice. As soon as he got outside, he happened to meet Hu Jun. Hu Jun looked at Cuiyu. I see you are frowning. I wonder what's bothering you? Why not tell me about it? Hu Jun is still capable and a good person. Cuiyu sighed. I want to learn magic. Magic? Yes, magic. Cuiyu said. He wanted to learn magic, to cater to Jiang Ning's interests, shocking her. Hu Jun raised his confident look. Perform magic. I know magic. Cuiyu became interested. Really? Hu Jun, it's guaranteed to be exciting. Come on, let me tell you. So Cuiyu forgot about looking for Marja, turned around and hooked up with Hu Jun, and the two discussed magic with great interest. Your dance foundation is not good. Shan Kaikwan stood at the door of the classroom and pointed out Wu Zhaoqi's shortcomings. Wu Zhaoqi was unhappy. He had practiced dance for several years and a half. How could he bear being pointed at? What's wrong with you? Wu Zhaoqi questioned. Shan Kaikwan is now physically strong and does not intimidate Wu Zhaoqi. He said in a normal tone, your body flexibility is too poor, which hinders your dance performance. In order to convince the other party, Shan Kaikwan immediately performed a high kick, almost kicking 180 degrees, which was quite amazing. Wu Zhaoqi sneered, what's so difficult about this? I can do it too. Shan Kaikwan, oh, I don't believe it. Wu Zhaoqi shouted, I'll kick it for you to see. Watch it. Shan Kaikwan turned around and called his friends. Brother Nan, come and see. Wu Zhaoqi wants to compete with me. Hearing that there was a show to watch, Jiuo Kunan, Wang Langlang and others came to watch together. Zhaoqi, Zhaoqi, show off. They cheered. Wu Zhaoqi got used to being the focus of everyone very early. When he played basketball, he was often the MVP of the game. Facing this scene, Wu Zhaoqi was exceptionally calm. He stood at attention, and with his dusty Teikai uniform, he actually looked like a man who had experienced the vicissitudes of life. His face was stiff. Lukaki said, it's really good. This suit suits you very well. The faint smile on Wu Zhaoqi's lips returned, just like the feeling of being on the court. Back. Dan Kaikwan, I'll show you what flexibility is. What should we do in the face of doubts from others? Let him laugh. Let him be crazy. Let him laugh. I will break it with my own strength. Wu Zhaoqi's eyes were like searchlights, sweeping across the classroom. Most of the students were looking at him, such as Yuan, Jiang Ning, Wang Yanan and others. Even Maro Zhe in the southern corner of the classroom looked at him. Here it comes. The big one is coming. Wuzaoki took a deep breath and held his face. He had already warmed up for the street dance just now, and next, he would show his flexibility. He met Shankakun's contemptuous eyes, and Wuzaoki thought to himself, in the next second, your contempt will turn into a stare. Wuzaoki started. Wuzaoki's hips were full of strength, and he swung his right leg violently, like a whip, so fast that it turned into a shadow of his leg. He raised his leg from bottom to top, directly touching his face. Swish. There was a sound. The Teikai pants couldn't withstand his powerful explosive power and tore directly. Oops. Wuzaoki felt a chill in his lower body. He looked down in horror, and under the white Teikai pants, a bright colored underwear was flaunting. Ha 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 ha. Cuiu slapped the door edge and laughed wildly. Damn it. Shankakun covered his stomach and couldn't straighten his waist. Maro Zhe couldn't bear to watch. There was laughter all around, and it kept spreading. Wuzaoki looked at the classmates in the classroom again. Lukaki couldn't hold back her laughter, and Wang Yan'an and others in the front row looked straight at him. At this moment, Wuzaoki was as disappointed as death. He hugged his crotch and ran away. The laughter in the class subsided until the end of the break. Zhu Yuantang was sleeping the whole time. Zhenglu talked to Jiang Ning. I'll come to see you on the weekend. Jiang Ning said, I can pick you up. He rides fast anyway. No need, you'll get up too early. Her home was a long way from where Jiang Ning lived, so she asked her mother to drive her. At this time, Shen Qinsh came around from the podium and stood in the aisle. Jiang Ning and Zhenglu looked at her. Shen Qinsh was outstanding in appearance. She wore a pink and blue spliced jacket on her upper body, a white t-shirt underneath, and a cartoon animal printed on the front. Unfortunately, the cartoon animal was not three-dimensional. She wore blue slim jeans on her lower body, which wrapped around the girl's slender legs. There was a cut on the left thigh of the pants, and two on the right, which looked particularly unique. Jiang Ning, your uncle asked you to have dinner on the weekend. Shen Qinsh reminded. Jiang Ning nodded. He called me yesterday. Yes, he asked me to remind you. Shen Qinsh emphasized deliberately. Jiang Ning said, thank you. Shen Qinsh had originally mustered up the courage to look for him, but now when she heard him say thank you, she suddenly felt a sense of panic in her heart. Given her relationship with Jiang Ning, she never said thank you. Thank you, it means alienation. Shen Qinsh felt indescribable discomfort, very uncomfortable. She said HMM and turned away. Zhenglu retracted her gaze and asked worriedly, are you busy on the weekend? If you are too busy, let's catch crayfish next time. Jiang Ning said, not busy, I have nothing to do on Saturday, and I will go to my uncle's house for dinner on Sunday. Zhenglu breathed a sigh of relief after hearing Jiang Ning's answer. Then, she couldn't help but wonder, what is the relationship between Shen Qinsh and Jiang Ning? From what they said, it seems that they are planning to go to their uncle's house for dinner together. Zhenglu asked, you were in the same school before, right? Yes, elementary school and junior high school together. Jiang Ning said. Zhenglu hesitated for a second and continued to ask, but you seem to talk very little. She has always had a doubt. Logically, they came from the same place and must have a good relationship. However, in reality, Zhenglu had not seen Jiang Ning and Shen Qinsh say a few words for more than a semester. There must be something fishy. Jiang Ning said calmly, because there is nothing to say to her. Zhenglu suddenly felt happy when she learned that their relationship was average. She put her hands on the table, leaned forward, squeezed out an attractive arc on her chest, and the lines of her face were soft. Then I will accompany you to talk. The evening self-study was over. Cuiu ran to the back row. Brother Jun, let's go. Hu Jun was also excited. Let's go. Wang Lang was very confused. What are you doing? Hu Jun showed a mysterious smile, looking for materials. He will teach Cuiu a magic trick tonight, to boost Hu Jun's Insect 1. Chapter 305, Magic Contest with Jiang Ning. At night, 10:30, Zhu Yuantang finished her shower and ran to Jiang Ning's room to play games. She curled up on Jiang Ning's bed, staring at the screen of her mobile phone, tapping with her fingers, and occasionally her crisp laughter could be heard from the room. The moonlight was weak tonight. There were only a few lonely stars in the night sky, and the sky and earth outside the window were hazy. Zhu Yuantang felt that something was missing halfway through playing the game. She moved her little mouth and found that some snacks were missing. Since her mother found a good job, her salary has increased significantly compared to the past, and her family's living conditions have improved accordingly. Zhu Yuantang has become pampered, and the family always has a lot of snacks. When playing with the phone, it always feels boring without some snacks. Zhu Yuantang moved his little head and said to Jiang Ning on the sofa, "Do you play games? There is a 2-player game on the computer, and Zhu Yuantang often plays with him." Jiang Ning put down the book and said, "No, you always cheat. It's boring." Zhu Yuantang didn't care about Jiang Ning's slander. She said proudly, "Since you don't play games, then go to my house and help me get the watermelon from the refrigerator." Jiang Ning, you are so smart. He didn't take it, but continued to read. At the same time, an illusion popped up to block Zhu Yuantang's perception. After 2 minutes, he waved his hand, and the refrigerator door of Zhu Yuantang's house opened automatically without wind, and half a watermelon wrapped in plastic wrap flew out. Halfway through the flight, half of the watermelon was cut into small pieces in an instant, as if it was slashed by a knife. All the watermelon pieces fell into the plate and finally floated to Jiang Ning's hand. He removed the illusion, and Zhu Yuantang found that the watermelon was cut. She was overjoyed. "Jiang Ning, you are fine." Jiang Ning ignored her and tasted it by herself. Zhu Yuantang was eager. Jiang Ning put the watermelon plate next to her as a snack while reading. Zhu Yuantang wanted to eat the watermelon, but didn't want to get up. Her body was soft, and she had no strength. After taking a shower, the two thoughts jumped back and forth in her mind, making her entangled. Zhu Yuantang couldn't help but say, "Jiang Ning, you have changed. You used to put the melon next to me." Jiang Ning said, "Why don't I remember?" Obviously there was. Zhu Yuantang said. Jiang Ning continued to eat melon. As everyone knows, if there is a greedy child beside you while eating, then eating will become extra interesting. Under Zhu Yuantang's gaze, he cruelly ate a plate of melon. Zhu Yuantang was heartbroken. Jiang Ning has really changed. He doesn't care about her feelings at all. She is still the little girl who was loved by no one. Woo woo woo. Zhu Yuantang pretended to wipe tears. Jiang Ning didn't have as many dramas as her. After eating the melon, he was in a good mood and lay on the sofa to rest. He was thinking about what to do after building the foundation. According to the current progress, there are still 2 years in high school. If he wants to build the foundation, the arrangement of Huki Mountain needs to be accelerated. After building the foundation, even if everything he has done is turned out, he can face the rules of the world head on. Only then will he be truly invincible in the world. Although his life is leisurely now, Jiang Ning has never slacked off in his practice. Having experienced the cruelty of the world of immortal cultivation, he knows very well that even the most advanced civilization is always built on powerful military force. Force is the greatest power. With force is a guarantee, many things are easy to solve, such as the last time 3 people were beaten into vegetative state by Jiang Ning. According to the information disclosed by Xiao Shuangshan, the 3 people have been arrested. The relationship behind them has not yet been revealed. Even if it is revealed, it doesn't matter. In Yazhou, Jiang Ning has a spiritual boat. If he wants someone to die, the other person will definitely not survive for 10 minutes. Jiang Ning fell into deep thought, and Zhu Yuantang quietly paid attention to him. He likes to be in a daze. Zhu Yuantang often went to Jiang Ning's room to play with him. What she saw most was Jiang Ning in a daze. Is he in a daze, or is he sleeping? Zhu Yuantang decided to find out. She rubbed her legs. For some reason, her legs were particularly soft and weak today. Zhu Yuantang gritted her teeth, took a breath, and trembled from the bed, her small nightgown trembling. Damn, I've become weak. She got out of bed carefully and walked to the sofa lightly. Zhu Yuantang looked at Jiang Ning, who was closing his eyes and seemed to be asleep. She looked at the empty plate of watermelon next to her, and her heart began to ache again. The watermelon that should have belonged to her was eaten by Jiang Ning. It was too hateful. She wanted to get revenge. Zhu Yuantang suddenly had a bold idea. After thinking about it carefully, she felt that it was feasible. While Jiang Ning was sleeping, Zhu Yuantang stretched out her little hand, grabbed Jiang Ning's ear, and twisted it half a circle. Haha, doesn't it look like a parent scolding a child? Only in this way can she reduce the anger in her heart. Jiang Ning opened his eyes immediately. Zhu Yuantang quickly let go of her hand, and she said with gentle concern, "You had a nightmare just now, and talked in your sleep. I had no choice but to use this method." After that, she showed an expression of "Please praise me quickly, Jiang Ning, am I good to you?" Jiang Ning said faintly, "I didn't sleep just now." Zhu Yuantang, she felt something was wrong. It's over, he will definitely take revenge. Zhu Yuantang shrank back into the bed like a frightened deer. But did she think that Jiang Ning would let her go? Jiang Ning got up from the sofa and looked at the bed with a smile. Zhu Yuantang curled up his body, his eyes wide open, his gaze darting left and right, not daring to look Jiang Ning in the eye. Jiang Ning loosened his fingers and said in a wicked tone, "Weren't you very brave just now?" He decided to teach Zhu Yuantang a lesson. Seeing that Jiang Ning was serious, Zhu Yuantang's eyes changed again, full of helplessness. Her nose was upturned, and her delicate and white face was covered with a light red. Jiang Ning took a step forward, and Zhu Yuantang trembled and shrank back. The little white nightgown was a little short, revealing her small feet, with round toes arranged neatly, and nails the tender pink color of a girl. Zhu Yuantang hugged her legs, and her body in the nightgown trembled slightly. Against the backdrop of the big bed, she looked even smaller. As if to cover up her fear, she pulled the blanket to cover her body. Perhaps the blanket provided some sense of security. Zhu Yuantang boldly asked, "What do you want to do?" Jiang Ning saw her like this, and said with a smile, "Guess." Zhu Yuantang bit her lip, "I won't give in." But she didn't know that this scene was more likely to arouse the interest of others. "Weren't you twisting happily just now?" Jiang Ning took another step forward. Zhu Yuantang was shocked. Looking at Jiang Ning's actions, he was not going to twist her ears. Thinking of this, Zhu Yuantang's ears became hot and red. If her ears were twisted, where would she put her face? All the prestige she had built up in front of Jiang Ning in the past would be gone. How could she have the face to order Jiang Ning around? She must not let him twist her ears. Zhu Yuantang looked at Jiang Ning, who was gradually approaching, and she was saved from desperation. "Jiang Ning, do you remember this morning?" "I remember. You said you would reward me," he said. Zhu Yuantang, "Then guess what the reward is?" Jiang Ning, "I'm too lazy to guess." Zhu Yuantang did not dare to delay. She quickly took out a silver object from her body. "This is my reward." Jiang Ning glanced at the silver object. It was a silver bracelet with a smooth surface and no decoration. It was just a simple bracelet. However, it gave Jiang Ning a sense of familiarity. Zhu Yuantang held the silver bracelet in his hand. "Didn't you say before that you had a silver bracelet when you were just born? You said that the bracelet was a longevity bracelet. All the children around you had it, and you had it too, but you lost it later. When I heard you talk about this the other day, you seemed a little unhappy." Zhu Yuantang held the bed with one hand and stood up. The hem of her skirt fell on her white calves. She smiled and said, "Now, I announce that you are pregnant again." Last night Jiang Ning let Zhu Yuantang go, and they reconciled. In the morning, Zhu Yuantang diligently made breakfast, and took the initiative to take on the task of washing dishes and pots. Jiang Ning took her to school. "The sun is very good today. The temperature is rising, a full 28 degrees. Maybe it's because of the hot weather, or because today is Friday, so the class is a little restless." The elder sister Chen Xiqing is sitting at the front desk. As for the younger sister Chen Xiu, she has been replaced by her. Chen Xiqing is a little impetuous. Jiang Ning found that she drank a total of 3 glasses of water and turned back 5 times in one morning self-study and 2 classes in the morning. Jiang Ning paid attention to her 3 times. During the morning break, after Cuiyu and Hu Jun had a secret discussion, Cuiyu approached Jiang Ning with unparalleled confidence. Chen Xiqing was talking to Jiang Ning. "It's so hot today, I want to eat ice cream." "Bayuxia, it's a little hot. The weather is so weird. It was so cold a few days ago." There were beads of sweat on her fair forehead. Bayuxia was wearing a lot today. She had already taken off her coat, but she was still hot. Is it hot? Why don't I feel it? Zhu Yuantang didn't feel hot at all, but rather chilly. The place where she was a good place for Feng Shui. Previously, the head teacher Shan Qingrang had said that the students in the classroom should move to another seat, but Zhu Yuantang refused to change, and she always sat in the south. When Ziyu came over, the sunlight from the southeast shone on him, and he seemed to be the son of light. Ziyu shouted loudly, "Jiang Ning, I heard that you can do magic." Without waiting for Jiang Ning to reply, Chen Siking said, "Yes, didn't you watch the New Year's Eve show?" Ziyu stood straight, followed by Hu Jun, who gave him a hopeful look. Hu Jun was moved. He had been in number 4 middle school for almost a year, and finally found a like-minded person. Yesterday, Ziyu approached him to discuss magic, and Hu Jun generously taught him what he had learned. Today is the day for Hu Jun to shine. "Jiang Ning, are you okay?" His indifferent response hurt Ziyu's dignity. He was arrogant, too arrogant. "Ziyu, I heard you can play with fire." Zhu Yuantang, who was sitting by the window, said lazily, "Yes, he can also light a fire." When Zhu Yuantang thought of lighting a fire, he thought of rabbits. "Oh, I miss the days of eating rabbits with Jiang Ning." Ziyu challenged, "I think your fire magic is not as good as my insect magic." After saying that, he turned around and signaled Wang Lang with his eyes. Wang Lang immediately understood. He had reached an agreement with Ziyu before, and Ziyu was willing to pay to small egg roll ice creams. Wang Lang thought to himself, "Brother Ning, I'm sorry." Ziyu gave too much. He shouted, "Don't miss it. If you pass by, Ziyu will perform magic for everyone today." He shouted several times in a row, attracting the attention of most people in the classroom. Yuan over there said, "There will be magic." Jiang Yanan likes magic the most. She pulled Yuan, "Let's have fun together." "Kinch, are you going?" she said again. Seeing that the excitement was happening over there with Jiang Ning, Shen Kinch thought it might be related to him, so she said, "Okay." Soon, people were standing near Ziyu. Beiyuxia felt even hotter, and the air was not circulating, so she wiped her forehead with a tissue. Seeing this, Jiang Ning secretly urged a spiritual power and wrapped Beiyuxia. Suddenly, a cool breeze came, and Beiyuxia felt much more comfortable instantly. She was very surprised, but she couldn't figure it out. Ziyu noticed Jiang Yanan's arrival, and he was excited. He finally came. He wanted to prove in front of his beloved that his magic was the best. Win back Jiang Yanan's heart. "Jiang Ning, why don't we compete in magic?" Ziyu challenged, his expression solemn. Wang Lang rolled up the textbook and exaggerated the momentum. The great river flows east, the waves wash away, and the heroes of the ages. After the first battle, the magic world of Class 8 must be reshuffled. Who is the real magic master? Welcome to watch the first magic competition of Class 8 of Senior 1. Beiyuxia was drunk. This was too awkward. Are they elementary school students? Ziyu put his hands behind his back. "Jiang Ning, do you want to compete?" Seeing this, Jiang Ning could have dismissed him casually, but it would be fine to show off his skills. Besides, he also wanted to see Ziyu's magic. Jiang Ning said, "Make way first." Although Ziyu shouted loudly, his influence was completely different from Jiang Ning's. As soon as Jiang Ning spoke, the students around him took 2 steps back. Everyone stared closely. Shen Qinj and Jiang Yanan were looking forward to Jiang Ning's magic. Jiang Ning spread his palms, facing the ceiling. Suddenly, a small flame emerged from his index finger, just like the flame of a lighter. A second later, the flame grew rapidly, like a flamethrower, and swept into the sky. The classmates saw a dazzling flame floating in front of them and connecting with the ceiling. Jiang Ning clenched his palms, and the flame in the air disappeared. The air was quiet for 3 seconds, and Jiuo Kunan came back to his senses. So handsome. Jiang Yanan, so cool. Shanziro, how did you do that? With his eyesight, he couldn't find any clues. Chen Siking's eyes changed when she looked at Jiang Ning. She had only heard about it from her sister before, but today she finally saw it. It was too magical. Especially the calmness after his performance, which made him more charming. Everyone was amazed at Jiang Ning's magic. CUIU spoke, not bad, not bad, it's my turn next. Yuan didn't think highly of him and said, CUIU, are you sure you still want to compete? If it was the class monitor, he might be able to compete with Jiang Ning, but CUIU, there's no need, right? Yuan's contempt once again hurt CUIU's dignity. Well, you don't believe me, right? Then I'll prove you wrong. I've changed a lot. Today, I'm the dark horse. CUIU imitated Jiang Ning's behavior. He spread out his right hand and saw a black bean-sized thing in his palm. The little thing was still moving. Yuan came closer and screamed, "Ah, spider, big spider." As soon as this was said, the crowd immediately stepped back 2 steps. Even Jiuo Kunan was shocked. Such a big spider. Hu Jun hurriedly said, "Don't be afraid, don't be afraid, it won't bite." This was the spider that he and CUIU caught overnight after discussing magic last night, and it took him a lot of effort. CUIU saw the spider appear and caused a sensation, and he was quite satisfied. He turned his eyes to Jiang Yanan and said with concern, "Don't be afraid." Then, CUIU said, "The magic I will perform today is to eat spiders alive." These words were like a cannonball, which immediately set off a huge sensation. Regardless of whether they were men or women, the eyes they looked at CUIU all changed. CUIU showed the spider and shouted, "Watch it carefully." He held the spider in his hand and pretended to throw it into his mouth. Everyone clearly saw that a black thing was thrown into his mouth. CUIU opened his mouth and chewed with satisfaction. Jiang Yanan's fair face froze, and when he looked at CUIU again, he was already afraid. The classmates were shocked. Damn, can it be like this? Just then, CUIU spat a mouthful of water into his palm and shrugged. Look. Jiuo Kunan and the others saw that the spider, which was as big as a pea, was covered with saliva, but the spider was not dead and could still crawl. CUIU, this is my magic trick, eat the spider alive. Jiuo Kunan just reacted, and he was amazed. Awesome. Wang Lang Lang, brother CUI, awesome. CUIU laughed. In fact, he used his lative hand just now and didn't eat the spider at all. What he threw into his mouth was just a black soft candy. So easily, he fooled everyone. His magic has reached the pinnacle. Jiang Yanan, how is it, handsome? CUIU asked. Jiang Yanan didn't say anything. His eyes were so weird, and the expressions of Yuan and Chen Xiao were indescribably weird. CUIU was unsure, so he asked, Lang Lang, who do you think performs more amazing magic, me or Jiang Ning? I want to hear the real answer. Wang Lang Lang said, of course, yours, brother CUI. CUIU was extremely proud, ha ha ha. Ma Shichen came over, patted CUIU on the shoulder, and sighed, that's amazing. Chapter 306, Unified Cleaning. CUIU was immersed in the joy of defeating Jiang Ning. Although Jiang Ning usually kept a low profile in the class, far inferior to Huang Zhongfei, Dong Qingfeng and others. But no one could deny that he was indeed a hidden powerful man. Now, the powerful man had lost. CUIU was refreshed and walked lightly. The look he gave Jiang Yanan was different. Success makes a man confident. Now, CUIU was undoubtedly a successful man. He originally planned to show off with Jiang Yanan first, but CUIU met Hu Jun's eyes, and his heart trembled. Today's victory was all due to Hu Jun and his efforts. CUIU hooked Hu Jun's shoulders, and the two of them left the classroom together, and went to the corridor, to enjoy the aftertaste of victory. Not bad, CUIU, you learn quickly. Others may not be able to see CUIU's tricks, but Hu Jun is his guide and knows everything. The spider he caught for CUIU is a spider that can fake death. Just stimulate it with your hands, and the spider will fake death. The moment CUIU threw the spider, he clamped the spider between his fingers and threw out a piece of black soft candy at the same time, creating the illusion of swallowing the spider. He successfully deceived everyone. He did not eat the spider. CUIU did not dare to take credit. Brother Jun, you taught me well. The two praised each other. Ma Shicheng and Jiuo Kunan stood nearby and watched them brag. Jiuo Kunan said, Brother Ma, I can't comment on his magic. He admitted that it was amazing, but it was too disgusting. He didn't dare to think about how Suiyu would face the girls in the class in the future. Ma Shichen was silent. From the moment he took out the spider, I knew this was not a simple matter. The two chatted for a few words, and Jiuo Kanan took out his mobile phone and shared this with Zhu Yan, the monitor of class 11, emphasizing Suiyu's magic. Zhu Yan said that he wanted to see it with his own eyes. Jiuo Kanan was excited. He looked at his watch and there was still some time before class. He took 2 steps forward, interrupted the conversation between Suiyu and Hu Jun, and said attentively, "Brother Suiyu, Brother Suiyu, Zhu Yan from class 11 wants to see your magic. Can you perform magic again? Don't worry, as long as you are willing to perform, I will treat you to ice cream at noon. 3 yuan a piece of chocolate ice cream." After saying that, Jiuo Kanan's face was expectant. Suiyu was stunned at first, and then overjoyed. Suiyu, had been unknown for many years, but today he made a living with his superb magic. From now on, he is a craftsman. Suiyu said generously, "Just ask her to come and see me show off my skills." After getting Suiyu's promise, Jiuo Kanan quickly sent a message to Zhu Yan. Class 11 is located on the upper floor of class 8, very close. Within 2 minutes, a group of girls appeared at the stairs. At this time, the weather was hot, and the girls were dressed coolly, which quickly attracted the students from class 10 and class 9 along the way. They approached with smiles, and the leader Zhu Yan was the most outstanding. She was tall, about 167 centimeters tall, smiling, and her long hair fluttered when she walked. Not to mention Jiuo Kanan, even Suiyu was surprised. Thinking of so many girls coming for his talent, Suiyu felt proud. As expected, talented boys are the most popular. Jiuo Kanan was more attentive, and his dark face flushed red with excitement. "Zhu Yan, this is my good brother Suiyu," he introduced. A group of girls from class 11 looked at Suiyu. Suiyu was stared at by several girls, and they were all pretty girls. He forced himself to calm down, and kept telling himself, "It's okay, I'm a talented boy, they just admire my talent. They should be nervous." Zhu Yan looked at Suiyu and smiled slightly. "I heard from Jiuo Kanan that you can do magic. Can we take a look?" Suiyu steadied his heartbeat and was not stage frightened by the other party's appearance. "Okay, I'll show you today." After saying that, Suiyu opened his palm, revealing the bean-sized spider. Zhu Yan quietly moved away. Ma Shichen, a spectator around, wanted to say something but stopped. He wanted to stop Suiyu, but would this ruin Suiyu's chance to show off? Ma Shichen didn't move. So, in front of everyone, Suiyu performed a live spider eating show for the best looking girl in class 11. Zhu Yan was shocked. The other girls in class 11 looked at Suiyu with the same shock. Suiyu was overjoyed. Today, his name will surely be known to half of the first year high school students. Classroom. Yuan was fanning herself with a book. People were restless in the hot weather. She noticed the crowd outside. What's going on outside? So many people. Deng Qingfeng had just come back from outside and told Yuan what happened. After listening, Yuan said, "I give up." Jiang Ning was more speechless than her. Suiyu had pursued her before. It was so embarrassing to be pursued by such a spider eater. While Yuan was talking, she fanned her book and looked up at the ceiling. "It's so hot, can't we turn on the fan today?" Deng Qingfeng said, "The fan is covered with dust, and if we turn it on now, we will definitely blow away all the dust." After watching Suiyu's performance, Zhu Yan and the others had other goals. Zhu Yuantang was enjoying the cool air and playing with his phone. Bei Yuxia was wondering. When she was watching the magic just now, she felt a chill, but now it disappeared, and she could only endure the heat again. Zhu Yan entered class 8 and found Jiang Ning's seat. She smiled and said, "Jiang Ning, I heard you can do magic." She had heard about Jiang Ning's magic tricks from the students in class 8, and Zhu Yan really wanted to see them. She was fascinated when she heard Jiuo Kanan say that Jiang Ning performed magic just now. She planned to talk to Jiang Ning to see if she could show off her skills. Zhu Yan was very popular, and usually when she spoke, the boys around her would give her a face. Unexpectedly, Jiang Ning glanced at her and said, "No." Zhu Yan's beautiful smile froze. The girls from class 11 left, and Jiuo-kun and Cuiu suddenly felt sad. Jiuo-kun left because the girl he liked left, and Cuiu left because the girl who admired his talent was gone. But it didn't matter, the person Cuiu liked was still in class 8. Jiang Ning was getting water in front, and Cuiu showed a self-proclaimed gentleman's smile. "Hi, Jiang Ning." Cuiu waved and greeted, showing his 8 teeth. When Jiang Ning saw Cuiu's teeth, she immediately thought of the scene where he swallowed a spider alive, and she subconsciously took a step back. Cuiu. He took another step forward. Jiang Ning held the water cup and took another half step back. Magic requires details, so Cuiu is a man who understands details. He noticed Jiang Ning's half step back. The action was small, but it hurt a lot. Cuiu left without saying a word. Jiang Ning breathed a sigh of relief. She loved watching idol dramas, and idol dramas have many scenes about kissing. When she thought of those scenes, she thought of Cuiu's mouth eating a spider. Jiang Ning felt a little nauseous. Cuiu returned to his seat. The more he thought about it, the more confused he became. The more he thought about it, the more aggrieved he felt. Mengjui, tell me, I clearly won the magic. Why did Jiang Ning distance herself from me? Mengjui sat upright, like a saint. After a long while, he said, young people should learn to let go. There were only 2 classes on Friday afternoon. Before class, everyone stayed in the classroom, waiting for the teacher to arrive. As a result, the head teacher Shan Qingrang came. Why is the head teacher here? It's not his class? Jiuo-kun was puzzled. Wang Long Long, who knows? Head teacher Shan Qingrang said, next week is the school anniversary, and there will be no classes for these 2 classes. Everyone, clean the classroom, corridor, and the lawn behind the number 3 teaching building. Cheers rang out in the classroom. Wouldn't it be great if there were no classes? Let me tell you which places need to be cleaned. Shan Qingrang explained one by one. This time the cleaning effort was very strong. Usually, the classroom only needed to be swept, but this time it needed to be mopped, including the corridor, and all washed with water. After Shan Qingrang made the arrangements, he told Hu Jun to be responsible for supervision. Then Shan Qingrang looked at Zhu Yuantong and said kindly, Zhu Yuantong, your teacher Jiuo has documents in her computer. Aren't you good at computers? Go to the office and help her sort them out. He said sorting, but in fact he asked her to go to the office to play. How could such a job as cleaning be given to the number 1 in the city? After hearing this, some students in the class said, teacher, I'm good at using computers, and I can type very fast. Shan Qingrang, just work honestly. Next, everyone had a clear division of labor. Because of his strength, Jiang Ning was assigned the job of fetching water. He went to the back row to pick up the bucket. This plastic bucket can hold about 20 L of water, which is about the same as a standard pure water bucket. Zhenglu chased after him. Wait for me. Let's do it together. Zhenglu showed her ag, and she was responsible for wiping the glass. I'll help you carry one. She took the initiative to take a bucket. Others carried 1 bucket at a time, but Jiang Ning thought it was troublesome, so they carried 2 buckets together. After going downstairs, Zhenglu and Jiang Ning went to the pool together. There are many students like them on campus, carrying buckets or brooms. When they meet each other, they often look at each other. Jiang Ning's appearance and Zhenglu beside him attracted a lot of attention. Jiang Ning, let's go together. Shan Keiquan's voice sounded from behind. He also carried a bucket. In front of the sink, Jiang Ning put the bucket down and turned on the faucet to get water. The school facilities are old, and some faucets flow very slowly. For example, the faucet in front of Shan Keiquan has a very weak water flow. On the other hand, Shi Qianjin from class 9 next to him has a very strong faucet in front of him, and the water flow is extremely strong. Shi Qianjin looked at Shan Keiquan proudly, with a smug look on his face, as if he was very great. Shan Keiquan's faucet was very slow, which made him very embarrassed. Shi Qianjin filled the bucket with water, but Shan Keiquan's bucket was only half full. Shi Qianjin smacked his lips, and said to himself loudly, this is fast. After speaking, he picked up the bucket with great effort and staggered away. After he left, Shan Kaikun quickly moved the bucket to the other person's faucet, and the bucket was soon full. He picked up the bucket and ran, brothering, "I'll retreat first." Shan Kaikun went to chase the other person. Zhenglu rinsed the rag and witnessed the whole process of the two people's movements. At this age, girls are generally more mature than boys. Zhenglu saw that they were comparing with each other and felt so childish. "Jiang Ning, I'll help you," Zhenglu said. "I can do it myself." Jiang Ning refused. It was not difficult for him to carry water. Zhenglu knew that Jiang Ning was different from others. He had a fair face and a thin figure. He didn't seem to be strong, but he was really strong. It was 2 o'clock in the afternoon and the sun was dazzling. When rushing back, Zhenglu fell behind by 2 steps. Looking at Jiang Ning's back, the sun shone on him, which was really beautiful, as if his whole body was glowing. Zhenglu was very happy with the simple walk. The road on the campus was not long. Jiang Ning went upstairs from the stairs of class 1. Zhenglu looked up and saw that several boys in the class, Zhang Kai, Wu Zhaoqi, and Cuiyu were playing on the stairs. They sat on the stainless steel stair rails and slid down like a slide. This action was quite dangerous. Several people were having a great time. Wu Zhaoqi slid down gracefully, followed by Zhang Kai. This attracted the attention of students from experimental class 1, who looked at them from time to time. The group slid even more happily. Jiang Ning ignored them and carried water up. Wei Ziyuan, the life committee member of class 1, stood on the 2nd floor and watched. Wei Ziyuan was quite famous. When Cuiyu found out, he said, "Little boss, show off. Who would admit defeat as a young man? Just play and don't be afraid of anyone." At this time, the class monitor Huang Zhangfei came over. Huang Zhangfei rarely took care of things. When he saw his classmates sliding on the railings, his expression was stunned. Then, Huang Zhangfei frowned and said in a rare strong tone, "Everyone, don't play with this. It's very dangerous. Listen to me, don't play." Cuiyu saw that Huang Zhangfei was actually in charge, and he was puzzled. "Class monitor, why are you so timid?" Huang Zhangfei didn't care. He said, "When I was studying in another place, someone in the school was skating this, but he didn't sit firmly and fell from it, and his life was gone." He pointed to the back of his head. Huang Zhangfei looked serious and didn't seem to be talking nonsense. After he finished speaking, the atmosphere was quiet for a while. Cuiyu laughed dryly. "Are you kidding? How could I fall?" He touched the back of his head and said, "Work, work." Several classmates dispersed. Jiang Ning went to the classroom, put down the bucket, and a group of girls holding rags surrounded him. He didn't stay in the classroom, but went to the east corridor to enjoy the campus scenery. After a while, a girl came over. Jiang Ning didn't move, and with a glance of his spiritual sense, he knew who the person was. Ding Xuan from experimental class 1. Jiuo Kunan and Wang Langlang went downstairs together and went to the back of the number 3 teaching building to pick up garbage. They each carried a trash can and walked leisurely. Shan Kaikun ran away from them like a gust of wind. Jiuo Kunan wondered, "What's wrong with Kaikun? Why is he so active in his work?" After arriving at the lawn, they scanned the garbage with their eyes. Wang Langlang was fine. Jiuo Kunan scanned halfway and scanned a girl. "Fuck, Langlang, look." Jiuo Kunan patted him and implicitly gestured to a girl 20 meters away. The girl was wearing apricot colored cropped pants and a light blue short sleeved top. She had a pretty face and air bangs on her forehead. Wang Langlang looked at the other party and his expression changed slightly. Jiuo Kunan asked, "Langlang, you know a lot. Do you know who she is?" There was a tall boy next to the girl, who was also very handsome. Jiuo Kunan felt uncomfortable. Wang Langlang said, "Meng Xian from class 5. Jiuo Kunan was interested. "You know all this?" Wang Langlang, "She and I were classmates in elementary school." Before he could ask, Wang Langlang took the initiative to ask, "What was your first impression of her?" Jiuo Kunan, "She looks very well behaved, my type." Wang Langlang chuckled, "I guessed you would say that." He knew that Brothernan was tight-lipped, so he didn't hide anything. "I was in the same class with Meng Xian in elementary school. She was very famous in our school. She was the boss. Do you understand what I mean?" Jiuo Kunan, "No way, she looks so well behaved." Wang Long said, "You can't judge a person by his appearance." She was very powerful back then. She was either slapping this or that all day long. Jiuo Kanan was surprised. "So wild?" Wang Long seemed to recall something, and his expression was unnatural. "I've seen her slap people several times." "What about now?" Jiuo Kanan asked. "Is she still a gangster?" Wang Long bent down to pick up the bottle. "Why are you still a gangster in high school? What era is this? Who dares to be a gangster now?" The last one who was a gangster in our class was beaten by Jiang Ning and apologized on the spot. Jiuo Kanan sighed. "After what you said, I changed my opinion of her." Chapter 307 Beyond the Limit. 5 is pretty, and Jiuo Kanan is quite attracted to her. As a result, Wang Long told him about Meng Xian's past, and Jiuo Kanan couldn't help but feel melancholy. Most boys can't hold on to such girls. Meng Xian often bullied her classmates in elementary school. Now that she is in high school, Jiuo Kanan backed off. Besides, he already has Zhu Yan. In terms of appearance, Zhu Yan is no less than Meng Xian, and Zhu Yan's past is obviously innocent. Jiuo Kanan thought to himself, "It's better to have a girl with a clean face." Hearing Jiuo Kanan's words, Wang Long didn't care. What's there to hold on to? Most of the men in our class can easily suppress her. A mere Meng Xian is really nothing to everyone in class 8. The two chatted for a few words and continued to pick up trash. Meng Xian and the others were also picking up trash. During this time, Meng Xian looked over here and happened to see Wang Long. After Wang Long noticed it, he looked sideways, his eyes like thunder, until Meng Xian took the initiative to look away. After a few seconds, Wang Long retracted his gaze, but he felt more and more upset. He had told Jiuo Kanan before that Meng Xian had slapped someone a few times. It was true that she had slapped someone a few times. In the 6th grade of elementary school, Wang Long was still a little fat boy. In that era, in order to prevent students from talking to each other, teachers often chose the opposite sex to sit at the same table when arranging seats. It was a luxury to want to sit with brothers. Wang Long's deskmate was a well-behaved little girl. Unlike other unharmonious deskmate relationships, Wang Long and the little girl often chatted and went to the campus store to buy snacks together. The deskmate copied math problems for him, and Wang Long helped her write essays. This friendship should have been maintained until one day in class, the teacher was not there. Meng Xian and Wang Long's deskmate had a conflict. At that time, Meng Xian was particularly powerful in school, and it was rumored that she had the background of her junior high school brother. And Meng Xian herself developed early, and was the tallest girl in the class. At that time, Wang Long sat on the outside, and his female deskmate sat inside. Meng Xian came over angrily, and scolded Wang Long to make room. Wang Long was still a child. He was afraid of Meng Xian's power and afraid of being beaten, so he moved aside. After Meng Xian went in, she first scolded his deskmate and slapped him a few times. Wang Long stood by and watched, not daring to stop him. He was afraid of being retaliated by Meng Xian's junior high school brothers. That day, his deskmate cried very hard. Wang Long was a weak and incompetent boy. Because of fear, he took the initiative to alienate his deskmate, until later he changed seats again, and the two completely lost contact. Later, when he went to junior high school, Wang Long gradually understood the situation. Thinking back to that scene, he wanted to slap himself a few times. If there was another chance, he would definitely stand up and bravely scold Meng Xian to protect his female deskmate, even if he was beaten for it. Unfortunately, there is no if in the world. The mistakes made are almost impossible to make up for. As for revenge now, he thought that if he cooperated with Ma Jie, he would definitely be able to trick Meng Xian. Unfortunately, it doesn't make much sense. Wang Long clenched the garbage bottle in his hand, making a squeaking sound. Jiuo Kanan urged, Long, hurry up and finish it. Let's go upstairs to splash water. On the other side, the tall and thin boy noticed Meng Xian's eyes and asked, do you know them? Meng Xian used to be very popular in elementary school, and there were many followers around her. She didn't care about passers-by like Wang Long, and had forgotten it long ago. I don't know them. They look at me for no reason. The tall and thin boy is Kyo-kun from class 5. Kyo-kun glanced at the two classmates on the side. One had a dark face, and the other was a little fat. Their appearance was much worse than his. Kyo-kun didn't regard the other party as a potential opponent. The two were not worthy. Kyo-kun praised, "It's normal for them to look at you. After all, you look good. Like when I walk on the street, girls often look at me." Kyo-kun boasted lightly. Meng Xian agreed with him. She had indeed encountered this kind of look many times. "It's okay, let them see. They seem to be from class 8. Kyo-kun smiled. Class 8 is quite interesting. Talking about class 8, Kyo-kun's deepest impression was that the first and second in their school were all in class 8. Meng Xian said, "When the second year of high school is divided into classes, if my grades are not good enough for the experimental class, I plan to go to class 8. Her class 5 has always been at the bottom of the grade. When it is divided into liberal arts and science classes, it may be disbanded on the spot." In recent years, the school's atmosphere has gradually improved. Meng Xian has retired from the evil since the second year of junior high school and turned over a new leaf. Her goal is to study hard. Kyo-kun said, "Okay, let's go together, and we will have a companion in class 8. In front of the sink, Shan Kei-kun picked up 2 buckets full of tap water and stood proudly with a disdainful look. "Just you?" Shikai and Jin only carried a bucket of water. Facing Shan Kei-kun's expression, he felt that he was a head shorter. Class 9 and class 8 have a grudge. The first grudge comes from the fact that class 8 has many pretty girls. Class 9 thinks that the boys in class 8 are all trash and are not worthy of those pretty girls, so they have always planned to poach them. The second grudge comes from physical education class. Class 9 and class 8 competed in ladder jumping. They were completely suppressed by Jiang Ning from class 8 and lost face. Shenzhen tried to stand out, but was given artificial respiration by Pang Jiao. Class 9 suffered physical and mental shocks and rested for a while. But those grudges, which are usually hidden, always burst out at certain moments, such as now. Shikai and Jin said, "You wait." Shan Kei-kun looked down at him. Shikai and Jin was several centimeters shorter than him. He has been exercising every day recently. It is no exaggeration to say that he can suppress to Shikai and Jin's. Go, I'll wait for you," Shan Kei-kun said arrogantly. Shikai and Jin didn't even carry the bucket. He ran towards class 9. He planned to get another bucket to reach the same level as Shan Kei-kun. Shikai and Jin ran like a wild dog. Shan Kei-kun looked at his back like a big devil. He had one foot on the edge of the sink. His posture was arrogant and uninhibited. He learned the method of carrying 2 buckets from Jiang Ning. At the beginning of the school year, Jiang Ning could carry 2 pure water buckets. Shan Kei-kun was amazed and yearned for it. Now, the class bucket he carries has a capacity of 20 L, which is more than the 18.9 L of the standard pure water bucket. Shikai and Jin moved quickly, and within a minute, he came down with a red bucket. "Turn on the faucet and fill it with water." Shikai and Jin held his breath, 1 bucket in each hand. This bucket can hold 20 L of water, which is 40 kilograms, and 2 buckets are 80 kilograms. Not to mention a freshman in high school, such a weight is enough to stop half of the adults. Shikai and Jin's shoulders were tense. He moved forward with the weight, staggering in front, like a grass in the wind. The water in the bucket swayed and spilled from the edge of the bucket, wetting the concrete floor. Shan Kei-kun was relatively relaxed. Although it was strenuous for him to carry 2 buckets, it was within his tolerance. Shan Kei-kun started slowly, but he still had the energy to speak. "Kai-en-jin, hurry up. Why are you still so slow? Kai-en-jin, you can't do it." Shan Kei-kun was crazy with output, and he was very excited. Shikai and Jin's arms were sore, but this battle involved the honor and disgrace of the class. How could he give up easily? Shikai and Jin could not bear it any longer, rushed to the front of the number 3 teaching building in one breath, took a breath, and climbed 3 flights of stairs. "Shan Kei-kun, Kai-en-jin, I admit that I underestimated you. If you have the ability, don't stop." Shikai and Jin meant this. He believes that people have potential. There have been news reports that rumored potential has exploded. A man moved a car by himself to save his son, and a 70-year-old woman carried a washing machine from the 7th floor to the 1st floor to transfer property in a fire. There are countless heroes in the world. Now, why can't he? Shi Qianjin, do it. Shi Qianjin stepped into the teaching building, held his neck, and climbed 10 floors in a row. No, it's not enough. He wants to go up to the 20th floor. What's fatigue? What's pain? It's just a little bit of wind and frost. Shi Qianjin roared in his heart, his momentum soaring to the sky. Open the gene lock for me. Today, break through the limits of the human body. Shi Qianjin took another big step, and after one step, he will go up 10 floors in a row, step by step, straight to the second floor, then run to class 9. Even Yan Xianpeng might not be able to do such a feat. After one step down, perhaps because the movement was a bit intense, the bucket in Shi Qianjin's hand shook. He wanted to stabilize the shaking, but unfortunately he had already lost his strength. 80 kilograms of shaking. Ordinary people can't stop it at all. Oops. Shi Qianjin's thin body swayed with the water bucket, and his steps were weak, and he could no longer maintain his balance. Bang! He fell in the corridor. The water bucket overturned, and the water inside rushed out, soaking him through. The water flowed over his body, and flowed down the stairs. This fall was extremely tragic. Shi Qianjin was in great pain and his whole body was numb. He had no strength to stand up, and it was too embarrassing. Shi Qianjin simply lay dead on the ground. Shan Keikun was stunned. Deng Jiai was wiping the stair railings on the second floor. Seeing this scene, she was so scared that the rag fell down. Ah, it fell down. Deng Jiai screamed. Her scream attracted other students. Wei Ziyuan ran over. What fell down? Deng Jiai pointed at the rag on the stair platform. However, what Wei Ziyuan saw was Shi Qianjin lying in the water. Fuck, someone jumped off the building. What? Jumped off the building? Du Chuan ran over. After seeing this, Du Chuan ran back to the classroom and shouted to a group of students who were cleaning. Someone jumped off the building and they are not moving. Cuiu was sweeping the corridor. He heard the noise and ran over here. He ran so fast that he even ignored the figures of Jiang Ning and Ding Xuan in the east corridor. Cuiu ran over quickly and saw the water under Shi Qianjin. His face changed, and he ran back to the classroom. Someone jumped off the building, and the water fell out. Hu Jun was confused. The water fell out? One person told 10 people, 10 people told 100 people, and soon, a large group of people came to class 1, class 8, class 9, and class 2 downstairs, completely blocking the entire staircase. Jiang Ning didn't continue to look at the scenery, but went over to watch the excitement. Huang Zanfei, I'm going to the infirmary now. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone saw that the person on the ground moved. Cuiu shouted, last breath. Then Shi Qianjin climbed up from the ground, and his entire front was wet. There was too much water on the ground just now. If he didn't get up, he would probably have to drink a mouthful of water. When Shi Qianjin got up, he saw hundreds of people going up and down the stairs, staring. When everyone saw him stand up, they all stepped back. Shi Qianjin asked in confusion, what are you doing? Yuan said uncertainly, are you a human or a ghost? Shi Qianjin left. He did not return to class 9, but went back to the dormitory to change clothes. The general cleaning continued. Shan Keikun felt guilty. Most of the reason for Shi Qianjin's fall was due to him. Perhaps to avoid the limelight, Shan Keikun took on the water transportation work that belonged to Jiang Ning. The noise dissipated. Jiang Ning was still standing in the east corridor, and Ding Xuan was still beside him. The distance between the two was probably less than 20 centimeters, like two friends chatting. In fact, no one spoke. Jiang Ning ignored her. Ding Xuan was testing this time. If she found any reaction from Jiang Ning, she would leave immediately. Fortunately, Jiang Ning did not resist. Ding Xuan was in a good mood and her face was bright. She has always been very patient. Li Shi from class 2 went upstairs to look for someone. As soon as she climbed the stairs, she saw Ding Xuan and Jiang Ning, just like a scene of Friends. Li Shi was stunned. She knew who Ding Xuan was. Last time she celebrated her birthday, Ding Xuan showed up at the party, and the way Li Shi's friends looked at her changed. Many of her peers in Yuzhou invited Ding Xuan to play, but only Li Shi could call her out. Ding Xuan always kept a distance from boys, but the scene in front of her was beyond Li Shi's expectations. What is their relationship? The floor of class 8 classroom was cleaned, and only the splashing of water and the large fan on the ceiling were left. Huang Yasu and others stepped on the desks to wipe the fan blades. Huang Yasu was a down-to-earth person, worked seriously, and wiped it very carefully. While they were wiping the fan, Jiang Ning moved from the east to the south corridor. Through the half-open window, he watched his classmates wiping the fan. Jiang Ning swept his spiritual sense, and found that the parts of the large fan in the middle were much loose. This kind of ceiling fan hanging above the head has certain risks, but most people will not touch it once in their lifetime. In the previous life, when I was in the second year of high school, the fan above my head fell down during the third year of high school. At that time, the fan was running slowly and cut 2 students at once. The boy's shoulder was injured, and the girl's neck was injured. Fortunately, they were not seriously injured. Later, the school authorities of number 4 middle school immediately organized workers to check the electric fans in each class to prevent any accidents. There was a fan in class 8 that kept shaking when it was turned, which usually made the students worried. Later, after the workers checked the fan, they found out that there was a problem and installed a new fan. Huang Yasu and others quickly wiped the fan. Deng Qingfeng pressed the switch and the fan slowly turned. He said, when you feel hot in the future, just turn on the fan. Jiang Ning drew a spiritual power and cut towards the fan, solving the hidden dangers of the class and forcing the school authorities to check the fans can solve the safety hazards for all students in the school in advance. The fan has a strong wind and the cool breeze is blowing. The students enjoy the coolness comfortably. It's so cool. As soon as she finished speaking, the rapidly rotating fan above her head suddenly broke away from the ceiling and fell down with a whoosh. It was like a large rotating blade with an amazing momentum. Bang! The desks in the fan were blown away by piles of textbooks. Yuan screamed. Wang Lang's eyes widened and he shouted, "Get down quickly, there's a bomb." The students around heard the unusual movement, and before they had time to check the situation, they squatted down with their heads in their hands when they heard these words. Chapter 308, The Correct Way to Pick Shrimp. Saturday, Heba Bungalow. In the past weekends, Zhu Yuantang often stayed in bed until 9 or 10 o'clock, and then slowly got up. Today, she got up at only 7 o'clock. Because of the temptation of crayfish. Although crayfish is still up high in the sky, painted by Jiang Ning, Zhu Yuantang decisively pounced on it and took the bait. The reason is simple. Jiang Ning never lied to her about some important things. Zhu Yuantang stood at the door in sandals and shorts and short sleeves. She looked at the open fields in the distance, lush and green, and felt comfortable. 2 white arms stretched to the top of her head. Her waist was lazy, and she stretched her waist and couldn't help but say, "Today is sunny and bright." I calculated with my fingers. It's suitable for catching shrimps. Jiang Ning came out from next door. The weather was indeed good. It had been sunny since the rain stopped a few days ago. He glanced at Zhu Yuantang and urged, "I'm hungry, you cook quickly." Hearing this, Zhu Yuantang went back to cook very obediently without any complaints. Breakfast was simple. Zhu Yuantang made an egg pancake, fried a side dish, and squeezed 2 bowls of soy milk with a soy milk machine. Aunt Gu won the soy milk machine in the company lottery. It was worth 2 or 3,000 yuan. It was the most popular model on the market. The soy milk squeezed out tasted good. Zhu Yuantang was a good cook and his movements were quite fast. The 2 of them ate breakfast. Aunt Gu had 2 days off a week, but on Saturday, Aunt Gu almost didn't rest and chose to work overtime in the company. The treatment of grassroots employees in Yucheng Changqingai group was among the best in the entire Huzhou province. Of course, it was still slightly inferior to some cigarette factories. Changqingai strictly abided by the law, and overtime on Saturdays was double the salary. The work content was not heavy. Aunt Gu had worked hard for many years. Now she got such a job, and she was very concerned, and would never fool around. A few days ago, the Gu family set the goal of buying a car, and Aunt Gu was full of confidence in the future. Zhu Yuantang fiddled with her mobile phone while eating. She planned to call Chachu. Last night she sent a message to Chachu, but Chachu didn't see the message and didn't reply. Soon, the call was connected. "Chachu, why didn't you reply to my message last night?" Zhu Yuantang questioned her. On the other end of the phone, in an old community in the city, a house on the 7th floor, Zhu Chachu sat by the window in the living room reading a book. I was studying last night and didn't turn on the data. She used a lot of data this month and she didn't want to spend money to buy a data package, so she had to disconnect from the internet. Chachu, come to my house for dinner today. Zhu Yuantang invited. She never forgot Chachu when she had something delicious. When she heard about dinner, Zhu Chachu, who had just finished breakfast, was a little moved. The last time she saw Tang Tang was on a picnic at the beginning of the month. It has been 20 days since they last saw each other. Rabbit meat is so delicious, Zhu Chachu said greedily. Compared with the colorful lives of her classmates, Zhu Chachu had no experience and had not eaten many delicacies. She thought that the rabbit meat was simply the most delicious thing. I still have a test paper to do, Zhu Chachu habitually said politely. Zhu Yuantang, stop working, take a break, I'll take you to pick shrimps. Pick shrimps? Zhu Chachu used to pick shrimps when she was a child, but now that she thinks about it, she hasn't picked shrimps for many years. Come quickly, the shrimps I cook are delicious, I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Zhu Yuantang tempted. Zhu Chachu, shall I go now? Yeah, I'll wait for you. Zhu Yuantang put down her phone, her face satisfied. She took credit and said, Jiang Ning, I found a helper for us. Chachu is good at picking shrimps. She even dares to pick snakes. Jiang Ning, I don't believe it. You'll know when Chachu arrives. Thinking back to those days, Chachu and I were walking along the river. You can't imagine it. Zhu Yuantang took a bite of the egg pancake. What time will Zhenglu arrive? Why don't you contact her? She's already set off. Maybe 10 minutes. He contacted her, and in front of Zhu Yuantang, Jiang Ning's phone was on the table, with the screen facing the table. He didn't need to touch it with his hands, but only used his spiritual consciousness and spiritual power to chat. Zhu Yuantang called Chachu just now, and he was messaging Zhenglu. Zhu Yuantang had a good impression of Zhenglu, and often received snacks from Zhenglu at school. After dinner, Jiang Ning cleaned up the dishes, and Zhu Yuantang prepared tools to catch shrimp. 15 minutes later, Jiang Ning received a message from Zhenglu, and he walked towards the dam. On the dam, the car turned around in a wide area and drove back for a distance. Zhenglu, who was sitting in the passenger seat, looked out the window. Mom, stop the car. The driver was a woman in her 30s, who looked similar to Zhenglu, but mature and charming. Be careful, call me when you get home in the afternoon, and I'll pick you up. Zhenglu's mother reminded. Got it. Zhenglu agreed immediately, and excitedly looked down the dam, and saw Jiang Ning's figure. Zhenglu's mother glanced away without leaving a trace, and sure enough, she saw a handsome boy. He must be the Jiang Ning that Lulu often mentioned. Zhenglu's mother was stunned. She had only heard about him before, and today when she saw Jiang Ning for the first time, he was indeed handsome. Okay, you can get off, said Zhenglu's mother. Before she finished speaking, Zhenglu had already opened the car door, leaving the woman with a helpless look on her face. She had educated Zhenglu very well, and was not worried about her playing around. Zhenglu got out of the car, waved, and watched the car drive away. Jiang Ning, Jiang Ning. Zhenglu shouted excitedly. Her face was sweet, her eyes were dark and bright, and there was a smile on the corner of her mouth. Jiang Ning stepped onto the dam in a few steps, and scanned Zhenglu with his spiritual sense. Her clothes didn't fit her well, and her t-shirt was rather cramped, but it was this cramped feeling that fully revealed her advantages. Jiang Ning glanced at Zhenglu's waist and said, "You've lost a little weight. When she first started school, she had some baby fat, and now she still has it, but it's much less, probably because it has moved to a different location." Zhenglu took 2 steps forward and explained, "I do yoga with my mother every night and exercise." As she said this, she made some graceful little movements with her arms to demonstrate her achievements to Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning picked up Zhenglu and walked towards the bungalow with her. At this time, Zhu Chachu was almost there, and Jiang Ning did not wait for her. Compared with Zhenglu, Zhu Chachu was not here for the first time, and she knew the way, so she did not need to be picked up. After arriving at the bungalow, Zhenglu visited Jiang Ning's room. There were a lot of things in the room, but it was unusually tidy. At first glance, it was particularly harmonious. Zhenglu stayed in Jiang Ning's room for a few minutes, and Zhu Yuantang outside shouted, "Let's go, let's go." Outside the bungalow, Zhu Yuantang wore a straw hat, slippers, and a bamboo pole on his shoulder, with an empty bucket hanging behind the bamboo pole. The empty bucket barely maintained balance, and Zhu Chuchu stood by the bucket, always paying attention not to fall off. She also held a ball of wool in her hand. The equipment for catching shrimps is very simple, with only these three things. Chuchu, I told Jiang Ning, you dare to dig out snakes, wait until you get to the river, and show Jiang Ning one. Zhu Yuantang said. Zhu Chuchu's cold eyes froze, and she looked embarrassed. Tang Tang, are you serious? She was very afraid of snakes. You could obviously do it, when you were a child. Zhu Yuantang said confidently. Zhu Chuchu, so that was, when I was a child. At the next door, neighbors Uncle Tang and Aunt Tang were taking their granddaughter to dinner, and they saw this scene. Uncle Tang shouted, Tang Tang, are you catching fish? Zhu Yuantang said, no, I'm catching shrimps. Uncle Tang, can you catch them? Zhu Yuantang, there are 4 of us, let's catch a bucket. Uncle Tang looked at the 4 people, and according to his eyesight, the only one who can really come in handy is probably Zhao Jiang. You guys catch shrimps, I have to go to the hospital today, Uncle Tang said. Zhu Yuantang, when will Xiaofan be discharged from the hospital? Xiaofan is a child living in their row of bungalows. He is 9 years old, and is only in the 3rd grade. Jiang Ning bought a goose raised by his mother before. Uncle Tang sighed. Xiaofan had 8 stitches on his head, and Xiaofan's mother cried bitterly. Zhu Yuantang, my mother and I will go to the hospital to see him tomorrow. It's human nature for neighbors to help each other. After saying goodbye to their neighbors, Jiang Ning and his group set off. Zhu Chuchu took Tang Tang's bucket and carried it in her hand. Zhenglu followed Jiang Ning empty-handed. It was around 8 o'clock in the morning, and the sun had just jumped over the horizon and the temperature was cool. There were many people on the dam. Some were taking a walk, some were exercising, and some were selling fish. Zhu Yuantang climbed onto the dam, and a vast Hushu River came into view. From here, the reeds on the river bank were clearly visible, and early fishermen stood by the river. Sure enough, with the terrain of the Hushu River, you can always find fishermen at any time. They got up earlier than Zhu Yuantang, who was in high school. Zhu Yuantang led the team forward, and the river bank they were going to was more than 1,000 meters away from here. On the way, there was a figure sitting in the middle of the dam in front, and people passing by subconsciously avoided him. Zhu Yuantang reminded, don't look at that man later, he's sick. Sick. Hearing this, Zhenglu moved her sight. It was a man in his 20s, with ragged clothes, a dirty face, a full beard, and an abnormal expression. Zhu Yuantang stopped and whispered, he is mentally ill. Our neighbor's child was hit on the head by him with a stone. Because he is sick, no one can control him. Zhu Chuchu and Zhenglu consciously stayed away, and Jiang Ning remained the same. It seems that every village has a mentally ill or mentally retarded person, or a madman. Most madmen do not hurt people, but Heber is a rare one. He actually attacked children on his own initiative, which is quite abnormal. This time he hit a boy from Zhu Yuantang's neighbor. The last time was probably a few years ago. I heard that he hit a little girl's finger. It seems that it was broken. The family of the mentally ill person paid 1 or 2,000 yuan in compensation. When Zhenglu passed by, she unexpectedly looked at the mental illness. As a result, the mental illness stared at her straightly, with an indescribable cold smile on his face. For some reason, Zhenglu felt a chill in her heart, and had an inexplicable sense of fear. That smile was too weird. Zhenglu had never seen such a smile before, as if she was looking at a cold object. Zhenglu walked silently to Jiang Ning's side. Suddenly, a nervous voice rang out, bucket, I want a bucket, a red bucket, haha. The mentally ill young man grinned, revealing a mouthful of disgusting teeth, opened his hands, and staggered towards this side. Zhu Chuchu quickly distanced herself. The pedestrians around stopped and stared at this scene. There were many people who often came to the river dam for a walk. They all knew the mental illness. Jiang Ning calmly shouted, get away. The words contained spiritual power and divine consciousness deterrence. The mentally ill young man trembled with fear and sat on the ground. The pedestrians were amazed. After Jiang Ning walked away, Jinglu came back to her senses and patted her chest. He is so scary. Zhu Chuchu was puzzled. He wanted to take my bucket. Zhu Yuantang turned around and looked and said, he not only took people's buckets, but also took people's vegetables. In the past, when my mother came back from buying vegetables, he took my vegetables. Zhenglu thought of that scene and said angrily, he is lawless. Is there no one to control him? Zhu Chuchu said, no one is in charge. He is a mental patient. Even if he kills someone, he does not have to bear criminal responsibility. This group of people is very difficult to solve. Zhenglu, it's unfair. He is probably not a mental patient, but bipolar disorder. I don't know. Fortunately, he is usually not nearby. I don't see him often. Zhu Yuantang pointed to the village looming in the distance. He is usually over there. As Jiang Ning walked, he silently cast a spell. A mental patient who likes to hurt people should not stay in crowded places. He flicked his finger and the spell flew to the back. The mentally ill young man was chasing a child, who dodged left and right in fear. At this moment, the mentally ill man's body stiffened, as if he had been shot, and he fell straight down. The pedestrians around saw this scene, and hurried over to check the situation. But Jiang Ning had already gone far away. The riverbank of the Hushu River is about 200 meters away from the dam. There are ice fields in the middle, and there are many ponds, some of which are connected to the river. Zhu Yuantang, it is especially easy to catch shrimps in those small ditches. Following the path down the dam, Jiang Ning approached the potholes on the riverside. Jiang Ning was wearing a short-sleeved shirt and flip-flops, and looked like a country boy. There were dirt roads under the dam. Fortunately, the weather was fine and the ground was dry. If it was raining, it would be difficult to move forward in the mud, and the shoes would be absorbed by the wet mud. Trees, green grass, wheat fields. Zhenglu walked in the countryside, feeling light-hearted. Zhu Yuantang passed by a large pond. The water in the pond was quite clear. She stood by a big tree and described it. This is a pit dug by an excavator. The pit was rectangular, about 20 meters long and 7 or 8 meters wide. The water surface was about 20 centimeters from the ground. The water is so clean. Can you swim? Zhenglu asked curiously. Zhu Chuchu shook her head. Don't do that. This kind of pit is the most dangerous, and is the easiest to drown. Look at the edge of the pit. The excavator dug it very steeply. Once you go in the water, it's hard to get out. The water looks clean. If you look closely, it seems that you can see the bottom, which makes people mistakenly think it is not deep, but once you go in, you will know how deep it is. Zhenglu had never been in contact with it before. After hearing this, she was puzzled. How deep is this pit? Zhu Chuchu thought for a while. She took Tang Tang's bamboo pole and came to the edge of the pit. Zhu Yuantang was worried about her, and Zhu Chuchu said, stay away and look carefully. She carefully approached the edge of the pond and stretched the bamboo pole into the water until the bamboo pole was almost completely submerged before touching the bottom. Zhu Chuchu pulled out a bamboo pole and stood beside Jiang Ning. The part of the bamboo pole that was submerged in the water was much higher than Jiang Ning. Zhenglu looked surprised. It's more than 2 meters deep. Well, many children fell in and disappeared in an instant. Zhu Chuchu said. Zhenglu looked at the pond again and felt that the calm water surface was like a big mouth that swallowed people. She shuddered. It's so scary. Bidding farewell to the pond and continuing forward, there are many trees planted by the river. The forest is particularly peaceful, and occasionally there are bird calls. They walked along the path on the edge of the pond, passing one pond after another. Dang dang dang. The woodpecker knocked on the tree frantically. Zhenglu took out his mobile phone and took a photo from a distance. After passing through this forest, the view in front of him suddenly became clear. The ground in front of him was still a series of ponds. These ponds were close to the river, not so regular, and had strange shapes. There are clumps of grass growing near the pond, some with yellow flowers, some with pink flowers. The sunlight from the east shines down, and the water reflects the light, making the pond full of life. Zhu Yuantang, these are natural ponds, unlike the ones dug by the excavator just now, which are dead ponds. Zhu Chuchu added, dead ponds usually have no fish or shrimp. Start digging for shrimp. Zhu Yuantang spread her legs and swung the bucket in her hand. She took the lead and ran to the edge of the pond, searching everywhere with her eyes. Zhu Yuantang has good eyesight, and soon she found a lobster hole by the water. Come on, come on. Jiang Ning and others approached. The lobster hole is located at the edge of the pond, above the water surface. There is a circle of different soil around the hole, and the difference can be seen at a glance. I said, there are definitely shrimps in it. Zhu Yuantang said firmly. Zhu Chuchu said, yes, this is a standard lobster hole. Jiang Ning, then the question is, who will get the lobster first? Zhu Chuchu expressed her opinion. The entrance of this lobster hole is relatively narrow, suitable for those with thin arms. Zhu Yuantang crossed her arms and said proudly, yes, it's me. She was already planning to make a move, and once she made a move, she would definitely shock Jiang Ning. At this time, Zheng Lu mustered up her courage. I want to try. After saying this, the three of them looked at her together. Zheng Lu said, I have never taken out shrimp. Zhu Chuchu explored the lobster hole again. Based on her experience, she was sure that it was 99% a lobster hole, not a snake hole. Then you try it, be careful not to get pinched. She kindly reminded. Yeah. Zheng Lu looked at Jiang Ning and handed him the phone. She squatted down and reached into the lobster hole. Zhu Chuchu had touched shrimp before, and she said, your posture is wrong. You can't dig deep, lean to the side. Oh. Zheng Lu was a novice and didn't understand much. After Zhu Chuchu's guidance, she decided to change her posture. Zheng Lu began to touch the shrimp. The lobster hole was tilted toward the inside of the pond and had a certain curvature, so she could only squat sideways. Zheng Lu practiced yoga and had very good body flexibility. She pressed her chest completely against her thighs and struggled to reach the lobster hole with her hands. Zhu Yuantang, who was standing next to her, saw this and whispered, it's all flattened. Chapter 309 Prawn. Squash. The voice was very low. Zheng Lu was nervously picking up the crayfish. The novel experience made her whole heart focus on the crayfish, so she didn't hear this sentence. But Zhu Chuchu, who was next to her, heard this and a trace of shame flashed across her cold face. Tong, really? Jiang Ning is still beside. Thinking of this, her eyes inadvertently swept over Jiang Ning, but saw that his expression was normal, as if he didn't hear it, and his eyes were not fixed on that part. Zhu Chuchu breathed a sigh of relief. He shouldn't have heard it. After that, she looked at Zheng Lu again. It must be said that even Zhu Chuchu was shocked. Tong's classmate is too well developed. He doesn't look fat, but he can grow so big. Wouldn't this attract the attention of many opposite sexes? Thinking of such a scene, Zhu Chuchu felt endless trouble. She lowered her head to look at her own. Well, it is definitely not small, but Zhu Chuchu would rather it be smaller. Jiang Ning's consciousness was hanging over Zheng Lu, escorting her to touch the shrimp. He separated part of his consciousness and probed into the crayfish hole, clearly reflecting two crayfish. Zheng Lu's snow-white arm easily reached in. She touched it twice, turned back and asked in confusion, no shrimp? Zhu Chuchu said, too shallow, go deeper. Oh, okay. Zheng Lu no longer held back. She held back her breath and stretched her hand in hard. When she reached a certain limit, suddenly, she felt a different touch at her fingertips. A look of surprise appeared on her face, and her eyes widened a little. I think I touched it. Zhu Chuchu hurriedly said, back off a little, quickly. Zheng Lu quickly withdrew her hand, revealing a muddy arm. Zhu Chuchu explained, back off a little, it can prevent it from pinching you. It still hurts. Considering the crayfish's claws, Zheng Lu hesitated, not knowing whether to continue digging. She looked at Jiang Ning, intending to let him decide. Jiang Ning, if you are scared, let me do it for the first time. Zheng Lu was very confident in him. Okay, you do it. After that, Zheng Lu withdrew from the lobster hole. His arms were covered with a layer of mud, which looked a little funny. Ha ha ha, Zheng Lu. Zhu Yuantang laughed happily. Zhu Chuchu covered her mouth lightly. She didn't laugh out loud, but her two thin eyebrows curved. Zheng Lu originally planned to wash first. She thought, Jiang Ning, please take a picture for me. Jiang Ning took out Zheng Lu's mobile phone and swiped open her lock screen grid. Nowadays, except for iPhone, very few mobile phones have fingerprint unlocking, let alone face recognition. Jiang Ning's photography skills are okay, and he knows the three elements of portrait photography, which are good-looking people, and good-looking people. The scenery is beautiful in the countryside. Jiang Lu stood by the pond, her mouth wide open, a smile written on her face, overflowing with joy. The fine sunlight sprinkled on the surface of the pond, and the lush flowers and plants, with the gorgeous morning glow behind her. She lifted her muddy arm, half covering her face. In the meantime, Jiang Ning pressed the shutter and recorded this scene against the light. I want to see it. Jiang Lu came forward and took the phone with her only hand. She looked at herself in the photo and then looked at Jiang Ning in surprise. Your photography skills are great. Jiang Ning said lightly, it's a good-looking person. After receiving his praise, Jiang Lu seemed to have eaten honey, and her voice became softer. Jiang Ning, I just tried it for you. It's very slippery inside. You should try it quickly. Okay. He came to the entrance of the lobster hole. Zhu Chachu couldn't help but remind Jiang Ning, be careful not to get pinched. She didn't know if Jiang Ning had any experience. If you are not an experienced lobster digger, it is really easy to get pinched. She knew that Jiang Ning was good at fishing, but digging shrimps and fishing are not the same concept. Jiang Ning, give me some of your yarn. Zhu Chachu, HMM. Although she didn't know what he was going to do, Zhu Chachu still handed him the yarn. Jiang Ning took the yarn and tore off a section. He took out a small stone the size of a peanut from his pocket and tied it with yarn. Zhu Chachu witnessed Jiang Ning's actions throughout the process. It was similar to the way she used to catch crayfish in the village, but at that time, she liked to tie a piece of meat or find shells and use shell meat. Isn't that right? The method of fishing for lobsters is mainly aimed at crayfish in the pond, not in the cave. Jiang Ning tied the small stone and threw it into the lobster hole, accurately sinking into it. The small stone entered the hole with the yarn. After a few seconds, Jiang Ning gently pulled the yarn, and a ball of muddy things was pulled out from inside. Jiang Lu had never seen such a scene before. She was so surprised that she opened her mouth and said, two. Zhu Chachu said, one male and one female, altogether. Jiang Lu was curious, is there only two at most? Zhu Chachu thought for a moment and said, someone in our village caught 3 in a hole before. Ah, if there are 3, how do you tell their genders? Jiang Lu asked. Zhu Chachu was stumped and couldn't explain it. She looked at Jiang Lu deliberately. Jiang Ning picked up the 2 crayfish and shook them into Zhu Yuantang's red bucket, and the 2 crayfish fell in. However, Zhu Yuantang was only excited for a few seconds and returned to normal. Jiang Ning, why don't you start digging? I want to see you dig out the crayfish. Huh? Is there a difference? Jiang Ning thought it was easier for him this way, and he didn't even have to bend his waist. Zhu Yuantang sighed. Alas, you don't understand. The lobsters caught by fishing are not as delicious as those taken out of the hole. Jiang Lu, is there such a difference? Zhu Chachu did not comment. Jiang Ning looked at her. You come to dig it out later. Zhu Yuantang felt offended. She pouted her lips. Her eyebrows jumped, and the braid behind her head also stood up. Humph, I dig it out if I want to. If I don't show my power, do you think I'm weak? Jiang Ning, yes. Zhu Yuantang was so angry that she almost ate him. She snorted, just watch carefully. Zhu Chachu watched the 2 people bickering, but did not participate. She waited quietly for them to finish their quarrel. Jiang Lu unexpectedly noticed Zhu Chachu. This girl named Zhu Chachu was super beautiful, even better than Bai Yuxia in the class. It's just that she is a little cold, with an indescribable coldness, which can probably be called a sense of distance. This feeling will only dissipate a lot when Zhu Chachu looks at Zhu Yuantang. For example, at this moment, Zhu Chachu's eyes are much warmer. They must have a good relationship. Jiang Lu suddenly had this thought. However, she also has very good friends. He King Tang is her best friend. Dig shrimps, dig shrimps. Zhu Yuantang continued to look for lobster holes. Jiang Ning thought about it for a while. If he had lobsters for lunch, he would probably need a lot of them. Zhu Yuantang was a foodie, needless to say. Zhu Chachu looked cold and quiet, but in fact, Jiang Ning had already seen through her true nature. Jiang Lu was also a big eater. Crayfish don't have much meat. When ordinary people go out to eat, 2 people can easily finish 4 kilograms of crayfish. Roughly speaking, at least 8 kilograms of crayfish should be caught this morning. For ordinary people, this task is very difficult and hard to complete. However, Jiang Ning is a noble immortal cultivator. His consciousness spread like water waves, and circles of consciousness power were transmitted to the ground, conducting a complete detection of the surrounding area. Within a radius of 100 meters, the green grass on the shore, the fish in the water plants on the bottom of the water, and all kinds of creatures were all under his control. Jiang Ning scanned many lobster holes. He walked to a small pond and said, "There are lobsters here." As soon as he said that, Zhu Yuantang turned around. Zhu Chuchu observed and gave a suggestion. "The soil is very new, and there is water at the entrance of the hole." "That's right." Zhu Yuantang put down the bucket. "It's my turn to show my skills." She bravely squatted down, half knelt by the pond, and reached into the lobster hole, more fierce than Zheng Lu. In Jiang Ning's consciousness, Zhu Yuantang's little hand touched a crayfish, and neither she nor the crayfish retreated. Zhu Yuantang went up to grab it, and the crayfish went up to use its claws to clamp her. Zhu Yuantang felt that her finger was clamped by something, and she was so scared that her face turned pale. "Jiang Ning, Chuchu, I'm done." The crayfish's claws clamped down instantly, and seeing Zhu Yuantang's finger injured in the next moment, Jiang Ning couldn't sit idly by and watch this happen. If her hand was broken, who would cook the crayfish for lunch? Rely on Zhu Chuchu? She is beautiful, but unfortunately her cooking skills are far inferior to Zhu Yuantang. Jiang Ning pinched out a spell and gave Zhu Yuantang the indestructible effect. The crayfish's claws were fully exerted, and they were completely unable to hurt her. However, Zhu Yuantang's fear could not be offset. When she asked for help, she quickly pulled her hand out, only to see that a lobster was stuck to her finger, and it came out with her. "It hurts. It hurts so much, Jiang Ning." Zhu Yuantang shook her hand. Zhu Chuchu clearly saw that Zhu Yuantang's 2 fingers were pinched by the 2 claws of the lobster. Ahem. For some reason, Zheng Lu next to her found this scene very funny. Zhu Chuchu quickly went up. "Tong Tong, don't shake it. The more you shake it, the tighter it will clamp." Zhu Yuantang stopped shaking immediately. She was so scared that tears were about to come out. She asked herself that she didn't provoke the lobster, so it clamped herself. How could it be so unreasonable? When she stopped, Zhu Chuchu used her hands to help her take the lobster. She pinched the lobster's claws and used a little force to separate the claws. After all, the strength of the crayfish is far worse than that of humans. She fiddled with it again, pried open the other claw, and said with concern, "Does it hurt?" Zhu Yuantang said subconsciously, "It hurts." "No, it doesn't hurt at all." There was mud on her fingers. Zhu Chuchu carefully wiped Tong Tong's fingers. The mud receded, and the place that was just clamped by the lobster claws was still smooth as before, and there seemed to be no signs of injury. Zhu Chuchu was surprised, and her eyes were probing. "Don't you feel very painful, screaming so loudly?" Zhu Yuantang looked at Jiang Ning, and then at Zheng Lu. She wanted to get into the pond and lose face, but with Zhu Yuantang's intelligence, she quickly thought of an excuse. "I feel bad." She frowned and said seriously, "This crayfish is special." Jiang Ning, no need to explain, "I understand." Zhu Yuantang wanted to ask him, "What do you understand?" In the end, he didn't ask. It would be good to skip this topic. Zhu Yuantang counted the crayfish she picked up again, and couldn't help but feel proud. She did it all by her own efforts. Several people continued to pick up shrimps. With the help of Jiang Ning's spiritual sense, and Zhu Chuchu's judgment and aura of courage, the shrimping progress was fast, and the continuous harvest was motivating. The more shrimps you caught, the more you can eat at noon. Zhu Yuantang had almost endless energy. Her t-shirt was stained with mud, and her fair face was also stained with a few drops. However, she didn't care at all. She only had shrimps in her mind. Shrimps. Zheng Lu saw that Zhu Yuantang had a lot of harvests. She found an opportunity and caught 2, and she was very excited. The red bucket of shrimps was transferred to Jiang Ning's hands, because he was the only one who didn't have to do it. The bottom of the bucket was densely covered with crayfish, and several layers had been stacked. Jiang Ning was worried that they would die prematurely and affect the taste, so he specially injected a wood spirit into it to keep them alive. Halfway, Zhu Yuantang found the lobster hole. She was now full of confidence and eager to try. Zhu Chuchu quickly stopped her. There is new mud on the edge of this lobster hole, but if you look carefully, the surrounding area is too dry. Zhu Yuantang retracted her hand. What's in this hole? There might be wild snakes. Zhu Chuchu didn't explain it clearly, so she said, anyway, don't try it. Jiang Ning stood on the other side and found a new lobster hole. This hole was very large. Come over here, he called. Zhu Chuchu moved over and took a look. Jiang Ning asked, what do you think? Let me try. Zhu Chuchu said, there should be a big guy in it. Tang Tang was the main force before, and she rarely took action. Zhu Yuantang, come on, Chuchu, if you are afraid, I will help you again. She has never had the confidence she has today. She couldn't catch fish before, and she almost fell into the river. She was ridiculed and looked down upon. She endured for several months, and today she finally turned over. So she dared to say such a crazy thing. Zhu Chuchu didn't say anything, and found a good position. She bent down, her slender waist was bent, and it was slender enough to be held in one hand. Her chest line was shyly hidden under the thin clothes. Although it was not too prominent, it was still the best among her peers. Her black hair was draped over her plain face, and her eyes were like water, with a hint of coldness, as if she could see through everything. However, such a charming girl put her fairest into the mud, which made people feel extremely messy. Zhu Chuchu seemed out of place, but she was actually experienced. She reached into the cave, her eyebrows moved, and she retracted her hand. In Jiang Ning's consciousness, a lobster in the cave raised its claws high, ready to attack at any time. This is the most difficult situation in digging shrimps. However, Zhu Chuchu was not in a hurry. She kept trying, and the lobster's several attacks were all in vain. Zhu Chuchu's eyes were smart. She put her fingers together, pressed against the wall of the cave, passed over the lobster's claws from the side, and then suddenly grasped the shrimp spine and turned it in a direction. The next step went smoothly. Zhu Chuchu pulled the lobster out of the shrimp hole. What a big one, Zheng Lu said in surprise. Zhu Yuantang, so much meat. Compared with the shrimps caught before, this shrimp was huge, just like their ancestors. The big lobster was dark all over, revealing a deep dark red color. The two long whiskers were like long needles. There was a lot of mud on its body, but it couldn't hide its heroic appearance and wildness. Especially the shrimp tail, which was particularly strong and sturdy. This shrimp crawled on the ground, stretched out its claws, and moved its legs, showing its huge heroic appearance. Zhu Chuchu smiled. It's much bigger than ordinary crayfish. Jiang Ning nodded. It should weigh 2 or 3 taels. The most excited person was Zhu Yuantang, who was circling around the shrimp, thinking about how to eat it for lunch. Zheng Lu took out her mobile phone and took 2 photos of the big shrimp and 2 photos of the red bucket. She asked in advance. I plan to post it in the class group. Zheng Lu had never had such an experience before and wanted to share it. Jiang Ning had no objection. Send it. The river dam was remote, but the signal was pretty good. Zheng Lu uploaded a few pictures to the class group. Originally, everyone was chatting casually, but when they saw the picture of crayfish, they immediately asked, Lukiki, where did you get the shrimp? I was planning to go out to eat today. Wang Long Long, oh my god, there are so many. Zheng Lu also took pictures of the river dam pond and Jiang Ning. I found them by the river. Jiuo Kunan, oh my god, you and Jiang Ning are digging for shrimp? Chen Xiaoyu, why didn't you call me when you were playing together? Sat, Zheng Lu, hahaha, I'll call you next time. Jiang Ning didn't do much. Zhu Yuantang and I caught them. Shen Qinsh silently peeked at the screen. Yuan, aren't you afraid of being pinched? Crayfish are scary. Zheng Lu typed, no, it's very simple, just be brave. Shan Kaikun, it's indeed simple, a shrimp is nothing, I used to catch it with one hand. Jiuo Kunan, who wasn't one before, I dared to catch mantises, snakes and leeches, alas, I don't dare now. Wang Long Long sighed, I'm so old. Hujun, I still dare now. Chapter 310 changed. As expected, Hujun's words attracted the attention of the classmates. Jiuo Kunan, I want to ask, is there anything else you dare not catch? Lukaki said, I think there is a terrifying thing that he definitely dare not catch. Hujun, are you sure? Lukaki, do you dare to catch a big centipede? Hujun replied with a master's style, coincidentally, I will show you the fresh big centipede I just caught next. Don't blink, the surprise is coming. Hujun has been banned. Huang Zhangfei. Everyone continue chatting. Don't post weird things. Yuan, the class monitor is so nice. Jiang Yanan, great. Clapping. After Hujun disappeared, Shan Kaikwan said, it's too troublesome to catch lobsters. I used to use thin bamboo and rope to tie meat and throw it into the pond to catch lobsters. I can catch a lot in one afternoon. Shan Kaikwan grew up in the countryside and is no stranger to catching fish and shrimp. As soon as he finished speaking, Bayuksha, who rarely spoke, asked, is there any difference between fishing for lobsters and fishing? Originally, Shan Kaikwan said this just out of interest, but who would have thought that Bayuksha would speak out? The surprise came so suddenly that Shan Kaikwan was so excited that he typed hard. Dong Feng jumped out and said, can you fish lobsters? Do they bite the hook with their mouths? Jiuo Kunan, lobsters have claws. They hold the meat tightly without loosening it. They are so stupid. Dong Feng, I've learned your lesson. The two talked for a while before Shan Kaikwan's long speech came out. Fishing is different from shrimp fishing. With fishing, you never know what kind of fish you'll catch next. It's very surprising. With shrimp fishing, there's not much difference. Shrimp fishing is simpler and suitable for beginners, and the feel of shrimp fishing is very good. I like to tie a piece of frog meat on the rope, because the rod for shrimp fishing is very short, so you can clearly feel the lobster being hooked, and the feeling of dragging. Shan Kaikwan's words filled the entire chat interface. It was obvious at a glance that he had wasted a lot of effort. Bayuksha, I see. Thank you. With just a thank you, Shan Kaikwan smiled like a fool. His world was full of sunshine. Wang long long, frogs. Such a waste. Can I use toads to catch shrimps? Jiuo Kunan, can you be nicer to shrimps? Huang Yasu said, don't use toads to catch shrimps. Dong Feng, what do you mean? Huang Yasu, toads are poisonous. I accidentally stepped on one when I was a child. The poisonous juice on its body splashed into my right eye. Now the vision of my right eye is not as good as that of my left eye. Wang long long, is there a possibility that you often play with your phone sideways, which leads to different vision in your two eyes? The class group chat was heated. Zhenglu put away her phone and continued to catch shrimps with Jiang Ning. The riverside was quiet, the weather was excellent, the blue sky and white clouds made people feel cheerful. Occasionally, a circle of ripples appeared on the surface of the pond, which seemed to be the noise made by the small fish. It was a pity that they only caught shrimps today and did not catch fish. The fish escaped. The sun gradually moved south, and the sunlight became more and more intense and dazzling. Before Zhenglu set out, he deliberately checked the weather software on his mobile phone, which showed that the highest temperature today was 32 degrees. She thought it was very hot today, and her mother even told her that she could go out another day. However, Zhenglu didn't care. It was a rare opportunity to play with Jiang Ning. She would dare to go out, even if it was 42 degrees, not to mention 32 degrees. However, for some reason, Zhenglu didn't feel the heat. On the contrary, she felt a coolness from nature all over her body, which was extremely comfortable. She just thought it was because she was close to the river. Zhu Chuchu felt the same way, but Zhu Yuantang didn't notice it at all. In fact, Jiang Ning deliberately cast a spell to control the temperature within a certain range, otherwise it would be very hot under the scorching sun. Picking out the shrimps went very smoothly. There were so many lobsters piled in the bucket. At first glance, the dark red crayfish were crowded together, which made people feel uncomfortable, but then, there was a sense of joy of harvest. Jiang Ning weighed the bucket and felt the weight in it. I think it's enough. Zhu Chuchu went to the pond to wash her arms, rubbed them with water, and her wrists covered with mud gradually became white again. Well, we can go back now, otherwise there are too many lobsters in the bucket, and many of them may die. Zhu Yuantang came to check. When she saw so many shrimps, she wanted to pinch her waist as usual, but then she thought of her hands full of mud, so she had to stop the action in disappointment. I contributed half of these shrimps. Jiang Ning, you are really amazing. Of course. Zhu Yuantang accepted his compliment. Today is a day that Jiang Ning looks at her with new eyes. Zhu Chuchu turned on her mobile phone, turned her back to the sun, and barely saw the time on the screen. It's past 10 o'clock, let's call it a day. Jiang Ning said that it was no problem, and she still had to deal with the crayfish when she went back, which would also take time. Zhenglu admired the shrimps for a while, took 2 more photos, and sent them to her mother first, and then to the class group in the painting group she usually belongs to. Guo Kunan, that's a lot. It must be several kilograms, right? Zhenglu asked Jiang Ning, and got the answer. Almost 10 kilograms. 10 kilograms of shrimps, more than 100 in total, most of which were picked up by her and Zhu Yuantang. Now thinking back, it's a bit incredible. Jiang Ning was not surprised. When picking up the shrimps, he not only cast the indestructible spell on Zhu Yuantang and Zhenglu, but also used his magic power to suppress the crayfish in the cave, making it extremely easy to pick up the shrimps this time. Zenkai in the group jumped out. Is it 10 kilograms? Zhenglu, yes, a lot of them. Zenkai said, how much is a kilogram of crayfish now? Mengji Ui said, about a dozen yuan. Zenkai, then the crayfish in this bucket must be sold for more than 100 yuan. Mengji Ui, about that. Zenkai said, I only make 150 yuan a day working on the construction site. Can I pick shrimps? Cuiu, you can try. He didn't like Zenkai very much. Recently, Zenkai was obsessed with money. When chatting with them, he kept talking about how much money so and so made. Cuiu still remembered the contempt he showed to him when he was working on routers. Zenkai, just give it a try. Cuiu, don't forget your brothers when you become rich. In the shade next to the truck, Zenkai was playing with his mobile phone. He was about to app Zhenglu. Suddenly, someone shouted from a distance, stop playing with your mobile phone and keep working. Zenkai looked up and saw a young man in his early 20s sitting in the driver's seat of the large machine. The young man looked ruffian and shouted at them. Zenkai didn't go home on weekends because he owed others money. He found a construction site nearby, mainly processing hollow concrete bricks. It was hard labor and very tiring. The young man was the boss's son, and everyone called him Little Boss. The little boss was responsible for operating the machine and managing the workers, while Zenkai was one of the workers. He got up reluctantly. Zhang, let's team up. The speaker was a middle-aged man. His clothes were covered with cement dust, his face was dark and honest, and he had experienced a lot of hardships. Zenkai cooperated with him, bent down and lifted a heavy bag of cement, and poured it into the machine in trance. With the roar of the big machine, concrete bricks began to be made. The young boss shouted, hurry up, you are so slow. Zenkai glanced at him. The young boss was sitting in the machine with clean clothes. Unlike Zenkai, who was extremely dirty, he suddenly felt unbalanced. The young boss shouted impatiently, I'm talking to you, Zhang. What are you looking at? Move it quickly. Zenkai was indignant. Damn it, why can he command me? I can only work like a cow. Especially after the young boss finished speaking, he unscrewed the Coke bottle and took a sip. Zenkai was even more unhappy. Jiang Ning carried the bucket home and had a smooth journey. When he went to the dam, some people saw the shrimps in the bucket and showed surprised expressions. Zhu Yuantang was very satisfied. Back in the bungalow, Zhu Yuantang found the big basin at home, and Jiang Ning picked up the bucket and poured it, and there were a lot of shrimps. The crayfish crawled in the big basin, and the silt dyed the water black. Zhenglu said, it's so dirty. Zhu Chuchu, it's normal, I'll clean it carefully later. Jiang Ning took the water and poured it into the big basin several times in a row, letting the crayfish feel the real downpour. After several flushes, the crayfish was washed clean. Zhu Chuchu looked at it for a while and said, the crayfish meat caught this time is quite a lot. Zhenglu, can you see it? Yes. Zhu Chuchu knows a lot. She squatted beside the basin and picked up a crayfish. Look at this one. It has big claws, and its tail is hard and black, but it doesn't have much meat. Zhenglu, I thought it was this big and had a lot of meat, but it turned out to be like this. It's so useless. Zhu Chuchu put the crayfish back into the basin and picked up another one. She moved the crayfish's tail and saw an obvious shrimp line inside the tail. This one is not black, but very light in color, so it has a lot of meat. We caught a lot of shrimps like this. We are so lucky. At this time, Zhu Yuantan came over with a few worn out toothbrushes, and she gave one to each of them. She picked up a crayfish and brushed it to brush away the mud. The shrimps in the river are dirty, let's brush them clean first. Zhenglu saw that it was fun, so she also learned to brush it, and after brushing, she threw it into another large clear basin. More than 100 shrimps, it was a big job. 4 people moved small stools, found a cool place, and brushed the crayfish. One by one, the crayfish were thrown into the basin, splashing water. In fact, it is difficult to clean the crayfish thoroughly with this method, but it is much cleaner than the crayfish sold in restaurants outside. Jiang Ning is more picky. After the crayfish was brushed, it was passed through his magic and finally became spotless. Zhu Yuantan looked at the crayfish in the basin, and she laughed strangely. Enjoy it to your heart's content, and then I'll kill it. She caught a shrimp, cruelly pulled off the shrimp's legs, then pulled the shrimp thread from the tail, and finally used scissors to click off the shrimp head. Have you learned it? I'll show you again. Zhu Yuantan taught them how to handle crayfish. Zhenglu learned from Zhu Yuantan the whole time, and her impression of Zhu Yuantan changed a lot during this period. In the past, in school, she had the impression that Zhu Yuantan looked lazy all day long, often sleeping in class, playing with her phone, and eating snacks when she woke up, and had very little time to study. Apart from bickering with Jiang Ning, she rarely communicated with others. She asked Jiang Ning to bring her meals and so on. She had the impression that she was a genius blessed by God, but she didn't have much autonomy in life. However, now, Zhu Yuantan's skillful process of handling shrimps made Zhenglu change a lot. It's completely different from school. It is said that she cooks delicious food, such as the rabbit meat last time. It seems that Zhu Yuantan is really amazing. Internet cafe. Ma Shichen asked the network administrator to open an adult card and was playing games in the internet cafe. To be precise, he was waiting for a match. Suddenly, the questions icon in the lower right corner flashed. CUIU, Brother Ma, do you know how to use a virtual number on a mobile phone? That is, when I send text messages to others, they can't see my mobile phone number. Ma Shichen tapped on the keyboard. This is easy. I'll send you a software. CUIU. Also, Brother Ma, after sending a text message using a virtual number, can I receive his reply? Ma Shichen, let me check. I've never done this before. CUIU, is it troublesome? After saying that, he thought about it and decided to give up. Brother Ma, don't do it. I'll send it using questions. Ma Shichen, okay then. CUIU said, Brother Ma, do you still remember that Zhang Kai and Yan Xianpeng had a falling out? During the spring cleaning yesterday, he almost had a fight with Yan Xianpeng. CUIU gloated. Ma Shichen didn't care much about these things, but he did know. Lang Lang told me. CUIU, Zhang Kai said that Yan Xianpeng called him dad everywhere. Ma Shichen, awesome. CUIU chatted for a few more sentences, his words full of disdain for Zhang Kai. Ma Shichen didn't say anything, but he figured out that CUIU asked him for the virtual number, probably to use it against Zhang Kai. Talking about CUIU, he was the one who liked to make trouble the most in the entire class 8. First, he teased Mao Zhe and hid his mobile phone. Later, he wanted to get involved in Shenzhou's business, and then to mess with Pang Zhao. Ma Shichen admired him very much. Heba, Zhu's family. Lunch was not eaten in the kitchen. Jiang Ning picked up the dining table and put it in the main room near the door. This position is very suitable for eating in summer. Sitting here, with the breeze blowing through the hall, it is particularly cool and comfortable. Because it is close to the door, you can turn your head and see the big poplar trees and the wide fields outside, and your mood will be broadened. Jiang Ning set the table and Zhenglu moved the stools. There were 4 people, so she moved 5 square stools. There is Sprite in the refrigerator. Jiang Ning said that young people don't drink, so some iced Sprite is very good. Jiang Ning returned to his own room, cast a stealth spell, flicked his storage ring, jumped onto the flying boat, accelerated to 200 meters per second in 1 second, and rushed straight to Huqi Mountain. Jiang Ning steered the flying boat and entered the spiritual land shrouded by the formation, which was like a fairyland. Without stopping, he bent his hand and waved his hand. In a spiritual pool below that exuded cold air, a green, round and plump watermelon with wavy stripes on the surface broke out of the water. Jiang Ning caught the watermelon, and the flying boat turned around and flew towards the dam. It took less than a minute until he appeared at the zoo family again. It's really convenient to have a flying boat. He put the watermelon on the table and sighed in his heart. If it were in the past, this would never have been possible. Zhu Chuchu brought the big plate over. Zhenglu looked at it and couldn't help but said, "Wow." In the pot was cooked spicy crayfish, which was an attractive red color, with soup oozing out of the surface and dotted with many long cucumber strips. The aroma was fragrant. Just by smelling it, Zhenglu's tongue felt it. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 311 The Best Method. Zhenglu resisted the urge to swallow her saliva. How could it be so delicious? Zhu Yuantang's dishes were much more delicious than her mother's. Zhu Chuchu had just put down the big plate when Zhu Yuantang behind her brought another big plate. There were still crayfish in it. There were too many shrimps, and one plate could not hold them all. Zhenglu came to her senses and followed him to the kitchen to serve the dishes. As for Jiang Ning, he sat on a square stool like a master. Zhu Chuchu brought another dish. This was a small chicken pancake. Well, a small portion, with only half a chicken. 10 catties of shrimp sounds intimidating, but there is actually very little meat, maybe only 1 or 2 catties of meat. If you want to eat enough, it is definitely not enough for 4 people. Especially, Zhu Yuantang and Zhu Chuchu are good eaters. Looking at the small chicken pancake on the table, Jiang Ning smiled knowingly. He remembered that last year, when he had dinner at Zhu Yuantang's house for the first time, Aunt Gu made this dish. Zhenglu finally brought a small plate. This dish was stir-fried green beans with shredded pork. It was green and attractive. Just looking at it, you can tell how crispy it tastes. Zhu Yuantang announced, "Spicy crayfish, chicken pancakes, lentil and pork shreds, already. It's so hot, I want to drink Sprite." Today's meal was cooked in a clay pot, and it was really hot in this weather. In order to make lunch more effective, Jiang Ning did not lower the temperature in the kitchen much. Zhu Chuchu put a few plates with spices on them. When eating shrimp meat, dip it in spices to make it taste better. She took out a tissue and wiped the sweat from her forehead. Zhu Yuantang picked up the iced Sprite, unscrewed the lid vigorously, and poured herself a cup. She drank it in one gulp, and the coolness melted the heat. She felt so comfortable that she almost went to heaven. Whoa, this is too cool. What could be more enjoyable than having a glass of iced Sprite on a hot day? She sat on a small stool with her calves spread out, feeling so comfortable that she didn't want to move. Jiang Ning held up a large watermelon. Zhu Chuchu said, "I'll get you a knife to cut the melon." Jiang Ning, "No, there's no place to cut it." 4 dishes, plates, and cups almost filled up the table. "Oh, then you go to the kitchen to cut it?" Zhu Chuchu had just finished speaking when Jiang Ning used his hand as a knife and chopped the watermelon apart. He broke the watermelon in half with a casual snap, revealing the bright red flesh, which was mouth-watering and made the air sweet. Zhu Chuchu looked surprised and amazed at his skill. Zhu Yuantang put down the cup, and the bottom of the cup touched the table with a bang. "Jiang Ning, I want to eat melon." Zhu Chuchu saw that Jiang Ning broke off a piece of watermelon with his fingers, and it was as smooth as if it was cut with a knife. She was puzzled. How did he do this? Jiang Ning gave Zhu Yuantang a piece and gave one to Zhenglu and Zhu Chuchu. Zhenglu took a bite, and it was cool and sweet, not only in her mouth, but also in her heart. She ate a piece, and the fatigue from picking shrimps in the morning actually dissipated a little. "Delicious," Zhenglu praised. Zhu Chuchu opened her mouth and tasted it. She moved her mouth and whispered, "Swallowing it removes the smell of fireworks, and entering the teeth makes the sound of ice and snow." As soon as this sentence came out, Zhenglu's eyes changed when she looked at her, as if to say, why are you so good? Zhenglu wanted to learn from Zhu Chachu and use elegant poems to praise the deliciousness of watermelon, but she searched her mind and couldn't find the right words. She finally choked out, this watermelon is really delicious. Although Zhenglu's family conditions were not very rich in Yazhou City, her family also had 2 houses, a small storefront for collecting rent, and a car, which could be ranked in the upper middle level. However, in her life, she had never eaten such a delicious watermelon as today. Zhenglu ate the whole piece of watermelon in one go. Just after she finished, Jiang Ning handed her another piece. Zhenglu was delighted. Jiang Ning, you eat. I'm eating now. Jiang Ning said. This melon was a high quality melon variety that he asked Xiao Shuangshan to find. It was planted in Huqi Mountain, soaked in the cold pool, and finally taken out for consumption. Not only does it have a perfect sweet taste, it is also extremely beneficial to the body. It can relieve fatigue, beautify the skin, and relieve heat and promote salivation. Zhenglu took a picture of the melon with her mobile phone and sent it to her mother to prove that she had a lot of fun. She also sent it to the group. The classmates in the group are very active, especially Shan Keikwon. Since Baiyuxia sent the message, he wanted to sleep in the group 24 hours a day, just to wait for Baiyuxia to appear again. Or 1,000 years of waiting. Wang Long Long, this melon is not bad. Hu Jun was released from the ban, and he said, it's okay, melons from other people's homes are still better. Jiuo Kunan. Brother Jun, why do you say that? Hu Jun said, I never bought melons before. When I wanted to eat melons, I would go to the melon field with my friends in the village to pick a few. Shan Zhao was observing in the dark. Shan Keikwon, I have done this before, but the owner of the melon field in our area is very strict, and I was almost caught several times. I heard that someone stole melons and had his legs broken. Jiuo Kunan, stealing melons is okay, at most stealing a few. Some people are very bad. He specializes in sabotage. After chatting for a while, Shan Keikwon sent a picture of a pot of bone soup. Wang Long Long, wow, brother Quan eats well. Shan Keikwon, there will be a sports meeting next Monday. Make up in advance, prepare for the competition, and strive to get a good score. He thoroughly displayed his efforts in front of his classmates, hoping to attract Baiyuxia's attention. Unfortunately, it only attracted his good brother Jiuo Kunan. Brother Quan is so awesome. He posted his lunch, an ordinary home-cooked meal. Lukaki posted a spicy hot pot, with a simple shop in the background, and another strange girl in the picture, eating with good sisters. Then the group gradually evolved into posting lunch. Zenkai, who was moving cement, looked at the 5 yuan lunchbox in his hand, and fell into thought. Before eating, Zhu Yuantang gave a few people a pair of disposable gloves each. Eating shrimps requires peeling the meat, which inevitably makes your hands greasy. If you wear disposable gloves, you can avoid this. Zhu Chachu was about to put on gloves when Tang Tang handed her a pair of white gloves. White gloves are a bit like the gloves workers use, but thinner. Zhu Chachu was unsophisticated and had never seen the world. She asked curiously, what is the use of these white gloves? Zhenglu guessed, wear plastic gloves first, then white gloves, for more stringent protection. Don't you think so, Jiang Ning? Jiang Ning said, no. Zhenglu was a girl from a small town and didn't understand. Zhu Yuantang looked proud. I saw it on TV. If you only wear plastic gloves, your hands will be stuffy and uncomfortable. If you wear white gloves first, and then plastic gloves on the outside, it will be much better. Zhu Chachu followed her, and learned to put on white gloves. She looked at the shrimps on the plate, then at the gloves, and said, so classy. Zhenglu was also amused. It feels like attending a high-end banquet. The two of them put on their gloves, and Zhu Yuantang scooped up a shrimp with chopsticks. Zhu Chachu said, Tang Tang, aren't you wearing them? Zhu Yuantang snorted, I don't like wearing them, I like sucking juice. Zhu Chachu felt the same way. Indeed, if I wear gloves, it will affect my fingers. She looked at the rich soup in the braised crayfish plate, and was very tempted. If it were just her and Tang Tang, she would definitely not wear gloves. Unfortunately, with Jiang Ning and the others around, Zhu Chachu was embarrassed to do that. She was very concerned about shame. In front of outsiders, Zhu Chachu was always calm and ladylike. Zheng Lu peeled a piece of white and tender shrimp meat. Her first thought was to give it to Jiang Ning, but considering the presence of others, she had to give up this idea. Giving the first piece to Jiang Ning was too obvious. She was not worried about Zhu Yuantong, but the girl named Zhu Chachu. The other party was smart and agile. If she was too proactive, Zhu Chachu might see something. With this in mind, Zheng Lu wanted to eat the shrimp meat. However, she suddenly had an idea. She put the shrimp meat in Jiang Ning's bowl and said with a smile, "Jiang Ning, thank you for bringing me to the river to catch shrimps today. I'll thank you with the first piece of shrimp meat." Sure enough, this immediately cleared her suspicion. Jiang Ning took a bite of the spice, then "I'm welcome." Zheng Lu watched him eat the shrimp meat, feeling extremely satisfied. The first piece of shrimp meat he ate today was peeled by her. This sense of accomplishment lingered in my heart, like flowers blooming in a flower field. The sun outside was even stronger. In the main room near the door, a breeze passed through the hall, slowly brushing across her cheeks and blowing up the girl's hair. Zhu Chachu ate shrimps, melons, pancakes, and drank Sprite in silence. This table of food was rich. Zhu Chachu knew that these meals were definitely not cheap. The shrimps alone were worth a lot of money. If they were in a restaurant, they might not be bought for 200 or 300. Although her mother found a good job, the family owed foreign debts to relatives over the years, and her mother's salary was much lower than Aunt Gu's. So her material conditions were not good. Every time she came to Tang Tang's house, she had the most sumptuous meal in recent times. During the meal, Zheng Lu took a picture of the meal and showed it to her mother, telling her that her daughter was very cool now and she didn't need to worry. At the same time, she wanted to show off to her mother. After all, her mother had seen Jiang Ning in the morning and she wanted to show that Jiang Ning had not treated her badly. Well, then Zheng Lu sent another picture to the class group. It was lunchtime. Jiuo Kunan said, "It's really rich. 2 big basins of shrimp, it makes me want to go shrimp in the afternoon." Deng Qingfeng said, "Other things about crayfish are fine, but it's too troublesome to peel them. Lukiki, I want the feeling of peeling them and eating them. If I don't have to peel them, I don't want to eat them." Shan Kaikun, "Crayfish are easy to peel, I peel them pretty fast." Cuiu, brother Quan, I eat fast." Shan Kaikun, "Go away." Chen Xiu, "How do you peel shrimp?" When one of the twins spoke, Deng Qingfeng immediately spoke enthusiastically. Usually, they were too far away in class, so it was not convenient for him to show his special skills. But in the group, the world was so close. I twist off the shrimp head first, start from the shrimp tail, and pull out the shrimp thread. He was about to continue typing and describe the following process. Shan Kaikun couldn't stand it anymore and jumped out to question, "Wait, don't you remove the shrimp thread from the crayfish you eat before grilling?" Deng Qingfeng was stunned, then said frankly, "Basically no one does it. I heard that if you remove the shrimp thread before grilling, the meat will fall apart and affect the taste." Shan Kaikun retorted, "Who said that? These shop owners are just lazy." Deng Qingfeng, "I basically don't go to any of the shops I've eaten at. It should be a taste problem." Shan Kaikun used a scientific method. "Don't you know how many bacteria are in the shrimp thread?" Originally, Chen Xiu just asked how to peel shrimp, but Shan Kaikun and Deng Qingfeng started arguing in the group because of the shrimp thread. The two expressed their opinions and tried to present facts and reason. As the argument became more and more serious, they stopped being reasonable and picked on each other's grammatical errors. The chat page of the class group was full of message bubbles from the two. The classmates in the class watched the battle happily until Bayuxia couldn't bear it anymore. She said, "Let's discuss how to peel shrimp." Shan Kaikun replied immediately, "Okay." Deng Qingfeng continued, "Peel the shrimp tail, peel it cleanly one by one along the branches, and then you will have the shrimp meat." At the end, he said, "Shrimp is easy to peel, but crabs are difficult to peel. However, I can peel all of them, but I just don't want to do it myself. I will show you my skills when I have the chance." Bayuxia said, "Well, it's similar to the process of peeling shrimp." The group was silent for 5 minutes, and Shan Kaikun finally spoke again. 1. First, use 2 fingers 2. Then, twist the shrimp tail 3. The most critical step is to grab it 4. It's basically successful. Shan Kaiquan's 4 comments once again filled the entire chat interface. The classmates were surprised at Shan Kaiquan's seriousness. Wang Long Long, Brother Quan really wants to teach us how to peel shrimp. Huang Yasu commented, you said it very professionally. This is the easiest way to peel shrimp. It can peel the shrimp cleanly without wasting it. Chen Xiaoyu, wow, so meticulous. Bayuksha, you said it's good. Shan Kaiquan, grin, grin, this is the easiest way to peel shrimp I know. His vanity was greatly satisfied, and he also won the praise of his beloved girl. The greatest happiness in the world is nothing more than this. Brothers, follow my method in the future, and I guarantee you will enjoy it. Shan Kaiquan was overjoyed. Jiang Ning was eating shrimp. He took out his mobile phone to check. After seeing this message, he couldn't help but smile. He raised his mobile phone to take a photo of the dining table. At this moment, Zhenglu reached out with the shrimp meat, and Zhu Chachu's white-gloved hand also held a piece of white and tender shrimp meat, and put them into Jiang Ning's bowl. The mobile phone camera perfectly captured this scene. Zhu Chachu rarely smiled. Jiang Ning, thank you and Tong Tong for treating me to a meal. She peeled several pieces for Tong Tong, but she couldn't ignore Jiang Ning. Besides, she was really grateful to Jiang Ning. He was also a very kind person. His melon was super delicious. Jiang Ning admired the photos and said in the group, I know how to peel shrimps the easiest way. Then, he posted this picture. Find a girl who is willing to peel shrimps for you. When Shan Kaiquan saw the 2 hands in the photo, he was stunned at first, and then he was extremely jealous, and his back teeth almost broke. Ma Shicheng sent a message. Correct. Wang Long Long, second. CUIU, my brother Ning is right. A group of classmates spoke below. It was so lively. Jiang Ning's expression was calm, and suddenly his phone vibrated. Shen Kinch sent a message. My sister's house tomorrow. I heard that other relatives will come to visit. You should be prepared. Chapter 312 Past Relatives. After Jiang Ning finished chatting in the class group, he received a message from Shen Kinch. A relative of my uncle's family? Seeing this, many faces flashed through Jiang Ning's mind. My uncle Jiang Kishan was born in the countryside and eventually settled in the city of Yazhou. His house was a large flat of more than 180 square meters. At this time in 2014, with his restaurant income, it would be easy for him to settle in the provincial capital Ancheng. As the saying goes, if you are poor in the downtown, no one will ask you. If you are rich in the mountains, you will have distant relatives. Some relatives who come to the city for business often say hello or have dinner with my uncle. Jiang Ning thought about it carefully, and the memory of his uncle's family's visits to relatives in his previous life was immediately denied by him. The butterfly effect caused by his appearance had already destroyed many roots in his previous life. Jiang Ning wanted to use his spiritual power to check the situation of his uncle's family. Unfortunately, the distance was too far. His spiritual power of several hundred meters was not enough. He needed the cultivation of the foundation building period to monitor it. Jiang Ning had to give up. Anyway, no matter who it was, it didn't matter. Jiang Ning replied, okay, I got it. Shen Kinch received the reply, and she sat in front of the window, staring at the message in a daze. It's not like this, it shouldn't be like this. In the past, she and Jiang Ning chatted on questions, and Jiang Ning always changed his way, looking for various topics to chat with her for a while. At that time, Shen Kinch enjoyed it very much. Every time she replied to the message, she would often delay for a while. Anyway, no matter when she sent a message, Jiang Ning would reply immediately. It's not like now. Every sentence he said is a closing remark. If Shen Kinch wants to chat, she has to take the initiative to ask questions. Shen Kinch was actually impulsive. When she looked for Jiang Ning just now, she saw the picture of peeling shrimps sent by Jiang Ning in the group. There were 2 hands in the picture, and she easily judged that they were girls' hands. Coupled with the message sent by Zhenglu before, Shen Kinch's excellent associative ability immediately thought of countless possible things. For example, Jiang Ning might be in love. Although Jiang Ning was very close to Zhu Yuantang in the past, Shen Kinch never thought about it in that direction. There was no other reason. Zhu Yuantang was too young. Zhenglu was different. As soon as she appeared, Shen Qinj felt a crisis. Usually at school, Zhenglu and Jiang Ning interacted, and Shen Qinj inadvertently saw it. At that time, she was not panicked. Although she and Jiang Ning were separated, as long as Jiang Ning was not with others, she would at most feel a little uncomfortable. But if Jiang Ning was with others, Shen Qinj didn't know how uncomfortable she would be. She sat in front of the window, half-drawn curtains, letting in the sunlight. She stared at the screen of her mobile phone in a daze, wanting to ask about the situation, but the reservedness she had developed in the past could not allow her to let go of her body. Just as she hesitated, bang bang, there was a knock on the door. The next second, the door opened, and Shen Qinj saw her sister Shenjia. My mother bought blueberries, come and try them. Shen Qinj came back to her senses. Oh, I'll go now. Heba, bungalow. Although there were 10 kilograms of crayfish, under the siege of Zhu Yuantang and Zhu Chuchu, and Zhenglu played as an auxiliary, she took very good care of each shrimp. The tender white meat of the shrimp was disassembled cleanly to ensure that not a single bit was wasted. Many crayfish turned into fragmented red debris, piled on the dining table, like the debris after the firecrackers were set off. Jiang Ning raised the Sprite bottle and poured Sprite for Zhu Yuantang. Perhaps he poured it in a hurry. Zhu Yuantang said disdainfully, "Stop it, it's about to overflow." Zhu Chuchu reached out to get a piece of paper to help wipe it. Seeing the bubbles go over the edge of the cup, Jiang Ning said, "No." He summoned his magic power and the foam returned to the cup. Zhu Chuchu breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't like waste. If the drink spilled, she would feel distressed. Fortunately, Jiang Ning's technique was very steady. Zhu Yuantang drank the Sprite in one gulp and put the cup down heavily. She sat on a stool with her back against the door, blowing the wind and sucking her fingers lazily. The fields outside the door were still quiet. Zhu Yuantang didn't feel bored. She was a quiet person. If she had to choose between school and school, she would definitely choose to stay at home. Zhu Chuchu likes quiet more than Tang Tang. She enjoys the short-lived beauty. Her eyes are like water, fields, countryside, delicious food, 3 or 2 good friends. Isn't this the life she fantasizes about? Zhu Yuantang has fought hard, and Zhu Chuchu still has some strength left. There is only one piece of watermelon left that Jiang Ning brought, and she has been salivating for a long time. However, Zhu Chuchu is embarrassed to take it. If she eats it, doesn't it mean that she is greedy? Jiang Ning will look down on her. Zhenglu is also full, and only Zhu Chuchu is left in the room. Others may not notice it, but Jiang Ning's spiritual observation ability is so terrifying that he can easily detect the trajectory of the bullet, not to mention Zhu Chuchu's obscure thoughts. He picked up the last piece of spiritual melon and pretended to eat it. The light in Zhu Chuchu's eyes dimmed. Forget it, she shouldn't have fantasies. She picked up the crispy lentils on the plate with chopsticks and took small bites to relieve her boredom. Seeing her change, Jiang Ning smiled in his heart. He held up the melon, but didn't eat it. He suddenly pushed it in front of Zhu Chuchu and said, "You eat it." The surprise came so quickly, but Zhu Chuchu still remained rational. She looked at Tang Tang and said, "Here you go." Zhu Yuantang waved her hand, indicating that she didn't need it anymore, as she had already eaten half of the melon. Zhu Chuchu gave it to Zhenglu again. Zhenglu wanted to eat it, but she was too full, and she was very restrained in front of Jiang Ning, so she didn't accept it. Finally, Zhu Chuchu got the last piece of melon. She was excited in her heart, but on the surface she continued to eat the melon slowly. After eating the melon, several people gathered together to chat until half an hour later, when Jiang Ning got up to clean the table. Zhu Chuchu and Zhenglu wanted to help, but Jiang Ning didn't let them. Women would only hinder his magic and slow down his work efficiency. Jiang Ning washed the pots and dishes, which took less than 5 minutes in total, and 4.5 minutes of that time was spent deliberately killing time. He moved 2 deck chairs, which he bought specifically for Est. Jiang Ning picked up the sun lounger and returned to the door. He lifted Zhu Yuantang off the stool. At first, Zhu Yuantang resisted and struggled hard until Jiang Ning put her on the chair. Zhu Yuantang felt the posture and was very satisfied. "Jiang Ning, I blamed you wrongly. This posture is more comfortable." She lay on the sun lounger and enjoyed it. If you lie down and play with your phone, it will be the ultimate enjoyment in the world. You kicked me just now, Jiang Ning said. Zhu Yuantang muttered. I didn't mean it. Jiang Ning changed the chair for her. After Zhu Chuchu saw it, she went back and moved another one. The other chair in Jiang Ning's hand was given to Zheng Lu. Zheng Lu smiled brightly. Jiang Ning put some pistachios, pumpkin seeds, candied fruits, and brewed a pot of jasmine tea, and put it on the dining table. Several people gathered together to talk. While chatting, Zhu Yuantang fell asleep. Only 3 people continued to chat. Until 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the sun set. There were fewer snacks on the table, and the jasmine tea had been drunk. All good things must come to an end. Although she was reluctant, Zheng Lu said goodbye. Jiang Ning, my mother is here to pick me up. While she was talking, she turned around and looked at the bungalow, feeling a little reluctant to leave. It would be great if she lived here so that she could play with Jiang Ning on weekends. The taste of separation was not pleasant, and there was also a bit of melancholy and loneliness. Jiang Ning said, I'll take you there. Zheng Lu didn't refuse. She really wanted Jiang Ning to take her there. The two walked towards the dam. There were neat fields on both sides of the road. The wheat in April was light yellow, and the grains were getting fuller. Zheng Lu didn't say anything. She felt bad, thinking of when she was a child. She went to her grandmother's house to play. There were cousins there, and Zheng Lu especially liked to run around with them. She usually went to her grandmother's house on Saturdays, and came back on Sunday afternoons. However, every Sunday afternoon, when she went home, she felt the same as she does now. When she was almost in front of the dam, Zheng Lu looked at the car on the dam, and recognized her mother's car. There are children running back and forth on the dam, and uncles carrying farm tools. It's a scene of everyday life. Zheng Lu suddenly said, Jiang Ning, we will meet at school tomorrow night, right? Jiang Ning smiled. Of course. Well, that's good. Zheng Lu confirmed, and she said no more. Jiang Ning had already noticed her changes, and he was observing Zheng Lu's mood all the way with his spiritual sense. Jiang Ning accompanied her to the dam, and watched her leave by car. Back to the bungalow. Zhu Yuantang had woken up. She had washed her face, regained her vitality, and was playing by the door. Zhu Chuchu said, I plan to leave. She fell into depravity today. She didn't study during the day. Being in the best school in the city, number 2 middle school, Zhu Chuchu was under a lot of pressure. She had to study very hard to maintain her grades. Not long after, Zhu Chuchu rode her electric bike home. Sunday morning, 9 o'clock. Zhu Yuantang sat in the back seat of Aunt Gu's electric bike, tilting her head. Jiang Ning, let's go. She and her mother went to the city hospital today to visit the injured neighbor's Ianophon next door. Go ahead, Jiang Ning said. He and his uncle had agreed to go to his house for dinner today. Zhu Yuantang regretted. I wanted to race with you, but unfortunately the situation does not allow it. Jiang Ning, go on your way. Zhu Yuantang said, come back early in the afternoon, I will buy you candied haws. Jiang Ning, I will buy you candied haws with fruits. Zhu Yuantang, don't worry, I know your taste. So Zhu Yuantang sat in the back seat of the electric car and chatted with Jiang Ning. Aunt Gu had a helpless smile on her face. After chatting for more than 10 minutes, Zhu Yuantang realized, Mom, why don't you ride the car? Aunt Gu turned the handle and the electric car started. Zhu Yuantang shouted from a distance, Jiang Ning, please lock the door of my house. Okay. After Zhu Yuantang left, the 2 empty houses were left with only Jiang Ning. He had long been accustomed to loneliness, but when Zhu Yuantang's chattering voice disappeared, he still felt a little lonely. Jiang Ning returned to the bedroom, lit a soul-sinking incense, and cultivated his spiritual consciousness. A strong spiritual consciousness is extremely beneficial for breaking through the foundation building stage. Oh, here's a natural spiritual route, and there are no levels in the foundation building stage. However, making preparations in advance is also beneficial. The invincibility of the present world can easily make people neglect their practice, but Jiang Ning is still working hard. Jiang Ning did not exit the practice state until the electronic clock jumped to 10 o'clock. He waved his hand gently, and all the doors of Zhu Yuantang's house and the house he rented immediately closed and locked automatically, without him having to do it himself. Jiang Ning took out the flying boat, activated the concealment formation, stepped on the flying boat, and flew towards Yuki Mountain. He went to the spiritual field on the mountain, and took a watermelon. This watermelon was slightly worse than the melon yesterday. It was not soaked in spiritual spring water, but it was still the top watermelon in the present world. Although you don't need to bring gifts to your uncle's house, according to your aunt's character, it's always good to bring something. Jiang Ning drove the boat to the vicinity of his uncle's residence, found an empty alley, landed from the flying boat, and picked up the bag of watermelons. The property management in the neighborhood where my uncle lives is pretty good, and you need an elevator card to ride the elevator. He notified my uncle in advance, and when he walked to the entrance of the building, he saw Shen Qinj standing in the shade waiting. Shen Qinj was dressed appropriately, in long pants and short sleeves. Jiang Ning remembered that Shen Qinj dressed like this at school, but at home in the summer, she liked shorts, because she fell down when she was a child, and had a scar on her knee that she didn't want others to see. It seems that the relatives who came to my uncle's house today are not ordinary people. Jiang Ning thought so. Shen Qinj picked up Jiang Ning and said in a flat tone, "Let's go." Jiang Ning had no idea about her, so he didn't say anything either, and got into the elevator with her. Even in the elevator, Shen Qinj was still quiet. She wanted to talk to Jiang Ning, but she was not used to it, and couldn't open her mouth. She wanted to ask Jiang Ning about the lobsters he caught yesterday, because Jiang Ning had said before that he would take her to catch lobsters, but she didn't go because she thought it was dirty. She could joke like an old friend she hadn't seen for a long time, saying, "It was so hot yesterday, how could she be willing to take Zhenglu to catch lobsters?" Or ask him about the melon he brought today. Is it ripe? It looks like Wu Zhaoqi's basketball. If the basketball and the melon were swapped, would Wu Zhaoqi be able to find out? And other jokes like that. However, the invisible barrier hindered her, and the naturalness she once had completely disappeared. It was not round at all, but rather obscure and difficult to move, which stagnated her movements. In a short period of time, Shen Qinj had 100 thoughts in her mind, which finally turned into nothing. The elevator arrived, and the elevator door opened. As soon as the aunt saw Jiang Ning coming, and the watermelon in his hand, she immediately said enthusiastically, "Jiang Ning, you just came. Why do you bring anything?" Jiang Ning handed the watermelon to her. The aunt picked it up and said, "It's not light." Jiang Ning said, "I bought it on the way. You haven't been here for a month." Uncle Jiang Qishan's cheerful voice came from the house. Uncle was really looking forward to his coming. Jiang Ning joked, "I miscalculated, it's less than a month." As he said that, he changed into slippers and walked into the living room. In the spacious living room, there were two strangers on the sofa. They were both strange and familiar. A middle-aged man with extraordinary demeanor was sitting on the sofa. Another young man of 18 or 19 years old, dressed in designer clothes, was leaning against the edge of the sofa, fiddling with his mobile phone. The similarity was that both of them were tall and handsome. Jiang Ning knew who the relatives Shen Qinj was talking about yesterday. They were relatives from his aunt's side. Jiang Qishan took Jiang Ning and introduced, "This is your Uncle Ji, and this is your Uncle Ji's son. Your parents used to work in their factory when they went to Wencheng." As soon as the words fell, Uncle Ji's eyes moved over, making people feel like they were bathed in spring breeze. Jiang Ning smiled. He remembered clearly that in his previous life, the other party was not so kind. Chapter 313. The person in charge of the evergreen liquid. Looking at this Uncle Ji, Jiang Ning said kindly, "Hello." Uncle Ji's name is Ji Guangchen. He is of medium build, wearing simple yet stylish clothes, full of energy, with a shiny forehead and a full head of black hair, looking young. Ji Guangchen is the younger brother of my aunt. In that era, he was admitted to a technical secondary school, and later went to coastal cities to make a living. After a lot of hard work and opportunities, he became a billionaire. Now his net worth is at least 1 billion. Ji Guangchen's method of success is very simple. Because he is handsome, he was favored by the only daughter of a big boss, who insisted on marrying him. Ji Guangchen seized the opportunity, married the big boss's daughter, and reached the peak of his life. Back then, when Jiang Ning heard Shen Qinj tell these past events, he felt a little disdainful. He told Shen Qinj that he would rely on himself in the future to fight for a way out. It was just that when he entered society later and suffered a lot, sometimes in the dead of night, when his mind was not firm, he envied this Uncle Ji. Ji Guangchun looked at the boy in front of him. He was about 16 or 17 years old, not short, and not afraid of adults. He had a calm temperament. They are not like them. Ji Guangchun thought so. They refers to Jiang Ning's parents. At that time, his brother-in-law Jiang Qishan arranged for Jiang Ning's parents to work in Wencheng. Ji Guangchun took the time to meet them and talked for a few minutes. They were honest rural people. Then he never saw them again. There are hundreds of employees in the factory under his name, and there are more than one industry. Naturally, he would not pay attention to relatives who are not related to him. Now the situation is different. Who would have thought that the two people he didn't look at in the eye in the past would actually rise up? Although there is still a gap between them and him, they can't be underestimated. Ji Guangchun nodded. Your parents are doing well in Wencheng. Not bad. I heard that they make a lot of money. Jiang Ning said. He didn't care much about his parents' work situation. Only when his parents called back and talked to him about it. Jiang Ning's parents got good jobs and told him about their income. In total, their annual income exceeded 1 million. Moreover, because they had the Changqing liquid resources in Wencheng area, they often talked and cooperated with local leaders, and their social power was very strong. Ji Guangchun smiled and said, you don't have to worry about it in the future. Your parents can arrange it in advance for you in which city you want to live. The two chatted for a few words, and during the conversation, Shen Qinj watched silently. She learned the identity of this relative from her sister. It is no exaggeration to say that Shen Qinj has never seen such a rich person since she grew up. Her brother-in-law's family is already very powerful. They run a big restaurant, live in a big house, and have 3 cars at home. And facing this big boss named Ji, there is no telling how many levels they are inferior. People of this level are enough to be the topic of conversation for Shen Qinj. Shen Qinj couldn't help feeling weak in the face of a big man like Uncle Ji, but Jiang Ning talked to him with ease. Why could he do it? Shen Qinj was puzzled. After chatting for a few words, Jiang Ning didn't find a topic to talk about. There was not much meaning, and most of them were polite words. Even though Ji Guangchun was wealthy and others would have been too busy trying to curry favor with him, Jiang Ning didn't bother to care about that. He worked hard to cultivate himself, so that one day he wouldn't have to kowtow to others. His actions made Ji Guangchun look up to him. Ji Guangchun often met some young people in their early 20s who discussed how to do business with him and talked a lot, all of which were nonsense. But Jiang Ning didn't have any thoughts about that. But soon, Ji Guangchun smiled secretly, thinking that maybe this kid was too young and was focused on having fun. His son was also in the same situation at this age. Thinking of this, Ji Guangchun looked at his son, who was looking down at his phone. His cousin Jiang Junlang pulled Jiang Ning to the side. He glanced at his mother and whispered, "Brother, you are awesome. I've reached diamond." He suppressed his joy, and his face was a little excited. His LoL account was previously at the silver level, which was average for high school students. Jiang Junlang was once mocked by a platinum classmate for his low rank, and called him a rookie. It's taunting. He's not as good as others, just laugh it off. But that classmate actually mocked him in front of a female classmate who played LoL. That's right, there are girls in Jiang Junlang's class who play LoL. Jiang Junlang couldn't stand it, he didn't accept it. But his mother was strict, and he had no time to play games. He knew that his cousin had many ways, so he contacted Jiang Ning and asked him if he could find a cheap power leveler to help him level up. In this way, he could slap his classmates in the face and show off in front of the female classmates. Jiang Ning agreed. It happened that Zhu Yuantang went home every night and didn't sleep. He always played 2 games of LoL, so Jiang Ning logged into his computer. Zhu Yuantang played games every day and upgraded his account to diamond. Jiang Ning charged Jiang Junlang 700 yuan as a power leveling fee, which was definitely cheap. Jiang Junlang gave it to him readily, and then, holding the diamond account, he showed off in front of his classmates. Jiang Ning handed over another 200 yuan to Zhu Yuantang. She was so happy that she invited Jiang Ning to the city to eat barbecue, which cost 150 yuan. My substitute is very powerful and has a high winning rate. Jiang Ning said. Zhu Yuantang is smart, quick to react, and has a pretty good gaming level. Jiang Junlong agreed. Indeed, I think his record is very strong. But I don't know why so many people add me as a friend and scold me. He was a little puzzled. Jiang Ning, don't pay attention to these details. Zhu Yuantang likes to grab positions and heads in seconds when playing games, and is often targeted. Jiang Junlong said again, I heard Kinch say that you guys were fishing for shrimps yesterday. Why didn't you call me? He showed an expression that you were not righteous. Can you go out to play? Jiang Ning glanced at his aunt. Jiang Junlong, you testify for me. No, she must think you went out to surf the internet. Jiang Ning said. Hearing this, Jiang Junlong sighed. You are still free. Jiang Ning said, each has his own way. Although his cousin Jiang Junlong seems to be not free, he has never lacked material conditions. He has his parents to take care of him, and he has no worries about food and drink. He can get 700 yuan for game training at will, and his mobile phones and computers are all the latest models. Thinking back to the past, Jiang Ning was indeed free, but he only had 100 yuan pocket money a month. He had to think carefully before buying snacks, fearing that he would not have enough money. When will you cover for me, and I will go to the river dam to play? Jiang Junlong thought for a while and said, I will ask Kinch to testify, and my mother will definitely have no objection. Jiang Ning said, okay, I will prepare some food for you then. He once lived in his uncle's house. Not only did he have to look at people's eyes, but his aunt often compared him with Jiang Junlong, criticized him, and made him unhappy. In fact, Jiang Junlong himself has always treated him well, and even invited him when there was something delicious. Jiang Junlong was excited. It doesn't matter whether we eat or not, let's go fishing in the river. We haven't fished for a few years. Jiang Ning, okay. After finalizing the details, Jiang Junlong was in a good mood. My sister-in-law brought some snacks when she went on a trip last time. I'll prepare some for you later. It's expensive. Shen Kinch was not far from the two of them, but because Jiang Junlong spoke softly, she didn't hear clearly. Shen Kinch saw that there were not many fruits on the coffee table, so she went to the kitchen to wash some fruits and brought them to Uncle Ji and his son. Thank you. The young man thanked. Jiang Junlong introduced. He is Jichu, my cousin, sophomore this year. In terms of relationship, he is closer to his cousin Jiang Ning because his cousin is too high level and usually only sees him once a year. Besides, he is 4 years older than him, so there is a generation gap. First time meeting. Jiang Ning said. He heard most of Jichu's deeds from hearsay. Jichu studied at the best university in Nanxi. After graduation, he started a business and opened an e-commerce website with the investment given by his parents. Jichu was capable and wealthy, but the competition in the e-commerce field was so fierce. Jichu's company closed down after only 1 year, losing millions. It was just a few million, which was not a big deal for Jichu. After this blow, Jichu returned home to inherit the family business, and then married the only daughter of another big boss. Well, this time it was a strong alliance. Lunch. The food on the table was extremely rich. A large table was filled with more than a dozen dishes. Jiang Junlong sat on Jiang Ning's left, and Shen Kinch pretended to sit on his right. At the table, Uncle Jiang Kishan asked, Guangchen, are you going to discuss business with Changqing Liquid when you come back this time? As soon as he opened his mouth, he immediately attracted everyone's attention. Even a girl like Shen Kinch was interested. Ji Guangchen pondered for a moment and said, yes, I plan to discuss a promotion plan with them. He came here not only to represent himself, but also to have the support of several equally powerful bosses behind him. Ji Guangchen is rich, but who doesn't want to be richer? This is good. Chen Baldi from the tobacco and liquor store next door bought a bottle of Changqing Liquid that day. Wow, his hair grew longer. Jiang Kishan was amazed. Ji Guangchen, the effect is definitely excellent. We have sold it abroad. Jiang Kishan, it is often broadcast on TV and has been broadcast on the news several times. But the price is too expensive. It is a waste of money. Tubby Chen was reluctant to buy a second bottle. Now he is bald again. Ji Guangchun said, 3,000 is not expensive. They sell it for 30,000 and people buy it. Compared with foreign cosmetics, this thing is cheap. He said that the mother of the child spends millions of dollars on beauty treatments every year. Jiang Ning said, I don't understand these. I really think it is good. We developed it ourselves. When talking about this, Jiang Ning was very proud. He loved to watch those foreigners queuing up to buy Changqing liquid on TV. Every time at this time, he felt a boiling blood in his heart. Ji Guangchun felt even more deeply. He set up a factory in a coastal city and could feel the technological differences between China and foreign countries. He was extremely helpless. The CNC machine tools in his factory were imported from foreign countries at high prices. He then hired workers to operate the machines, process materials, and sell the materials at low prices to earn the difference in the middle. The machine broke down, and he was reluctant to ask foreigners to fix it because it was too expensive. He could only let his workers learn how to fix it little by little. Ji Guangchun had had enough and wanted to change. In the previous internet era, it was too late for Ji Guangchun to catch up. He invested a lot of money and started a food recipe website with others, but now it is half dead. His son Ji Chu told him that mobile internet is on the rise, but Ji Guangchun really couldn't understand it. Ji Guangchun finally understood that he had a low education and couldn't play with those high-tech. A few years ago, Ji Guangchun targeted the health field and invested tens of millions in orthodontic. As a result, with the rapid economic development in recent years, people have paid more and more attention to oral health, and the cost has long been recovered. After tasting the sweetness, Ji Guangchun decided to delve deeper into the field of medical health. It happened that Changqing liquid became popular last year. Ji Guangchun heard that it was a company in his hometown, and he immediately had an idea. Who doesn't know how terrible Changqing liquid is? Jiang Ning said, aren't you all in Wencheng? Have you ever gathered together? Ji Guangchun knew who he was talking about. It was none other than Jiang Ning's parents. Ji Guangchun said, they can't make the decision. We have to come and talk in person. Jiang Ning said, I do know Mr. Xiao's parents. The couple even came to my restaurant to eat before. Ji Guangchun was stunned. Xiao Shuangshang? When this name came out, Ji Chu's eyes lit up. The CEO of Changqing Guy. Shen Qinj also saw it. She had seen the woman named Xiao Shuangshang on TV. She was very beautiful. When she was young, she didn't look like the CEO of a large enterprise. Instead, she looked like a college student. Jiang Ning said, yes, it was Xiao Shuangshang's parents. Last year, someone came to my place to hold a wedding banquet. The couple came together. He opened a restaurant in the city. He was familiar with all kinds of people and had a wide network of contacts. Ji Guangchun thought for a moment and said, Xiao Shuangshang is not a simple person. After hearing that Changqing liquid was popular, people in his circle immediately used their connections to check the details. They thought that Xiao Shuangshang, who had been in the spotlight, was just a white glove pushed out by others. But after checking, it was suddenly incredible. The huge Changqing liquid actually belonged to Xiao Shuangshang. In the legal sense, Changqing liquid belongs to Xiao Shuangshang, including the formula of Changqing liquid. No one can take away her company. This is unreasonable. A girl from a small town family went to college for a few years, worked as a nurse for a few years, opened a small pawn shop, and then suddenly created a company with the potential to be among the world's top 500 companies. Is this reasonable? However, no matter how others dug, they couldn't find the person behind Xiao Shuangshang. Jiang Ning said, it must be not simple. Ji Guangchun wanted to talk more deeply, but if there was, it was not suitable to talk about it at the dinner table. Jiang Ning poured him a glass of wine. Ji Guangchun waved his hand. I can't drink. I have to go to Changqing Liquid Company tonight. He and the people behind him have nearly 10 billion in assets. It would be a lot for ordinary people, but it is too small compared to the size of Changqing Liquid. The meeting time is set at 8 o'clock tonight. I heard that Mr. Xiao has other arrangements tomorrow. Uncle Jiang Ning felt a little sorry that he couldn't drink. He picked up a piece of melon. This melon is good. Jiang Ning praised. Good. After hearing this, Shen Qinj looked at the cut melon on the plate. It was brought by Jiang Ning. She also ate a piece, and it tasted very good. After hearing this, the people at the table tasted it one after another. Even Ji Guangchen praised it. It's really good. Where did you buy it? Unlike the melons he had eaten before, today's melon made him feel refreshed and light after eating it. The aunt looked at Jiang Ning. The fact that her brother thought it was delicious showed that the melon was of top quality. Jiang Ning said, I bought it on the way. Good luck. The plot of the school anniversary will be entered later, and I need to sort it out. So I'm going to take a day off tomorrow. I hope you will approve it. Chapter 314 Little Star. Jiang Ning had lunch at his uncle's house at noon, and the table was full of joy. After dinner, he watched TV for a while, and listened to his uncle and his family chatting. Time gradually approached 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Zhu Yuantang had come back from visiting the hospital a long time ago, and just now he sent him a message saying that he played games in his room and was going to take a nap. After all, his uncle's house was not as comfortable as his own residence, so Jiang Ning said goodbye at the right time. Jiang Qishan said, you left so early, and you can have dinner here tonight. It just so happens that I have nothing to do in the afternoon, so I will take you to buy 2 sets of clothes. When he said this, Jiang Ning's consciousness noticed that his aunt's expression had not changed. I remember that in the past, when his uncle said he would buy him clothes, his aunt always looked unhappy. His uncle has always been generous, and every time he buys clothes, he often spends thousands of yuan. It is normal for his aunt to be unhappy. After all, it's different. Jiang Ning thought silently, like Ji Guangchen, when he saw him in his previous life. He just nodded indifferently and then ignored him. Today, he chatted with him with some kindness. His parents' achievements were reflected in him. With his parents' current achievements, his aunt couldn't be snobbish anymore. No, I'll go back and clean up, and I have to go to evening self-study in the evening, Jiang Ning said. Hearing this, his uncle didn't try to keep him. He said, some of the dishes were cooked too much at noon, so I'll bring some back for you. You can put them in the refrigerator and heat them up in the evening. Jiang Ning waved his hand. No, I'll eat at my neighbor's house in the evening. At this time, his cousin Jiang Junlan came over with a bag. These snacks are very delicious. You take them back. Jiang Ning didn't refuse. He and his cousin Jiang Junlan agreed that after a while, he would cover for the other party and go fishing together at the river dam. Jiang Ning took the snacks and planned to leave. Shen Qinj showed the elevator card and said in a normal tone, I'll help you swipe the elevator. The two changed their shoes and went out. After Shen Qinj swiped the elevator card and pressed the first floor, she should have gone back to the house directly, but she actually got into the elevator. They were still the only ones in the elevator, and they were silent with each other. The elevator stopped on the 5th floor, and a couple with a child came in. In order to make room, Shen Qinj stood in the corner, so she was further away from Jiang Ning. After getting out of the elevator and coming to the community, the sun was particularly strong today, and the temperature was even 33 degrees, which made the green plants beside the building wilt. Jiang Ning walked towards the entrance of the community, and Shen Qinj walked up quickly and walked side by side with him. After walking for a while, Jiang Ning broke the silence. No need to see me off. Shen Qinj was very happy to hear him talk, but who would have thought that he would drive her away as soon as he opened his mouth. Shen Qinj's nose was sore, and she felt uncomfortable, but she didn't leave. I'll go to the small store outside to buy some ice cream. She lifted the wet hair on her forehead. The temperature was too high, and she was sweating. After walking a few steps, Jiang Ning, oh, I see. Hearing his bland reply, Shen Qinj felt bitter in her heart again. It was too perfunctory. How could he be so perfunctory? She studied in the town during junior high school, and as soon as school was over, Jiang Ning would catch up with her to eat and go home. Sometimes, when she wanted to eat with her classmates, he would come up and rub against her, and she couldn't chase him away. Take the most recent time. Last year they came to Yazhou City together. She could have taken a car from a villager and easily reached the city without changing buses, but Jiang Ning insisted on coming to the city with her. There was no other way, because the family's car had other passengers and couldn't accommodate the two of them. Shen Qinj finally gave up the car and chose to take the bus with him. But as soon as he got off the bus, Jiang Ning changed and became extremely cold. The uncle's residence was about 100 meters away from the gate of the community. Soon, Jiang Ning left the community. He released his spiritual sense and prepared to find an empty alley to release the spirit boat. As a result, Shen Qinj seemed to want to follow again. Jiang Ning stopped and pointed in the opposite direction. There is a small shop selling ice cream over there, very close. Shen Qinj was as if stabbed with a knife. When she heard this, her eyes were full of disbelief, and she stood there like a wooden stick. The atmosphere became quiet. After a few seconds, her peaceful expression finally changed. Her innocent cheeks flushed, and she carried the resentment that had been suppressed for a long time. It's none of your business where I go. I just want to buy it at the supermarket over there. What is it to you? Facing Shen Qinj's words, Jiang Ning was calm and replied lightly, you don't know how to be kind. After that, he ignored Shen Qinj and turned away. Under the sun, Shen Qinj stood there, watching his back gradually disappear. She frowned, suddenly covered her chest, and kept gasping. In the end, Shen Qinj didn't buy ice cream, and went back in a daze. Evening self-study, class 8. Jiang Ning and Zhu Yuantang had just sat down. Sister Chen Saiking turned around and spoke. Jiang Ning, I saw the message Zheng Lu sent in the group yesterday. You got a lot of shrimps, really a lot. Jiang Ning, that's our class group. How did you see it? Chen Saiking answered subconsciously. I logged into my sister's account. The words came out of her mouth, and Chen Saiking hurriedly made up for it. I said it wrong. It was a slip of the tongue. I'm the sister. Jiang Ning, obey Yuxia. I give up. Chen Saiking was annoyed. She was such a simple person, but Jiang Ning unexpectedly deceived her. She wanted to call her sister, and the two of them worked together to teach Jiang Ning a lesson. Forget it, it's exposed, so what can I do? Anyway, Jiang Ning had seen it before, but he just pretended not to know. When Chen Saiking thought of him watching her performance and not exposing it, she couldn't help feeling ashamed. She picked up the cup and drank a sip of water to ease her inner embarrassment. Jiang Ning, how did you catch the shrimps? I saw there were so many. Zhu Yuantang stretched out his little arm. Of course it was me. Half of it is my credit. You can catch shrimps? Chen Saiking didn't believe it. Zhu Yuantang didn't look like a person who could endure hardship. If you don't believe me, ask Jiang Ning. It was really me who caught it. Zhu Yuantang was very confident. She was very confident. Jiang Ning testified for her. Don't doubt it. It was really her. Chen Saiking looked at her with admiration. Very good. Zhu Yuantang was praised and said complacently, not bad, not bad. I caught it casually. Chen Saiking asked about the crayfish for a while, and there was yearning in her words. Catching shrimps is something that makes people yearn just by listening to it. Catching shrimps is so interesting, especially for their high school age. Zhu Yuantang, I heard that there is a place where you can ride horses on the river dam over there. Chen Saiking asked. There was when I was a child, but I don't know about it now. Zhu Yuantang said. Chen Saiking said, my friend said there is one recently, 30 yuan per person. You can ride for a long time. She and her sister have not ridden horses yet. Zhu Yuantang, next time we have a break, I will help you take a look. She has never ridden a horse, but she is also interested, but Zhu Yuantang prefers boating. Jiang Ning, do you remember the park we went to last spring outing? Zhu Yuantang asked. Of course, CUIU from our class fell into the river. Jiang Ning said. Bei Yuxia in the front row pursed her lips, revealing 2 dimples. There is a lake and a boat in the park, but it's a pity that the cruise ship was not open on the day we went. Zhu Yuantang said regretfully. Otherwise we can go boating next time. She fantasized. Chen Saiking said, the park is quite far from your home, about 10 kilometers, right? Zhu Yuantang waved his hand. It doesn't matter. Jiang Ning rides a super fast bike. I'll ask him to speed up, like flying. I don't know when there will be boating. Zhu Yuantang sighed. Jiang Ning said, there will be a boat during the May Day holiday. Zhu Yuantang tilted his head to look at him. How do you know? Because I have internal connections. Jiang Ning said. As he spoke, he picked up his phone, edited a text message, and sent it to Xiao Shuangshan. Xiao Shuangshan replied in seconds. Do you need to buy the park? Jiang Ning, just get the boat and keep it running normally. Xiao Shuangshan, okay, I'll arrange it now. Myo Zhe, what are you weaving? Myo Zhe was sitting in his seat, weaving plastic tubes in his hands, and those plastic tubes were colorful. Myo Zhe looked at Cuiu and said, little star. Cuiu laughed when he heard it. You are a grown man. Why are you making up little stars? You are just like a woman. Myo Zhe looked Cuiu up and down and said seriously, so you will never know why I made up little stars. Cuiu. Unable to get an answer, Cuiu ran to the 4 seats in the back row. Jiuo Kunan's seat was vacant. Only Ma Shichen was playing games and Wang Langlong was watching him play games. Wang Langlong, brother Ma, kill him, kill him, kill him alone. He slapped his thigh excitedly. At the same time, Wang Langlong alerted brother Ma for the teachers who suddenly appeared around. Cuiu's arrival did not hide from Wang Langlong's eyes. Brother Cui, what's wrong? Wang Langlong asked. Cuiu was an important supporter of his future plans. Cuiu said, it's strange. I saw Myo Zhe making twinkle twinkle little stars. Wang Langlong said, twinkle twinkle little stars? There were girls in our class who made twinkle twinkle little stars before. Cuiu, fuck Myo Zhe as a man. Wang Langlong, this shows that Myo Zhe has a heart of a tiger and a nose for roses. Cuiu was stunned. What does that mean? Ma Shichen killed the opponent alone and comfortably took out the Wrigley chewing gum and shared it with them. It's okay. Making twinkle twinkle little stars is nothing. I used to make paper cranes. Wang Langlong, I used to make rabbits. Cuiu said, I always feel that Myo Zhe is not right. At this time, 2 people passed by the door of class 8. One was Qianheng and the other was Zhao Xiaofeng. Cuiu moved his mouth but didn't say anything. Qianheng stood at the back door, looking around class 8, and his eyes scanned the figure of Yang Sheng, and he felt quite satisfied. Zhao Xiaofeng said, Brother Shan, do you need me to call her for you? Qianheng said calmly, I just came to see her, no need to call her out. Zhao Xiaofeng cooperated. Brother Shan has a vision. Not disturbing her is the ultimate gentleness. Cuiu, damn, you are so pretentious. Just as if you disturbed her, Yang Sheng would come out. Qianheng took a look, and then, he looked twice more, and then, he unexpectedly saw Myo Zhe folding little stars. Qianheng watched for half a minute, retracted his gaze, and left with Zhao Xiaofeng. Back in class, Qianheng's mind flashed Yang Sheng's handsome face, and then flashed the 8th classmate who was folding little stars. Qianheng remembered that in junior high school, there was a boy in their class who pursued a girl. The boy folded 99 little stars for the girl to express his love. He moved the girl with amazing perseverance and finally succeeded in his confession. The more Qianheng thought about the scene of his confession, the more he felt empathy. He thought, he can do it. He asked Zhao Xiaofeng, do you know what Yang Sheng likes? Zhao Xiaofeng wanted to answer money, but he thought about what Brother Shan had told him and thought, Brother Shan, it's hard to say. Girls like too many things. Beautiful clothes, delicious snacks, and even the stars in the sky. The speaker is unintentional, but the listener is interested. Stars? Qianheng found Li Shi from the same class again. Shishi, what do you girls like? Li Shi was browsing the shopping app. She looked up and said, there are so many. Qianheng, do you like little stars? Li Shi was confused. What little stars? Little stars made of plastic tubes, colorful. Qianheng made a gesture. Li Shi, it sounds good. You should like it. Why are you asking these questions? Qianheng didn't answer. He waved his hand and called Zhao Xiaofeng. He took out 2 banknotes. Buy me some plastic tubes, the kind I saw in class 8 just now. Zhao Xiaofeng, okay, Brother Shan. After a while, Zhao Xiaofeng came back with a big plastic bag. Brother Shan. Qianheng looked at the pile of plastic tubes in the bag and was quite satisfied. He pulled out a tube and planned to make a little star. Just as he started, he was stunned. He couldn't do it. Qianheng looked around. Xiaofeng, Shishi, can you make little stars? No. Li Shi said. Zhao Xiaofeng, I'll check it on my phone. Qi Xianheng took out 200 yuan bills. Too slow. Go to class 8 and let him teach you. You should learn carefully and come back to teach me when you learn it. Zhao Xiaofeng took the money and ran to class 8. Classmate, teach me to make little stars. Zhao Xiaofeng took a breath. Mao Zhe didn't know this person at all, and he instinctively refused. It's too troublesome. You can find someone else. Cuiyu saw this scene and laughed secretly. He whispered to Ma Shichen, why did he find Mao Zhe in our class when he couldn't find anyone else? You see, he will have to get out soon. Who doesn't know that Mao Zhe is a typical stubborn person? Zhao Xiaofeng had expected this situation. He took out 100 yuan and slapped it on Mao Zhe's desk. Mao Zhe frowned. What do you mean? Zhao Xiaofeng, teach me to weave little stars, and the money will be yours. 10 minutes later, Zhao Xiaofeng was all smiles. Now, he has perfectly mastered the skills of weaving little stars. Mao Zhe is very dedicated and has thoughtfully written a summary of the key points of the skills. The money and goods are cleared. Zhao Xiaofeng took the paper and ran away. Cuiyu opened his mouth wide. Fuck, how can it be like this? Mao Zhe's thin face rarely showed a smile. Shan Zhao walked in. He smelled something wrong in the air. He asked honestly, brothers, what's going on? Cuiyu quickly said. Zhao Xiaofeng asked Mao Zhe to weave little stars and gave Mao Zhe 100 yuan. Shan Zhao, I see, I know. Shan Zhao only asked one question. It was almost time for class. Cuiyu saw that Jiu Kanan's seat was still empty. He wondered, what's wrong with brother Nan today? Why hasn't he come yet? Chapter 315, Fighting for Fun. There are still many students on the playground of number 4 middle school. Shan Kaikwan and Jiu Kanan strolled on the cobblestone path outside the playground. They had just finished exercising, showered in the dormitory, and were now planning to go to the classroom for class. It was already the end of April, and it was not yet dark. Jiu Kanan said, with so many people exercising, the competition at the sports meet tomorrow will definitely be fierce. Shan Kaikwan was calm. No matter how fierce it is, we must try our best. Jiu Kanan looked at the calm Shan Kaikwan, and there was an indescribable feeling in his heart. When the school just started, he thought that he was more mature than Kaikwan. Now he doesn't think so, because he found that he can't see through Shan Kaikwan. There was no one around. Jiu Kanan asked, have you really decided to confess after the sports meet? Shan Kaikwan, yes. It's too hasty. Can't it be later? Jiu Kanan suggested. After Jiu Kanan's tempering, his state of mind is perfect and his path is flawless. He has the patience to slowly cultivate feelings with Zhu Yan from class 11. He wants to pick an auspicious day to confess on the same day as Shan Kaikwan. Shan Kaikwan shook his head. It's not a question of whether I can wait. Now that I've come to this point, I can't stop. I represent more than just myself. Jiu Kanan didn't understand what he was saying. Then who do you represent? Shan Kaikwan sighed. I represent the countless me in the 200 days that Bayuksha and I have known each other. The countless me in the past have made me who I'm now. The numerous me have forced me to rush forward. If I retreat again, everything will disappear. To be honest, Jiu Kanan didn't understand what Shan Kaikwan was saying, but he felt that he was very cool. Jiu Kanan, come on, you have been working too hard recently. Shan Kaikwan, if you don't work hard now, you will shed tears in the future. Jiu Kanan wanted to say, is there a possibility that you will shed tears in the future if you work hard now? But this statement was too depressing and hurtful. No matter what, I'll keep the bottle of wine in my dormitory for you. Jiu Kanan said. Brother Shan, have you learned it? It's so simple, you can learn it casually. Qi Xianheng pinched the woven little stars, feeling satisfied. Qi Xianheng said, next I will weave little stars, 999 of them. Zhao Xiaofeng was shocked. So many? 999 represent my love for her. Qi Xianheng said seriously. He was originally a bohemian young master, but now he is willing to give up everything and use his 10 fingers that have never touched women's water to weave little stars for Yang Sheng by hand until he has woven 999 little stars and then give them to his beloved woman in person. Qi Xianheng's fantasy almost moved himself. He dared not think about how excited Yang Sheng would be when he saw 999 little stars. Although Zhao Xiaofeng did not understand Qi Xianheng's outrageous operation, he knew that he was Qi Xianheng's right-hand man, and he would do whatever Brother Xian asked him to do. Brother Xian, how about I find a few girls to help you weave together? Zhao Xiaofeng suggested. Qi Xianheng refused immediately. No. The little stars symbolize loyalty. How can he let others interfere? He can't accept impure love. Li Shi, who was behind, put down her phone and looked up. She had just negotiated with the merchant to buy goods on her behalf. Qi Xianheng, are you serious? How can it be fake? Qi Xianheng was serious this time. A voice came from the front. Li Shi, your 800-meter race will be scheduled for tomorrow afternoon. The speaker was a girl wearing glasses, thin and bookish. She was Fang Qiuyu, the monitor of Class 2, Grade 1, and also ranked 5th in the grade of Grade 1. Li Shi, I know. She looked at Qi Xianheng and said playfully, I heard last time that Yang Sheng signed up for the women's 800-meter race. Maybe I will be in the same group with her. Zhao Xiaofeng said, Sister Shi, please be gentle with your legs. Li Shi is nearly 1.75 meters tall, with a pair of long legs, and she is extremely advantageous in sports. He heard that Li Shi is good at various sports, such as skiing. Li Shi, I can only promise not to let her lose too badly. The second class of the evening self-study, during the break. In front of Bei Yuxia, Shan Keiquan loudly called Ji Yuokunan to go to the playground for training. His sister Chen Xiaoyu had already returned. Shan Keiquan has been working hard recently. He is either running or on the way to run. And you, Jiang Ning, I have never seen you exercise. Jiang Ning was unmoved. No need to exercise. Seeing his steady look, Chen Xiaoyu said, after the performance tomorrow, my sister and I will cheer for you. Jiang Ning, okay. Zhu Yuantong, huh, look at you arrogant. You Wen asked Shen Qinj, is it handsome? Shen Qinj thought of Uncle Ji who came to visit her home at noon, and his son Ji Chu. She said, he's very handsome, but he's a sophomore, 4 years older than us. Yuan said with experience, boys of the same age are too childish, it's better to be older. Look at Lukaki, her boyfriend is a sophomore in high school. Jiang Yanan, boys of the same age are indeed childish. She originally had hope for people of the same age, but since Ciu, who loved her, ate a big spider last week, Jiang Yanan became desperate. Lukaki said, don't mention it, they're about to break up. Yuan was surprised. Aren't you doing well in your relationship? I see he takes you to S restaurant every day. She was very envious. She couldn't afford to eat at S restaurant at all. Last time, the restaurant had a new fruit tea. When she asked the price, it was 21 yuan, and Yuan left without saying a word. Lukaki didn't tell the reason. She asked, Qinj, are they really rich? Shen Qinj confirmed, very rich. He opened a factory in another place. A machinery factory has hundreds of employees, and this is just one of his factories. Hundreds of employees. Lukaki's parents work in other places, and there are probably hundreds of people in the company. That kind of boss is already very rich. Lukaki knows the charm of money better than ordinary high school students. Having money can improve life, gain respect, and change so many things. What is his academic background? Too successful? Lukaki asked. Shen Qinj, technical secondary school. Yuan immediately said very understandingly, in the past, people who went to technical secondary schools were very powerful, and students with no future only went to high school. Lukaki agreed, yes, in the past, people who graduated from technical secondary schools could get jobs directly, and they didn't have to worry about anything. No wonder they can make a lot of money. They turned out to be from technical secondary schools. Yuan sighed. Ma Shichen was passing by to get water. Hearing this, he glanced over and said, there's a guy from a technical secondary school in the building next to my community. He got more than 500,000 last month. Yuan was surprised. Ma Shichen was a little abnormal. He actually agreed with her. Yuan said. The technical secondary school in their era was very valuable. He must be a big boss now, right? Ma Shiqing, no, he was electrocuted and lost more than 500,000 yuan. Mao Zhe made 100 yuan? How did he make it? Zhang Kai asked loudly. Wang Lang Lang said calmly. Zhao Ziaofeng asked him to learn how to weave little stars and gave him 100 yuan as tuition. Cuiu said angrily. Zhao Ziaofeng and Qu Xianheng are in the same group. The look he gave Zhang Kai immediately became meaningful. Zhang Kai's face darkened. He had fought with Qu Xianheng in the dormitory before, and later outside the school, he was chased by Qu Xianheng and his men. If it weren't for his amazing intelligence, he would have crawled under the car at the critical moment and escaped, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. If he had known this earlier, he would not have fought with Qu Xianheng at that time, and maybe he could have made a good relationship with him, and earned a few thousand yuan. Zhang Kai was even more unlucky. He worked in the cement factory for a day on Saturday, and got 150 yuan. Today, Sunday, he did not work to prepare for the sports meeting. Zhang Kai smiled. Mao Zhe, you are awesome. Mao Zhe and Zhang Kai were not familiar with each other, and he responded stiffly. Yan Xianpeng suddenly appeared at the back door. Brother Jun, do you want to buy cakes together tonight? Hu Jun didn't bring his phone today, so Yan Xianpeng could only come to inform him in person. Let's go together, let's eat better today. Hu Jun agreed. It would be better if there were more people eating cakes in the evening. After calling Hu Jun, Yan Xianpeng saw that Lu Keqi's seat was empty. Where's Lu Keqi? Hu Jun said. She was chatting in front. Do you have something to do with her? Yan Xianpeng said. Didn't I hear that she is about to break up? I came to comfort her. In the last class of the evening self-study, the head teacher Shan Qingrang came in person and explained the precautions for tomorrow's school anniversary and sports meeting. He talked about it for a whole class. After the evening self-study, various discussions came from the class. So many alumni are here. I just want to know how much money the alumni donated, which is related to the prize money for the sports meeting. It's so cool to hold it for 3 consecutive days. In the chaos, Jiang Ning and Zhu Yuantang left the class together, and Yang Sheng followed them. Some time ago, they were riding their bikes home, and were surrounded by several motorcycles. Jiang Ning originally thought that after that incident, Yang Sheng should give up riding a bike. As a result, she still rode her mountain bike home at night. She called herself a skilled person with great courage. Besides, the last accident was a rare one. In the dark night, Yang Sheng waved goodbye. Jiang Ning turned into the river dam. Jiang Ning didn't turn on the computer tonight. After washing up, he sat cross-legged on the bed, accompanied by the moonlight, and circulated his spiritual power to improve his cultivation. After a while, Zhu Yuantang came. It was very hot tonight. There was a breath of spring in Jiang Ning's room, and Zhu Yuantang liked it very much. Jiang Ning, you didn't do anything today. Why are you so tired? Zhu Yuantang lay on the bed, pulled Jiang Ning's blanket, and covered herself with it. She was indeed very tired. She didn't play games or eat. Jiang Ning said, it's because you didn't do anything that you are tired. He pulled the blanket over again. Zhu Yuantang, you are lying. She snatched the blanket. Then, Jiang Ning snatched the blanket over again. Damn it, you dare to snatch my quilt. Zhu Yuantang was furious and pulled the blanket. She twisted her waist and wrapped herself in the blanket. If Jiang Ning wanted to pull again, he could only pull her together. Seeing that Jiang Ning really stopped pulling, Zhu Yuantang rolled around on the bed happily. She won. I'm such a genius. Zhu Yuantang praised herself as she rolled. The next second, she didn't control her strength and rolled off the bed. Bang! She fell to the ground. Zhu Yuantang's crisp voice came from under the bed. Wow, Jiang Ning, the blanket is dirty. Jiang Ning shook his head and laughed. She didn't care about herself, but was worried about the blanket. It's okay, come up quickly. He didn't care. Zhu Yuantang lay on the ground with a flushed face. The blanket is rolled too tightly, I can't get out. I didn't update yesterday, because I asked for leave. I said I asked for leave at the end of the chapter, so I didn't post a separate chapter. It may cause you not to see it. It's my negligence. Sorry. I will resume updating from today. Next time if there are special circumstances, I will post a separate chapter to explain. Thank you for your support. Chapter 316 Teikai Practice. April 28th, Monday. In the early morning, the temperature was just right. The dazzling sunlight shone in from the window, and in the channel of light, endless particles floated in the air. Jiang Ning tied the laces of his white shoes, and he stood up, wearing a white Teikai suit. The loose Teikai suit, worn on Jiang Ning, had an indescribable sense of elegance and freedom, as if it was born with him. Jiang Ning stood in front of the mirror, looking at the person in the mirror, with a trace of confusion in his eyes. He had been wearing modern clothes during the period since his return, but now at first glance, it seemed as if he had returned to the past in a dream. Immediately, the fresh smell of detergent from the Teikai suit made his eyes bright again. The day before yesterday, Zhu Yuantang said that the clothes that the school had just issued were a little dirty and smelled bad, so she brought them back, washed the 2 sets of clothes carefully, and dried them, before returning them to him. Jiang Ning pushed open the door, and large patches of light rushed into the room, staining the surface of the Teikai suit. He walked all the way to the outside of the gate and looked up. The weather was clear, with white clouds and a few birds circling in the sky. Zhu Yuantang from next door pushed open the door and said, "It's a nice day today, suitable for sleeping at home." She looked at Jiang Ning again, and saw that he was wearing a Teikai suit, with a noble and free temperament, as if he was a real ancient person. Zhu Yuantang was stunned for a moment, then she said, "Jiang Ning, the clothes are very nice." Oh. It was rare to see her complimenting someone. "You can wear it too," Jiang Ning said. "I can't. I don't need to practice Teikai." Zhu Yuantang spread her hands and looked helpless. As a representative of the first year high school students, she had the right not to practice Teikai, and she didn't even practice it. Jiang Ning said, "Have you prepared your meal?" The morning self-study was cancelled today, so they could go a little later. Instead, they had to practice Teikai in the school. Zhu Yuantang, "Just finished, waiting for you to eat." It was only about 7 o'clock at this time, the temperature had not risen yet, and it was still refreshing in the morning. A simple breakfast was set on the dining table in the kitchen. Rice soup, shredded green pepper and potato, pancakes fried in an electric griddle, and a bottle of beef sauce. Aunt Gu made this bottle of beef sauce at the company, with plenty of beef. Aunt Gu made more, and packed a few bottles to take home, leaving them for her daughter and Jiang Ning as breakfast. Jiang Ning and Zhu Yuantang gathered around the dining table. He drank a mouthful of rice soup, which tasted sweet and refreshing, and quenched thirst, not as sticky as porridge. This was cooked with the spiritual rice he brought from Huki Mountain, and it felt good to drink it. Zhu Yuantang used a spoon to get some sauce, and spread it on the pancakes, and then put some shredded potatoes and green pepper strips in place. He folded the pancakes with his little hands, making a click sound. Zhu Yuantang held up the pancakes, and ate them beautifully. Jiang Ning thought it was troublesome, so he took a bite of pancake and a bite of vegetable. Zhu Yuantang ate the pancakes, and drank the rice soup, while Jiang Ning only drank 2 sips at the beginning, and then drank the soup, after eating the pancakes. After the leisurely and relaxing breakfast, Zhu Yuantang ran to the door to play. Jiang Ning was in charge of washing the pots and dishes. He did not use his spiritual power, but washed the dishes with his hands. Sometimes, the process of washing dishes was a little relaxing. During this time, the phone vibrated twice. Jiang Ning's hands were wet. He urged his spiritual power, and the phone flew out of his pocket, and stood in the air in front of him. Yang Sheng sent a message, "I'll go first. I wore a Teikai suit today, and many people looked at me on the road. I should have changed it when I got to school." As she said that, she sent a photo. In the photo, Yang Sheng had short hair, and the Teikai suit made her look like a female knight. "Jiang Ning, you go first. I'll leave right away." After Jiang Ning washed the dishes and Zhu Yuantang pushed the mountain bike, she shouted at the door, "Jiang Ning, don't dawdle, go to school. I'm coming." Jiang Ning's spiritual power flowed in his hands, drying the water droplets. He took a step forward, and the phone, that was suspended in the air suddenly shook, drew a curve, and sank into his pocket. Zhu Yuantang stood by the bicycle and waited. After Jiang Ning left, the old man and old woman who were eating next door saw him and praised him. "Zio Jiang, you are dressed well." The old man was holding a rice bowl. The rice was bought from the river dam. It was very salty. Jiang Ning, it's okay. The school requires it. After a few simple greetings, Jiang Ning took Zhu Yuantang with him on the bike. Zhu Yuantang sat sideways on the back seat. Now she was very skilled in riding a bike. She didn't need to hold on to anything with her hands, but she could still keep steady. She could even shake her legs. Jiang Ning's bike was too stable, and Zhu Yuantang felt comfortable. The mountain bike drove up the dam, and Zhu Yuantang simply leaned her shoulders on Jiang Ning's back. She held a piece of grass in her mouth, and admired the pedestrians on the road on the dam. The golden sunlight shone on her body, warm. As the bike drove, people of all kinds passed by. Zhu Yuantang felt particularly comfortable. She wanted to sleep in again. Jiang Ning, the blanket got dirty last night. I'll wash it for you when I get back at noon. My sheets need to be washed, too. Zhu Yuantang said. She has a fully automatic washing machine at home, so it's very convenient to wash the sheets without having to do it manually. Okay. Actually, there's no need to wash them. Jiang Ning had used her spiritual power to clean them last night. Since she wanted to, Jiang Ning didn't mind. Zhu Yuantang held the grass in her mouth for a while, and then she pulled out a long, round, tender green grass from her pocket. She peeled off the skin with her fingers, revealing the juicy white cotton-like spike inside. This is the reed sprout. Zhu Yuantang stretched out his arm and brought it to Jiang Ning's mouth. Here, eat it. It's delicious. Jiang Ning opened his mouth and ate it. The reed sprout was very tender, soft and sweet, and had a fresh fragrance. Is it delicious? Zhu Yuantang asked him. Yeah, it's delicious. Zhu Yuantang said. I liked picking grass sprouts the most in elementary school. My eyesight was very good, so I could pick a lot every time and eat them all at once. She missed the good times back then. Chachu picked them with me. She was clumsy and didn't pick as much as I did. Jiang Ning, I picked them too. In the past, he had a shortage of material conditions and no snacks to eat. He often ran to the ridges of the fields with his friends to pick grass sprouts, picked a lot, and then exchanged them for spicy strips with the rich friends in the village. I'll give you another one. Zhu Yuantang took out another one and fed it to him. Today, time was short, so Zhu Yuantang only picked a few. While eating grass sprouts, Zhu Yuantang searched the roadside with her eyes and found traces faintly, but she had to go to school, otherwise she could ask Jiang Ning to stop the car to pick grass sprouts. Zhu Yuantang restrained her eager thoughts. The gate of number 4 middle school. As soon as he entered the school gate, Jiang Ning found that today's school was very different from the past. There were several big red banners at the school gate, with the 60th anniversary of Yazhou number 4 middle school, and a welcome speech to alumni. From a distance, many flowers were blooming on both sides of the long main road of the campus. Every few sections of the road, there were flags and various banners. The school security guards, as well as Director Wang of the security department, all stood at the school gate, with their backs straight and their eyes inspecting the students entering the school, full of energy. Jiang Ning rode his bike to the school gate and was greeted by several stern eyes. He stopped his mountain bike and those eyes slowed down. He held the handlebars and walked into the school gate. Along the way, he met many students wearing Teikai uniforms. When Jiang Ning entered the class, the whole class was even white. When he saw Wang Longlong, a smile appeared on Wang Longlong's slightly fat face. The Teikai uniform on him was like a shroud, highlighting the festive atmosphere. Wang Longlong immediately clasped his fists and shouted, Master Jiang, welcome to my retirement ceremony today. Come on, take your seat. Jiang Ning smiled and went to his seat. Zheng Lu poked him and stood in front of him. Does it look good? Jiang Ning looked up. Zheng Lu grabbed the belt around her waist and gently pulled it outward. The originally loose Teikai suit suddenly pulled inward. The slender waist was instantly narrowed, forming a sharp arc contrast with the bulge above, and the natural thin branches bore fruit. Jiang Ning said seriously, well, not bad. Zheng Lu showed a clean and pure smile on her face. As long as it looks good. She showed it to Jiang Ning for a while and pulled the waistline open again. She knew that it was too obvious. Back row. Wu Zhaoqi came in. Shan Keikun said happily, Wu Zhaoqi, aren't your pants torn? How come you have new pants? As soon as this was said, everyone laughed. Wu Zhaoqi looked embarrassed, did not refute, and went straight back to his seat. Shan Kaiquan and others made a commotion. The class teacher Shan Qingrong appeared, and the students hurried back to their seats. The class teacher looked at the students in the class, all of whom were wearing Teikai uniforms. No, there was also Zhu Yuantang. Shan Qingrong instructed, "Come downstairs with me immediately, stand in the designated position, and practice Teikai." Jiuo Kunan raised his hand. "Teacher Shan, how long will we practice Teikai?" Shan Qingrong said, "It depends on the situation. In short, everyone should perform well. Many alumni will come." Dong Qingfeng said, "I heard that there will be the big boss of Changqing Liquid, Wan Yang, and the leaders of the province." Chen Kan put down the pen in his hand. He adjusted his glasses. "Class teacher, are there any academicians attending the school celebration?" Their number 4 middle school was founded for 60 years, and they were fortunate to have produced a top scientific research talent. Shan Qingrong smiled and said, "Yes, he is coming." Chen Kan's eyes instantly burst into light. "Academician, that is the biggest dream of a scholar." Shan Qingrong answered some questions. He glanced at the clock on the blackboard behind him and said, "It's time. Everyone follow me. Zhu Yuantang doesn't have to go. You stay in the class." She patted Jiang Ning and said, "Go quickly. I'll wait for you to come back." Jiang Ning and Zheng Lu went out with their classmates. The corridor was full of students wearing Teikai uniforms. They walked forward and stopped in front of building 1. Class 8 was located at the back. Jiang Ning stood at the back of the team and looked up. The front was full of students. Looking across the main road of the campus, the number 2 teaching building opposite was also crowded with students wearing Teikai uniforms. Jiuo Kunan said, "There are so many people." Dong Qingfeng looked at the formation and said, "Should we use Teikai to welcome outstanding alumni?" After the formation was completed, the atmosphere gradually became solemn. The sound of string music came from the school loudspeaker. Following the movements of the physical education teacher, the students began to practice Teikai. The students participating in this exercise included the first and second grade of high school, totaling more than 20 classes and more than 1,000 people. With thousands of people practicing, even the students who usually laughed and joked were consciously immersed in this atmosphere. Outside the gate of number 4 middle school, cars stopped one after another, and school leaders and teachers came to greet them. Well-dressed people got out of the cars one after another. Surrounded by school leaders, they entered the campus and walked along the main road of the campus. There were people carrying cameras behind them. The students practicing Teikai on both sides of the road were just their background boards. Zheng Kai, who was practicing Teikai, looked at the guests on the road and saluted them. There are more students like him. Everyone knows that everyone invited to participate in the school celebration has an extraordinary identity. Jiang Ning ignored him and continued to practice Teikai. Every move was as smooth as water and very beautiful, attracting nearby students to look over. Class 1 was divided near Class 8. Lin Zeta was clumsily practicing Teikai. He didn't learn it all. He imitated the nearby students. In such a large formation, he was trying to fish in troubled waters, and it was difficult to be discovered. Lin Zeta saw Jiang Ning's Teikai and couldn't help but say, "Fuck, so handsome." The beautiful girl next to him, Dong Jiayi, had her eyes on Jiang Ning. The well-fitting Teikai suit, the extraordinary temperament, and the free and easy movements were very lethal to girls of the same age. Wei Ziyuan, the life committee member of Class 1, cursed in his heart, saying that others were doing Teikai to complete their tasks, but you were just pretending. I should have practiced Teikai well earlier. Wei Ziyuan missed the opportunity. His progress in conquering Dong Jiayi was a big breakthrough compared to before, from 99% to 99.9%. As long as he worked harder, he could break through the window paper, successfully confess his love in one fell swoop, and achieve the achievement of lovers. Many strong men in suits and sunglasses appeared on the main road of the campus. Some classmates whispered privately, "Bodyguards." Li Shi from class 2 glanced at the students around her and explained calmly, "Those are people from Changqing Liquid Company, responsible for security work." Zhao Xiaofeng, "Sisterly, you know a lot, amazing." The alumni passed by the Teikai Square and just took a look, then went to the number 5 teaching building at the back with the school leaders. until no one appeared at the school gate. The string music from the loudspeaker stopped, and the Teikai drill ended. Ma Shicheng sighed. We have been practicing Teikai for such a long time, for a month, just for a short time now. After listening to this, Zhang Kai said solemnly, I hope I don't have to be a foil for others in the future. I want others to be a foil. He kept this sentence in his heart. Ma Shicheng's face flashed with surprise, and he said, keep it up. He was not shocked like Zhang Kai, but was very calm. He had something in mind, but he didn't have much obsession. Lang Long, let's go. Ma Shicheng shouted. Wang Lang Lang came over and whispered, Brother Ma, I just saw a man. I saw him speaking on TV. Ma Shicheng, normally, there are academicians, so there must be other great ones. Number 4 middle school has a history of 60 years. With so many classes of students, there must be some who have made extraordinary achievements. After practicing Teikai, everyone returned to the classroom. The classmates talked about it. Chen Xiaoyu picked up her school bag and said to Jiang Ning, we are leaving. See you at the sports meeting. They participated in the opening ceremony of the school anniversary. Bye. At the same time, Pang Jiao, Zhang Yifei, and Li Shengnan were still chatting in the north of the classroom. Wu Zhaoqi looked at the Teikai suit on his desk and Pang Jiao. How to describe it? Wu Zhaoqi couldn't describe it. He was very scared. He knew that the Teikai suit was of poor quality. He was afraid that the Teikai suit on Pang Jiao would explode and his face would be covered with blood. The more he watched, the more frightened he became. Wu Zhaoqi dared to ask, Pang Jiao, when will your show start? Pang Jiao slowly turned her head and shouted, are you eager to enjoy our performance? Wu Zhaoqi's face twitched when he was spat on. Pang Jiao, we are at the closing ceremony. Wu Zhaoqi thought to himself, thank you for letting me know. I will definitely be absent from the closing ceremony. At this time, the head teacher came in from the front door. Okay, students, move your stools and follow me to the playground. Zhu Yuantang stay. He instructed again. The school celebration began. There was a sound of collision between tables, chairs, and benches in the classroom. Jiang Ning's consciousness expanded, covering this familiar scene, just like many years ago. Zheng Lu saw this and came over. Jiang Ning, let's sit together. It's very hot today, and I brought water. Jiang Ning picked up his school bag. Okay. Chapter 317. Not as good as. The 60th anniversary celebration of number 4 middle school was attended by all students from the 1st to the 3rd grade. The campus was full of students carrying benches. Jiang Ning followed the large stream of students and headed to the playground. There was no auditorium on the campus of number 4 middle school. All important events were held in the playground. The gate to the playground was open, and security guards stood on the side. After entering the playground, the podium on the left was covered with red mats, and the desks formed a long row. 2 teachers were sorting things. Below the podium, there was a large area, also covered with red mats. Jiang Ning knew that it was the area reserved for students to perform. The position of class 8 of the 1st grade was diagonally opposite the podium. Everyone sat down in the open space, and the air was filled with a restless atmosphere. The square formation of class 8 was divided into 4 rows, 2 rows for boys and 2 rows for girls. Jiang Ning sat down at the back, and Zheng Lu was on his left. Jiang Ning, there are so many people. Zheng Lu put down her school bag and looked around. On the left was the square formation of class 9, and behind it was the square formation of the 2nd and 3rd grades of high school. Wang Lang Lang squeezed in the back row. Brother Ma, our class is too far to the front. It's not convenient to play with mobile phones. Ma Shicheng said, don't play. Wait until the sports meeting starts. There will be plenty of time to play. The opening ceremony of the school anniversary is only half a day, and the next 2.5 days are all sports meetings, so you can have fun at once. Wang Lang Lang shook his Teikai suit. Damn, it's a bit hot. Jiuo Kanan was sitting in danger. What's hot? It's not hot at all. Wang Lang Lang glanced at Jiuo Kanan's dark face and shook his head. You can't compare. You can't compare. Jiuo Kanan can stand the heat at a glance. And Wang Lang Lang, he hates the sun. He likes to live in the dark. Yang Sheng sat next to Zhenglu, and there were 2 empty stools in front of her, which were Bai Yuxia and Chen Xiao's, and she had reserved seats for them in advance. Yan Xianpeng and others in the next square greeted this side. Wang Langlong looked at Hu Jun and was surprised. Brother Jun, what are you looking at? Tell us about it. Hu Jun retracted his eyes and said, I'm looking for someone. Jiuo Kunan, who are you looking for? Ma Shicheng, I guess he is looking for the math teacher. Isn't the math teacher standing in the back? Shan Keikwin pointed at Gao Hishui in the distance. He stood in front of the second-year high school team. His strong figure and formal suit made him look a little different from the students around him. Ma Shicheng shook his head and said, this math teacher is not that math teacher. Wang Langlong, I understand. Hu Jun didn't answer, but kept looking. Seeing this, Wang Langlong couldn't help but said, Brother Ma, I want to recite a poem. Ma Shicheng said, recite it. Wang Langlong, I will never regret my clothes getting looser, and I will become haggard for her. Jiuo Kunan clapped his hands and praised, good poem, good poem. While the few people were talking, on the podium, the principal and his school leaders, as well as several alumni, sat down at the long table. Xiao Shuangshang did not appear on the stage. Jiang Ning's spiritual sense spread out, covering Building 5. Xiao Shuangshang was talking to some teachers in the conference room. Jiang Ning didn't know when she would appear, but it seemed that with Xiao Shuangshang's current mentality, she probably didn't want to greet the students in the sun. Last time, she said that she came to number 4 middle school just to see her former teacher. Principal Yu adjusted the microphone and was about to start speaking. The head teacher Shan Qingrang glanced at the students, and everyone received the signal and stopped talking immediately. Dozens of classes were like this, and they fell silent in a very short time. Principal Yu cleared his throat, and a noise suddenly came from the large black speakers on both sides of the stage, startling the nearby students and almost covering their ears. Hello, distinguished guests, teachers, and students. Time flies, and the years are like songs. In this sunny May, Yazhou number 4 middle school welcomes Principal Yu's impassioned speech resounded throughout the campus. The students listened well at the beginning, but gradually became bored at the end. The principal's speech was very long and loud, and the speakers were extremely noisy. Wu Zhaoqi held his baby basketball. Boring. Wang Langlong said, the principal's speech level is not very good. Ma Shicheng nodded, it's really average, and it can't bring emotions. Jiuo Kunan, I remember that, when I was in junior high school, a master came to our town junior high school. Wang Langlong, what is a master? Jiuo Kunan said, he came to promote Li Yang English. I always thought he was Li Yang himself, but later I found out that he was not. Shan Keikwin interrupted and said, I know, that person's speech is very good. He said that he used to live on the lowest plateau and ate crayfish for the first time. He ate the meat and his old mother ate the shell. Later, when he grew up, his old mother could no longer eat shrimp meat. Ma Shicheng, what happened next? Jiuo Kunan, later, we were also moved that we cried. We lined up and paid 88 yuan to buy the crazy English he was promoting. But I never opened that English book once. Wang Langlong, this is the charm of speech. Shan Keikwin, 88 yuan at that time, was a huge sum of money for me. They spoke in a low voice, but Zhenglu heard it. She said to Jiang Ning, in the past, there were people who came to our school to promote things. Sometimes we were in class, and suddenly everyone was called to the playground. I was very happy, haha. Zhenglu is also very happy now. She doesn't have to go to class, and she sits with Jiang Ning. The principal is also giving a speech, although it's a little hot. After Principal Yu finished speaking, it was the turn of the invited alumni to speak. They spoke in a circle, and an old man, accompanied by several people, went up to the podium. This old man was far from having the temperament of the principal, but the principal was extremely respectful when facing him. The old man looked at the formation below. At this time, Ma Shicheng and others stopped discussing. Classmates, good afternoon. I'm very happy today. I'm back to number 4 middle school for the 3rd time. I graduated in 1964, which is exactly 50 years ago. I'm your old schoolmate. The old man spoke slowly about his time. He did not make a grand speech. He just recalled that he walked more than 20 kilometers every time he went to school. talked about the things in Yuzhou City, and talked about the old cinema. In the sunshine at the end of April, the students seemed to have returned to that era, until he finished speaking. In the student square, the applause was thunderous and continuous. Ma Shiqing, that's great. Wang Lang Lang uttered 4 words, unparalleled in the country. After the long formal speeches in the front, the opening ceremony of the school anniversary finally reached the exciting moment. Wang Lang Lang stood up and looked up. Brother Ma, it started. The show started. The arrangement in the morning was mainly to watch the show. The host of the school anniversary was a sophomore student. The boy was handsome and the girl was beautiful, all in a dress. Dear teachers and classmates, good morning. Please welcome the 11th class of the 1st grade to bring us the opening dance, bunny dance. As soon as the words fell, a bunch of girls from class 11 stood up. They wore rabbit ear headbands, white short-sleeved shirts and small skirts. More than 20 girls appeared together and walked to the stage built with red cloth in the middle. It was really a beautiful scenery. Jiuo Kunan stretched his chin to the top of Shan Keiquan's head. Keiquan, look, Zhu Yan is here. Yanzi, my Yanzi. Shan Keiquan, you are pressing on me. Wang Lang Lang, brother Nan, be rational. Jiuo Kunan took out his mobile phone. How can I be rational? Class 11 not only has girls, but also boys following closely behind. When the girls stand in the middle, the boys are divided into 2 sides. And Jiuo Kunan's dream lover Zhu Yan, she is the lead dancer, standing in the front of the girls team. Her beautiful face and pretty figure attract the attention of the students present. Magical and dynamic music came from the speakers. Left, right. Zhu Yan put her hands on her waist and made a quick movement with her left and right hands. What followed was a lively and lovely dance. Dozens of girls danced together, and next to them were the boys from class 11 clapping and keeping rhythm. The audience was also affected. Cuiu was shaking his legs. Hu Jun found it boring. Jiuo Kunan placed his chin on Shan Keiquan's head, moving up and down to the rhythm. Shan Keiquan was almost shaken out by him. Get down quickly. Wait for me to finish watching. Jiuo Kunan watched and recorded at the same time. When the rabbit dance was performed, the square formation kept changing, and gradually Zhu Yan faced his direction. Jiuo Kunan, I'm not mistaken, she's looking at me. He forced himself to stop the urge to wave to Zhu Yan. He was silently recording, just to send it to Zhu Yan as soon as the dance was over, and even wasted precious data. That was the data Jiuo Kunan worked hard to get by signing in every day at the mobile phone business hall. The rabbit dance ended quickly, and everyone was still reluctant to leave. Cuiu smacked his lips. Brother Ma, it would be great if Zhu Yan came to our class. Ma Shiqing, give it up. Class 11 has good grades and will not be disbanded. The next program is martial arts. A male classmate in Shaolin temple costume, holding a stick, danced vigorously. To an outsider, the other party really has some martial arts skills. Wang Lang Lang, I feel, not as good as Brother Ma. After a while, a few street dancers came up. Their clothes were fashionable and trendy, and their street dance was even more novel, with all kinds of handsome moves. Wang Lang Lang always felt that something was missing. I feel, not as good as Brother Qi. Shan Keiquan, indeed, it looks good, but there is nothing that I can remember. Cuiu thought about it and described it. Their street dance is a drink, and people say it tastes good after taking a sip, but Brother Qi's basketball dance is a pot of fine wine, with endless aftertaste and a long history. After hearing this, Wu Zhaoqi felt comfortable in his heart, and hugged the basketball tightly. I don't want to show it in front of the whole school. Next time, I will bring you the ultimate basketball dance. The school anniversary program continued. Several senior high school students with remote controls came on stage. They controlled small planes to take off, and several planes made a buzzing sound. Wang Lang Lang, this is so cool. Shan Zhao stared at the planes and said, one costs tens of thousands. Zhang Kai said, it's a toy for the rich. One eye-catching program after another was presented to the students, including yoga for a single girl, group dance of 7 or 8 hot girls, chorus, group skits, and drama. The number of programs selected by number 4 middle school was large. After all, it was a 60th anniversary celebration, and the degree of care was far beyond the usual. The only bad thing was that the weather was too hot today, almost 35 degrees. Although it was not as hot as during military training, compared with the previous low temperature, the sudden temperature rise was still very torturous. Zhenglu unscrewed the cap of the purified water. Jiang Ning, drink some water. Jiang Ning took the water bottle and took a sip. He even heard the students around him swallowing. Not everyone was as well prepared as Zhenglu. Shan Kaikun was lucky. He brought 2 bottles of water, one for himself and one for Bayuxia. Bayuxia's program had been performed. She went to the girls' dormitory to change into her usual clothes and return to the square formation of class 8. Even so, on her way into the formation, she attracted many glances from others. After all, her graceful dancing figure just now touched the hearts of many boys. Privately, someone has already inquired about her information. The show being performed is a magic show. Wang Lang Lang, I feel not as good as Jiang Ning, or even Cuiu. Cuiu laughed. Hahaha, I didn't expect to show off my skills at the school celebration. Otherwise the whole school would be shocked. The girls nearby silently moved away from him. Chen Xiao was only one body away from Jiang Ning. She said across the air, Jiang Ning, do Bayuxia and I look good? Shan Kaikun immediately said, the whole school knows about you too. Chen Xiao smiled happily. Zhenglu fanned herself because she felt a little hot. The students around her were sweating on their foreheads and steaming all over. Wang Lang Lang, it's too hot today. If we hold a sports meet, won't people be killed by the heat? Shan Kaikun, it doesn't matter. The worse the environment, the stronger I am. He endured the hot weather without feeling unbearable because he had already brewed a flame in his heart. He was the stove. In Jiang Ning's consciousness, Zhu Yuantang was playing computer in Jiuo Ran's office, eating Jiuo Ran's snacks, and living a happy life. Jiang Ning didn't wait any longer. He opened his school bag. Zhenglu, what's in it? I see you haven't opened it yet. As she spoke, Jiang Ning took out a big plastic box. Zhenglu felt a chill. She saw that there were many ice packs in the school bag. Jiang Ning opened the box, only to see that it was filled with dark green mung bean ice cream neatly arranged, with a layer of white frost on the surface of the ice cream, exuding a hint of cold air. Zhu Yuantang made the ice cream himself. He opened the box. Not only Zhenglu, but also Jiuo Kunan and Wang Lang Lang saw it. Oh my god, brother Ning, you actually brought ice cream. Cuiu was excited. Most people really couldn't bring it. In such a hot day, even with ice cubes to keep warm, the ice cream would melt. However, with Jiang Ning's formation, it was like a portable refrigerator. Jiang Ning gave Zhenglu an ice cream. Cuiu, Jiuo Kunan, and Wang Lang Lang stared at them. It was a hot day, and the performances in the distance were in full swing. Who could refuse a cold ice cream? Wang Lang Lang started. Brother Ning, may you be as blessed as the East Sea, and live as long as the southern mountains. Jiuo Kunan, brother Ning, I wish you good luck and prosperity. Cuiu didn't have time to think of a suitable idiom, so he had to say, brother Ning, after the sports meeting is over, I will eat a spider to show you. The mung bean ice cream in the box was quite large, and Jiang Ning was not stingy, and gave everyone one. After a while, the students of class 8 in this area ate ice cream together. Cuiu was close to the girls' square of class 7. He picked up the ice cream and held it in front of the girls' square of class 7. The girls in class 7 naturally noticed this scene, especially the round-faced girl who was closest to Cuiu, who thought that this boy was going to give her an ice cream. She was still thinking about how to refuse tactfully. More than one girl in class 7 saw it. Some girls were more reserved and only glanced at it before looking away in order to avoid being considered greedy. The round-faced girl saw that the ice cream was getting closer and closer to her, so she blocked it with her hands. Classmate, no need. Halfway through the words, Cuiu's face came close to the ice cream, and he stuck out his tongue, from bottom to top, in front of the girls in class 7. His tongue swept across the ice cream in a seductive and arrogant manner. Cuiu retracted his tongue and showed an ecstatic expression. Wow. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. we cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 318, starting. CUIU's ecstatic action of licking the ice cream shocked not only the girls in the next door class 7 team, but also the boys in his class. Jiang Ning couldn't bear to look at him, and continued to talk to Shan Kaikwen, as if nothing had happened, as if he didn't know this person. Wang Lang and Ma Shicheng were eating ice cream. The round-faced girl from class 7 opposite CUIU quickly turned her face away. Her young heart suffered a great shock. What kind of person is this? CUIU was very satisfied, and his vanity was greatly satisfied. Talent. A soft voice came from class 7. Who is coming? CUIU turned his head. The person who spoke was a girl with a ponytail in class 7. CUIU saw her face first. He found that this girl looked very tall when she sat up, taller than Jiang Ning, Shan Kaikwen, and them. So he looked down and saw a pair of very long legs. Oh my goodness. CUIU was shocked. CUIU licked the ice cream. How tall are you? The long-legged girl looked at him with contempt, with a disgusted expression, and ignored him. CUIU scratched his head. His fame was underestimated. But it didn't matter. As one of the heroes of class 8, he never fought alone. He was a man with an intelligence base. CUIU patted Wang Lang's shoulder. When Wang Lang turned around, he pointed at the long-legged girl and asked in front of her, Brother Long, who is she? How tall is she? I want all her data within a minute. After hearing this, the long-legged girl's disgust became more obvious. However, Wang Lang was just a ruthless machine. He glanced at the girl and immediately understood. Tang Fu, the sports committee member of class 7, grade 1, has a net height of 179 centimeters and is good at singing, high jump, and mathematics. As Wang Lang reported, Tang Fu's eyes gradually fixed. Incredible. Jiang Ning and Shan Kaikwen looked at Tang Fu. She was 179 centimeters tall, taller than most boys. Brother CUI, is there anything else? Wang Lang asked. CUIU, thank you, Brother Long. I'll treat you to ice jelly later. Then, CUIU provoked, little brat. As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Fu stretched out her leg and kicked. CUIU's bench was kicked and shook violently. He quickly stood up. Fortunately, he reacted in time, otherwise he would have fallen. CUIU bit the ice cream, mumbled in his mouth, and lifted the bench. How could you hit me? Isn't it unethical? Tang Fu's voice was not in line with hers. Soft, I'm going to hit you. As she said that, she pretended to raise her slender legs. The students were close to each other, and such a commotion naturally startled the students of the 2 classes, especially class 7. A group of boys saw that their class's beautiful sports committee member was provoked and immediately glared at them. The first year high school students were young and energetic, not to mention that it was a hot day and everyone was irritated by the sun. If they were not handled properly, there might be trouble. Wang Lang quickly advised, Brother CUI, harmony brings wealth. Harmony brings wealth. CUIU knew he was in the wrong, and seeing this scene, he said angrily, forget it, I never bother with girls. At this time, there was a strong boy in class 7. He seemed eager to show off in front of Tang Fu, and said in a hostile tone, you are class 8, right? Wait for the tug of war. When Shan Kaikwen heard the words involving class honor, he spit out one word, ha. CUIU was not someone who was easily bullied. In front of all the students in class 7, he raised the ice cream and licked it with a sense of superiority. Oh my god, it's so delicious to have an ice cream. Unlike some people, they can only watch me eat. Good brother Meng Jiu, said, how cool. Cool. Shan Kaikwen, CUIU, who can only watch you eat? CUIU looked straight ahead, without tilting his head. He smiled proudly. Brother Quan, you misunderstood me. I didn't mean to target anyone. The boys in class 7 were very upset and wanted to speak, but Tang Fu stopped them and said, okay, Zhao Jinliang. For Tang Fu's sake, Zhao Jinliang said harshly, just wait and see. A small dispute was half resolved. Jiang Ning did not participate in the whole process. He ate ice cream and watched his classmates play, which was quite interesting. The opening ceremony was over and about to end. Zhu Yuantang finally took the stage to speak. Finally, the principal spoke and announced the disbandment. The students moved their stools back to the classroom. In the messy classroom, the class monitor Huang Zhangfei walked up to the podium. Let me tell you a few things. The drinks for the sports meeting will all be paid from the class funds and will be counted by the living committee member Hu Jun. Do you have any objections? Jiuo Kunan, no objection. Hu Jun stood up. In order to save class funds, I have a small opinion. I don't know if I should raise it or not. Huang Zhangfei, you can say it. Hu Jun said, I suggest that everyone drink purified water at the sports meeting. The athletes come to me to get drinks. This will save some money. After all, the class funds are only that much. His words caused a discussion in the class, and some students felt that it was unfair. Zhang Kai, the sports committee member, jumped out and said, those who participate in the sports meet win honor for the class, so they should be treated preferentially. Who told you not to participate? His words made some students uncomfortable. When Huang Zhangfei saw this, he said, how about this? I will personally sponsor 3 boxes of Coke for the class, and everyone can take as much as they want. Ma Shiqing, the class monitor, is so generous. Deng Qingfeng raised his hand and said, I will sponsor a box of orange with pulp. Wang Longlong, brother Feng is awesome. Jiang Ning, 2 boxes of Red Bull. As soon as his words came out, everyone, regardless of whether they were boys or girls, saw that Red Bull was notoriously expensive. A box of 24 cans cost 120 yuan or more, and 2 boxes cost more than 200 yuan. Huang Zhangfei advised, it's too much. Jiang Ning, it's okay, everyone should do well in the sports meet. He remembered that in the previous life sports meet, he saw the class monitor donating drinks, and he was quite yearning. Now this little money is nothing. Several people donated drinks, which eliminated the little conflict just now. Chen Xiaoyu said, Jiang Ning, what a waste of money. Jiang Ning said calmly, I just took the bonus for the sports meeting in advance. He was just talking normally, but Chen Xiaoyu and Bai Yuxia seemed to see the unparalleled confidence in him. Huang Zhangfei said, boys should come early in the afternoon and move the sunshade with me to serve as the residents of our class 8. Jiuo Kunan and several boarding students raised their hands to sign up. After school, Shen Qinj found Huang Zhangfei, class monitor. Let's discuss the square formation for the sports meeting. The so-called square formation is actually a small performance to show the talents of each class. Go home at noon. Zhu Yuantang asked Jiang Ning why she ate all the mung bean ice cream she had worked so hard to make. Jiang Ning asked her why she disappeared in the morning and where she went. Zhu Yuantang stopped talking. She was in Jiuo Ran's office, enjoying the air conditioning for a long time and eating a lot of snacks. How could she tell these things to Jiang Ning, who was drying in the sun? Sometimes, silence is golden, and Zhu Yuantang chose to remain silent. The weather was still hot in the afternoon. Zhu Yuantang slept all the way to school. They arrived on time. Only Chen Qian was reading in the classroom. Even another girl in the class who worked hard, but only ranked in the middle, was gone. There was a note on Jiang Ning's desk. I'll help you move your stool to the playground. A cute cartoon character was drawn on the upper right corner of the note. This was Zheng Lu's handwriting. Zhu Yuantang's stool was also moved away by Chen Xiaoyu. Let's go, Jiang Ning said. The sports meeting officially started in the afternoon. Zhu Yuantang did not go to Jiuo Ran's office because Jiang Ning had a competition today. Walking on the campus, students were moving things, getting water, and chatting. Jiang Ning felt a completely different celebration from usual. Although the weather was very hot, the students' faces were full of excitement and expectation, just like the lively New Year many years ago. Entering the playground, Zhu Yuantang looked at the crowds of people and the awnings everywhere, and she was dumbfounded. Jiang Ning, where is our class? Come with me. Jiang Ning glanced and found the location of class 8. Under the red awning, there were several tables in front of Hu Jun, with papers and pens, as well as a stack of lists. There were several boxes of drinks stacked next to the table, and the water dispenser in the classroom was moved over so that everyone could drink water at any time. Jun saw Jiang Ning coming, and he pointed to the drinks next to him. Jiang Ning, I bought Red Bull. Buy one box first, and buy another box tomorrow. Jiang Ning nodded. You arrange it. Classmates were scattered around the red awning, and Jiang Ning sat down next to Zheng Lu. Ma Shichen was playing games under the awning, attracting Wang Langlang to watch. Shan Kaikun was circling around Bai Yuxia, because Bai Yuxia was wearing a white dress, like a wedding dress, and was breathtakingly beautiful. She was the sign holder for the entrance ceremony of Class 8. Meng Jiui, who claimed to be a saint, cast his eyes frequently. The boys from the next class, Class 7, abandoned the girls in their class, and their eyes were already unfaithful. With the sound from the podium, the entrance to the sports meeting began. Huang Zhangfei shouted, everyone get ready, we are about to enter. The voice from the podium rang out. Now walking towards the podium is Class 1 of Grade 1. With flags fluttering and colorful clouds swaying, they are famous in the arena. Everyone looked up and saw Lin Zeta, dressed in black, waving a red flag and striding forward on the runway. Behind him, two handsome young men in ancient style appeared on the stage, namely Zhuang Jianhu and Wei Zhuan, and behind them were several women in ancient costumes, Deng Jiai and others. Jiuo Kunan said, isn't there a very beautiful girl in their class? Why didn't she appear on stage? Cuiu, I don't know. The next to appear was Class 2, and the rest of the classes continued. On the long runway, there were people dancing the social dance, pushing carts, doing somersaults, and cosplaying as rag dolls. Until Class 6 of Grade 1 appeared. The leader was a thin boy wearing a JK short skirt, holding a sign in his hand, leading a group of classmates in the class. He was just walking normally, but he was indescribably charming. Ma Shicheng and Wang Langlong, who were in the shade, stopped playing games and watched in amazement. The boy walked to Class 8 and raised his sign higher. Suddenly, he twisted his body slightly, and his waist swayed with an arc that was seductive. Hiss, everyone gasped. This is a woman's dress. The entrance ceremony of Class 8 was very simple. Bai Yuxia in a white skirt walked forward holding a sign, and the more than 50 people in Class 8 behind her were all her little foils. After the entrance ceremony, the first event to start was the men's 100 meters. The 100 meter event is the most popular event. This is the 60th anniversary of number 4 middle school, and the first game is crucial to ignite the passion of the sports meeting. Jiang Ning received the competition number. First round, first group, number 7, event. 100 meters. Shan Kaikun is a member of the third group. Since he got the number tag, he has been away from the crowd. He took a deep breath in a remote place to relieve his mood. Jiuo Kunan found his good brother. Kaikun, are you nervous? He showed the number tag in his hand. He was in the fourth group. Shan Kaikun did not answer. In the distance was the lively crowd, and Bai Yuxia in the crowd. She changed out of the white dress and was still beautiful. At the entrance ceremony of the sports meeting, Bai Yuxia held up the face of their Class 8 alone. The runway she walked on was lined with camera and mobile phone shutters, as well as the students' astonished eyes. In comparison, Shan Kaikun, was just an ordinary student who was not surprising. Shan Kaikun did not answer. Jiuo Kunan patted him on the shoulder and sighed. Bai Yuxia is too popular. Just now, a senior student asked me if I knew her questions. In comparison, Shan Kaikun was unknown. Jiuo Kunan believed that a girl like Bai Yuxia must be extremely picky, and Kaikun was in danger. Shan Kaikun was silent for half a minute, and suddenly he said, Brother Nan, have you ever risked your life for others? Desperately Jiuo Kunan thought for a while. No. Shan Kaikun held the number plate tightly, and his face showed determination. Even if I risk my life today, I will win the first place. All his efforts were just to be worthy of Bai Yuxia. Jiuo Kunan opened his mouth to tell him, it's very difficult. But he didn't say it, and couldn't bear to break Shan Kaikun's fantasy. Zankai came over with the number strip. Brothers, have you heard? The prize money for the first place in the 100 meters is 1,000 yuan. Jiuo Kunan was surprised. So high. Zankai said, yes, 1,000 for the champion and 500 for the runner-up. You two also signed up for the 100 meters, right? Which groups? Jiuo Kunan said, Kaikun is in the third group, and I'm in the fourth group. Zenkai, we are in one group, and I'm in the fourth group. The first round is for the first year high school students, and the students in the same class may also be assigned to the same group. Jiuo Kanan said, what a coincidence, please be gentle when the time comes. Zenkai shook his head, not this time, I have to go all out. Jiuo Kanan laughed dryly twice. He looked up at the stadium. The game is about to start. Jiang Ning is in the first group. The campus loudspeaker, the announcer's clear voice, to the 100-meter runners, your upright posture, standing on the sports field, you are under the scorching sun, and you are sweating on the track. On the track, your eyes are unwavering. Zheng Lu stood on tiptoe, through the crowd, looking at Jiang Ning. There are too many students like her. The three directions of the 100-meter track were surrounded by densely packed students, and everyone's eyes were all focused on the 8 people who were about to start running. Shikai and Jin, you go forward. Shenzhou shouted for him, and the cheerleading team of class 9 was ready. Jiang Ning, Chen Xiao and Chen Saiking were sweating in the sun, and they clenched their fists to cheer him up. Middle school students care most about class honor. The girls in the class of the contestants are generous in their encouragement, and there are many beautiful girls. Many male classmates, in their long student life, can only raise their heads bravely at this moment, and accept the enthusiasm of the girl they secretly love. Zhu Yan from class 11 led the girls in her class to cheer for Luo Jun, who participated in the competition. The noise of the girls on the field was so annoying. Where's Yuan? Come on. Deng Jiai jumped up. Where's Yuan on the field, was overwhelmed by the excitement, and his blood boiling instantly increased by 99 points. He adjusted the standard starting posture. Starting in this way, he can accelerate instantly and have a great advantage. Among the 8 people on the starting line, 7 athletes are like him, going all out and doing everything they can to fight for their loved ones or the honor of the class. Only one person did not adjust his posture, but just stood there, with his hands in his pockets, and his expression was calm. The game started a little slowly. Jiang Ning thought it was stupid to stand like this. He ignored the strange looks of the people around him. Jiang Ning looked down at the other 7 opponents, who were very serious. On the podium, Zhu Yuantang leaned against her chair. The sunshade blocked the strong sunlight, and she scooped a mouthful of ice cream with a spoon. Teacher Jiuo, do we have evening self-study in the evening? Jiuo Ran was looking at Jiang Ning. She saw Jiang Ning's calm look and laughed. In terms of pretense, her student was indeed quite good. There is no evening self-study in the first year of high school, but there is in the second and third years of high school, Jiuo Ran said. Zhu Yuantang was very happy to hear that. Unlike the ease of their side, the atmosphere on the field became more and more solemn. Even the students who were the audience were also raised their hearts. Not to mention the contestants, Wei Ziyuan and others were about to burst their blood vessels. At this time, Pang Jiao and Li Shengnan squeezed into the crowd and shouted to the sky, Luo Jun, I love you. The momentum was earth-shaking. After saying this, Li Shengnan's big face was full of shyness, as if to say, if you run first, I will promise you a dream. Luo Jun froze. Bang! The gun went off. The race officially began. Wei Ziyuan launched, and Shikai and Jin also launched. Almost in an instant, 8 people shot out and stabbed towards the finish line. However, Luo Jun was stimulated and failed to launch. His limbs were not coordinated well, and he failed to start. He used both hands and feet, and in front of everyone, he hurriedly crawled forward for more than 10 meters. Wang Lang Long, damn it, a full-legged snake. Chapter 319 Emergency. Around the track, students cheered and shouted. The momentum was moving. The contestants started and accelerated, each trying their best. Only Luo Jun from class 11 was funny and crawling forward. Fortunately, Luo Jun's level was not bad. After crawling forward for a while, he finally maintained his balance. He swung his legs and chased after the contestant in front. Zhu Yan and her classmates from class 11, who were originally waving flags and shouting enthusiastically, suddenly fell silent. Sister Yan, are we going to shout more? A female classmate asked. Zhu Yan looked embarrassed. They were the ones who shouted the loudest on the field just now, but it turned out like this. She looked at Pang Jiao and Li Shengnan cheering in the distance and thought to herself, are you here to make trouble? Jiao Kunan pointed his arm at the track. Does it look like a Tyrannosaurus Rex running? Ma Shichen raised his mobile phone and was recording. You are too flattering him. It's clearly dog shaved ice. Near the finish line, a large number of students gathered. Shen Qinj and others were standing here. Jiang Yanan's face was excited. Look, Jiang Ning from our class is in the lead. Shen Qinj didn't need to say it, she had already seen it. She was in a good position and could see at a glance that Jiang Ning was ahead. He was several steps ahead of the other contestants and led with an absolute advantage. Shen Qinj was so nervous that she didn't dare to blink. In this mood, Jiang Ning successfully crossed the finish line. Jiang Yanan jumped up excitedly. First in our class. Lu Kiki, who has always been more mature, was also excited when she saw this scene. Yang Shen came around from behind the crowd and greeted Jiang Ning. Great. After seeing Ma Shicheng and others, they ran towards the finish line together. The campus loudspeaker then announced, congratulations to Jiang Ning from class 8 of senior 1 for his time of 11.95 in the men's 100 meters. 11.95. This result is definitely quite impressive for ordinary people who have not received professional training. Shan Keiquan did not join Ma Shicheng and the others. He stood there for a while. He saw Jiang Ning at the finish line, surrounded by a group of people, and everyone's faces were full of joy. Shan Keiquan quietly moved away from the crowd. He was alone, doing warm-up exercises over and over again to get his body moving. His good brother Jiao Kunan followed him again. Shan Keiquan stretched his legs. Brother Nan, what was the sprint result you helped me measure before? Jiao Kunan said. Anyway, it was within 12 seconds. Very fast. He trained with Shan Keiquan and knew best how much Shan Keiquan had improved over the past few months. Jiang Ning is 11.95 and I'm within 12 seconds. Doesn't this prove that my results are not inferior to his? Shan Keiquan suddenly had this idea. Even higher than him. Jiao Kunan said, yes, you are very strong. Very strong. Shan Keiquan looked at Jiang Ning again. Ma Shicheng and the others had already arrived, and Chen Xiao and the others were all celebrating. Shan Keiquan's pressure was relieved a lot. He was in the third group. Soon, it would be his turn to bear the cheers of his classmates. Since 12 seconds can be the first in the group, then I, Shan Keiquan, will definitely take the first place in this group. He regained his confidence, his eyes full of light. I, Keiquan, will never be inferior to others in my life. Luo Jun won the first group, the last place. Gute from their class came over, with regret on his dark round face. Brother, it's not your fault. Pang Jiao and the others in class 8 are too scary. Luo Jun seemed to hear the devil's whisper, and he covered his ears with his hands. No, I don't want to hear this name. Gute was melancholy and a little nostalgic. He thought about how glorious it was when he and Luo Jun formed the black and white twins. In class 11, the two of them were invincible. Now, Luo Jun's mentality is not good, and he often reacts with some neurasthenia. However, Gute never thought of giving up Luo Jun. He said sincerely, if you are eliminated in the 100 meters, then you are eliminated. Anyway, this is not your strong point. You are best at 800 meters and long jump. Let me take care of the 100m. I have inquired. There are students from class 8 participating in the third group. I will win it for you. The third group of men's 100 meters is about to start. Under the sky, the sun is blazing. How many cheers are in my ears, full of blood and sweat igniting the dream of youth. The other side of glory is the direction of the stars. The pre-race speech was heard again from the loudspeaker. Shan Keiquan had a number on his back. He stood at the starting line. Wherever he looked, that was the finish line. But it was not just the finish line. At the moment of everyone's attention, he looked at the crowd around him and found the person he was thinking about. Very good, Bayuksha was there. Shan Keiquan felt much more at ease. He calmed down. All distractions disappeared at this moment. Only one goal remained, the finish line. Zhao Jinliang from class 7 stood beside him. At this time, Zhao Jinliang had a hint of unkindness on his face. In the morning, Tang Fu, the sports committee member of class 7, was teased by Cuiyu from class 8 next door. Cuiyu was extremely hateful. He not only teased Tang Fu, but also insulted Class 7. Now, Zhao Jiang, representing Class 7, is bound to severely hit Class 8's face. He, Zhao Jiang, is a quasi-sports specialty student. Do you understand what this means? He is only half a step away from being a sports specialty student. The loudspeaker sounded, tigers in the mountains, dragons in the water, Class 7 of Senior 1, crouching tigers, hidden dragons. Zhao Jianyang's proud head was raised higher and higher. This is the slogan of Class 7. CUIU, a bystander, said, "That boy is too arrogant. I can already feel his arrogance. Brother Long, think of a way." Wang Lang pondered for a few seconds and decided to take action. "Brother CUI, follow me to the podium." 10 seconds later, a voice came from the loudspeaker. "I'm Neza. I'm Wusong, Class 8 of Senior 1, killing dragons and tigers. Zhao Jianyang on the track, NIMR." The students around him heard this and immediately discussed privately. Is Class 7 being targeted by Class 8? In the crowd of Class 7, Tang Fu was dressed neatly. Her height of 179 made her stand out among the girls. Under her sports shorts, her pair of white legs were scary long, attracting the boys to look back. "Tang Fu, Class 8 is bullying," a girl complained. Tang Fu heard it, and she couldn't help her temper. "It's okay, Zhao Jianyang won't let us down. What's the use of shouting slogans? Well, getting grades is the real skill. When Zhao Jianyang gets the grades, everything Class 8 has done will only be a joke." Is Zhao Jianyang really good? Jiang Ning from Class 8 just ran so fast. "He is the first place," said the round-faced girl. She witnessed the first group of competitions. Although she was attracted by Luo Jun from Class 11 who was crawling on the ground, she still knew who the champion was. Tang Fu kicked her long legs. "Believe in Zhao Jianyang." On the left of Shan Kaikun was Gu Tei from Class 11, Luo Jun's partner, the whirlwind little wild boar. Gu Tei was round and strong, with a strong murderous look on his face. Zhu Yan from Class 11 was in the middle of their class's cheerleading team, and Ji Yuo Kanon looked at her across the track. The short track became a river and sea between him and Zhu Yan, which could not be crossed. Ji Yuo Kanon just sent a message to Zhu Yan, saying that he was in the fourth group, and hoped to receive blessings after he could go on the field, but he did not receive a reply. "It doesn't matter, she is the class monitor, and must be busy with the affairs of the class." Ji Yuo Kanon comforted himself. The third group's competition is about to begin. The physical education teacher at the finish line raised the signal gun in his hand. Shan Kaikun adjusted his starting posture for the last time. The 8 contestants made the final adjustments. The audience around them held their breath nervously and clenched their hands. "Take your dreams as your horse and live up to your youth." Shan Kaikun silently recited these 8 words. Bang! The gun went off. Shan Kaikun quickly exerted his strength. In just a moment, his blood boiled and his heart beat faster. He was not running, he was taking off. The 8 contestants on the field started at the same time. Shan Kaikun was indomitable and in the lead. He maintained the lead until the end, until he rushed to the finish line. Ji Yuo Kanon, fuck, so fast. 11.87 seconds. 11.87 seconds. The shouts of physical education teacher Gu Wei rang out at the finish line. Shan Kaikun walked back from behind the finish line, his heart pounding in his chest. CUIU shouted, "Kaikun is awesome." Yu Wen was amazed, he runs so fast. All the students in Class 8 at the finish line surrounded Shan Kaikun to welcome him. Huang Zhongfei opened a bottle of Red Bull for him, and Shan Kaikun drank it in one gulp. Luke Kiki took out a small pack of paper for him, and Shan Kaikun wiped his sweat. Chen Xiaoyu and Bai Yuxia also came, all with surprised looks in their eyes. Chen Xiaoyu said, "Shan Kaikun, you train every day, and you really have achieved results. Luke Kiki, I underestimated you, our champion." Shan Kaikun experienced a different treatment than usual. He walked lightly, almost reaching the peak of his life. "I just practiced a lot." Shan Kaikun waved his hand and said to the students around him indifferently. However, the smile on his mouth could not be stopped no matter what. "Where is Jiang Ning? I plan to discuss the experience of the 100-meter race with him. There is another round tomorrow." Today is just a preliminary screening of each grade. Tomorrow is the highlight. By then, the first to third grade of high school will be mixed, and the sports students will participate in the competition. Chen Xiaoyu stretched out her hand and pointed to the podium. What about that? Shan Keiquan saw from a distance that there were two familiar figures on the podium. Aren't they Jiang Ning and Zhu Yuantang? Forget it, I'll find him later. Class 7's base. Zhao Jinliang found Tang Fu with a dusty face. I made a mistake and didn't get the first place. I didn't expect that grandson in class 8 to run so fast. Tang Fu was surprised. She originally thought that class 8 had a Jiang Ning, which was already lucky against the sky. Who would have thought that there was another Shan Keiquan? Zhao Jinliang from their class only ran 13 seconds, a gap of more than 1 second. Tang Fu drank a sip of water and said softly, "It's good to advance. Try hard in the next round. Losing for a while is nothing. We won't lose all the time." There were not many good results in the short distance running of the first year high school. It was not until the preliminaries of the second and third years that there was a sensation. Many students with better results than Jiang Ning appeared. Jiang Ning sat on the podium, unmoved. Zhu Yuantang bit into the mung bean ice cream and said indifferently, "Jiang Ning, the air has been much cooler since you came." Chemistry teacher Ji Yuoran wrote with a pen, "Yes." Jiang Ning said calmly, "Because I'm a walking air conditioner." Zhu Yuantang, "Huh, look at your pride." Ji Yuoran joked, "The best result for boys in the 100-meter race is now 11.52 seconds. Are you under a lot of pressure?" Jiang Ning, "I don't feel anything." "Oh, you are hiding your strength?" Ji Yuoran stopped writing. Zhu Yuantang said, "He must have hidden it." Amid the discussion, several high school sophomores on the other side of the podium frequently cast their concerned eyes in this direction. They were responsible for broadcasting the sports meeting cheering scripts and handling trivial matters. Seeing the teacher-student combination here, they were very curious. The little girl eating ice cream was also the girl who spoke on the stage at the opening ceremony. In short, it was amazing. The boys' 100-meter preliminaries were over. Huang Yazhu, Ji Yuokanan, and An Qingfeng from class 8 were eliminated, and Jiang Ning, Shan Keiquan, and Zhang Kai advanced. Next was the girls' 100-meter preliminaries. Yanan, it's your turn. You Wen walked to the finish line with her. Lukiki, come on. Jiang Yanan said relaxedly, "I participated in the competition in junior high school, and I'm very familiar with the process. I used to run 50 meters in more than 8 seconds, ranking in the top 5 in the whole grade." Yuwen seemed to know her all over again. Is it that amazing? She didn't know how fast more than 8 seconds was, but when she heard that she was in the top 5 in the grade, she felt very strong. Jiang Yanan entered the stadium and stood up, only to find that Yang Sheng from her class was actually assigned to the same group as her. Jiang Yanan had an advantage over Yang Sheng. She was tall, a few centimeters taller than Yang Sheng. Her height meant long legs, which meant that she could take big steps. Yang Sheng. Jiang Yanan took the initiative to greet him, with a smile on her fair face. Jiang Yanan's facial features were only above average, but she had a huge advantage. She was white. When a girl is white to a certain extent, it will really change dramatically, which will greatly improve her overall appearance. Yang Sheng was wearing all black clothes, with a slender figure, short hair tied in a short ponytail, and a sharp and handsome profile, which attracted the attention of many boys. She nodded slightly. After all, they were classmates in the same class. Then, Yang Sheng looked at the middle of the runway, where Jiang Ning and Chen Xiaoyu were waiting. Seeing that Yang Sheng ignored her, Jiang Yanan felt a little resentful in her heart. She had made a bet with Yang Sheng before, lost the opportunity to be on duty, and sold hard labor to Yang Sheng for a long time. She had remembered it for a long time. Isn't this a good time to get it back? Jiang Yanan gave up the plan after looking around at the many students watching. It was not convenient to bet with Yang Sheng. She just prayed that Yang Sheng would advance. She planned to make an appointment with Yang Sheng in advance in the next round. With Yang Sheng's competitive character, he would definitely agree, and she would be able to get back. A girl on Yang Sheng's left was also eye-catching. She was 1.7 meters tall, wearing sportswear, with long hair tied up, and a cold face, exuding an air of keeping strangers away. CUIU said, "Brother Long, isn't that the waitress from Sister Ma's BBQ when we ate last time?" Wang Lang Lang said, "She is Peiyujing, a student from class 3 of senior 1. TSK, TSK, it's really delicious." CUIU didn't know whether he was describing the barbecue or Peiyujing's appearance. Peiyujing ignored the discussions around her and the glances from all directions. She just wanted to finish the competition quickly and then find a place to rest. She didn't take the initiative to participate in the sports meeting. When she signed up, there were not enough girls in the class, and many classmates were indifferent. Finally, the sports committee called the name. Maybe because she was tall, had long legs, and developed athletic ability, they chose her. Peiyujing was not good at sports. Many girls who were not as tall as her could run much faster than her by pushing their calves. However, if she didn't choose the 100 meters, she would have to run 800 meters or longer. Forget it. Finish early and get rid of it early. With this idea, Peiyujing signed up for the 100 meters. Now standing on the field, she regretted it a little. The 100 meters is a popular event, which is easy to attract attention and easy to widen the gap. It's easy to embarrass, so forget it. It's embarrassing. Peiyujing just wanted to finish quickly. The atmosphere gradually became tense. The physical education teacher at the finish line raised the signal gun, and the atmosphere became more solemn. Bang. Start. Peiyujing was still thinking about it, and her body was a beat slower, but with this beat, everyone rushed out. Although Peiyujing came to fool around, she didn't want to lose too badly. She took a step and ran forward with all her strength. She really tried her best, but because she started slowly, she still fell to the last place. Or maybe she hadn't run for a long time and was not skilled. When she ran to the middle, she suddenly stumbled, tripped, lost her balance, and fell forward heavily. She was about to fall headfirst onto the track. If she really fell, it would definitely be a serious injury, at least a scratch. At this moment, a figure rushed out from the side. He rushed into the track in an instant, gave her a princess hug, and sent her to the safe zone. The whole audience was silent. Bayuxia opened her mouth with a shocked look in her eyes. "Jiang Ning, please give me a monthly ticket." Double monthly tickets have started. Chapter 320. Let's talk. Peiyujing tripped and lost her balance a second before. Everyone on both sides of the track expected that she would fall badly. As for going up to help in a hurry, the body's reaction would definitely not keep up. Everyone was powerless and could only watch the girl fall. Even Peiyujing herself was frightened, and her face changed color. Her cold face was stained with a layer of pale. Falling during the 100-meter sprint, her knees rubbed on the track, and her skin was bound to be torn. Moreover, it was very embarrassing to fall in front of so many people in the school. Peiyujing often has a cold face, but her personality is not really cold. She is pretending to be cold. She can't ignore other people's opinions. Otherwise she would not be forced to participate in the sports meeting today. Peiyujing was full of despair, and there was only one thought in her mind. It's over. She has accepted the shame and injury. However, unexpectedly, she did not fall. A figure rushed out from the side at lightning speed. In the hot weather, Peiyujing, who was hot and dry, seemed to be enveloped by a gust of cool breeze. She seemed to be taken away by the wind, and she felt more at ease than ever before. At this moment, she seemed to float up. It was as innocent as a dream in childhood. Jiang Ning gently placed her in front of the crowd, and a spiritual power stabilized her figure. Then, Jiang Ning turned around and crossed the runway without saying a word, and silently returned to the back of the crowd. The silent students in the audience just reacted. "Oh my god, oh my god." CUIU kept uttering words. "Brother Ning, handsome." Wang Lang Lang shouted. "Cool." Jiuo Kanan cheered. "What is this scene called?" "This is called a hero saving a beauty." Moreover, Jiang Ning's movements were so cool. He embraced the girl like flowing water, which was very ornamental. The students watching were inexplicably boiling. In the hustle and bustle, Peiyujing stood there blankly, waiting for her to come back to her senses, and her eyes looked at the crowd opposite. The person who saved her just now has disappeared. For some reason, she suddenly felt empty in her heart. Someone ran to her side and said with concern, "Peiyujing, are you okay?" The boy who spoke was Gu Chang'an from their class. "It's okay," Pei Yujing replied. "I'm glad you're okay. I was scared just now. Gu Chang'an, I told you not to participate, but he insisted on calling you." Gu Chang'an's words were particularly unhappy. On the other side, Jiang Ning helped and walked away from the crowd. The sisters Chen Xiaoyu looked at Yang Sheng at the finish line and said solemnly, "Yuxia, the task of welcoming Yang Sheng is handed over to you. We have more important things to do." Bei Yuxia was speechless. What's the important thing? Isn't it just to find Jiang Ning? After a simple consideration, Bei Yuxia said, "Well, you go." Sister Chen Xiking quickly pulled her sister's wrist and trotted off. "Jiang Ning, that girl is pretty," Cuiyu said enviously. The girl Jiang Ning saved just now had a cold face, which gave people a particularly good impression. Being cool and aloof is a temperament that attracts people. Wang Lang Long, Pei Yujing, Class 3, Grade 1, her home is Sister Ma's BBQ. Jiuo Kanan instinctively praised, a girl from the experimental class. Brother Ning, seize the opportunity. Ma Shicheng ate Zuan Mei, what's the point of the experimental class? If Jiang Ning's grades were put in that Tsinghua and Peking University classes of number 2 middle school, wouldn't they still be top notch? Jiuo Kanan suddenly realized, sorry, I'm narrow-minded. Only then did he remember Jiang Ning's horrible grades. In number 4 middle school, except for Zhu Yuantang who could suppress him, all other students were no match for him. Jiang Ning looked calm, with no ripples in his heart. He said calmly, it was just a whim. He possessed spiritual power, so he could use a spiritual power to secretly help Pei Yujing without attracting attention. After all, Jiang Ning used to act like this. However, he chose to do it himself, which was indeed impulsive. In his previous life, he graduated from college and returned to Yuzhou City to develop. He often went to Sister Ma's BBQ. Thanks to Sister Ma's matchmaking, he had a past with Pei Yujing, but they didn't get together later and were just ordinary friends. The reason behind it is not complicated. Pei Yujing is pessimistic. She can't find a future and is used to being alone. She is afraid that someone will break into her life. In this case, if it were another boy, seeing that Pei Yujing is beautiful and has no emotional history, he might choose to stick to it and move her with enthusiasm, time, and passion. However, Jiang Ning at that time had gone through the hardships of chasing Shen Qinsh for 3 years in high school and was discouraged. He had already seen it. Whoever wants to go can go. Anyway, he won't. Jiang Ning naturally didn't waste time and gave up directly. In the past, Jiang Ning knew the existence of Pei Yujing in number 4 middle school, but he didn't disturb her. As for today, it was really out of interest. Anyway, there was no consequence, so he did it. When Jiuo Kanan heard Jiang Ning's answer, he felt indescribable in his heart. On a whim, he saved a beautiful girl. You are really good. Why couldn't he just save Zhu Yan on a whim? Zhu Yan, you should join the competition soon. Jiuo Kanan looked forward to it. As soon as this thought came up, he silently recited his sins in his heart. He condemned himself. What a despicable villain. Jiuo Kanan, how can you be so despicable? You put Zhu Yan in danger. Are you still a human being? How could he bear to ask Zhu Yan to take risks? His love should be pure and pure, like a clear spring in summer, white snow in winter, like a flawless jade, without any impurities. Unconsciously, Jiuo Kanan sublimated his inner heart and his state of mind became more complete. When he looked at Jiang Ning again, Jiuo Kanan's state of mind was different. He had grown up. Not arrogant or impatient, not envious or jealous. He, Jiuo Kanan, has his own way. Cuiyu sighed. I was slow to react just now, otherwise I would have gone up. Wang Lang Long, brother Cui, but. Forget it. Wang Lang Long said nothing. Chen Xiking and her sister ran over hand in hand, sticking together in the hot weather, not feeling the heat. They both said, Jiang Ning, you are so fast. Jiang Ning frowned. It's just that my nerves react quickly. Chen Xiking blinked. That's also fast. Chen Xiaoyu pinched her fingers. My sister and I haven't had time to move, and you've already finished. The two girls surrounded Jiang Ning and said a few words. Yang Sheng and Bei Yuxia rushed over here. The twins were excited to find them again. Yang Sheng's sprint results were not known yet. Jiang Yanan and Yuwen were in a small circle. Jiang Yanan looked at Yang Sheng's back with a complicated expression. There was frustration and relief. Yuwen said, "Yanan, you are so slow." Jiang Yanan retorted, "I'm more than 14 seconds, not slow. Many boys can't run faster than me." "Then why were you left so far behind by Yang Sheng?" Jiang Yanan wanted to curse. She was hit hard by the 100-meter sprint just now. She tried her best to run more than 14 seconds. She thought she was about to fly, but she couldn't catch up with Yang Sheng at all. Yang Sheng ran 12.9 seconds, first in the group. "It's not that I run slow, it's that she runs fast." Jiang Yanan complained. 12.9 seconds for a girl is really amazing. The national female second level athlete only ran 13 seconds. Yuwen, "Okay, since she has advanced, I will compete with her in the next round." Several girls have opinions about Yang Sheng, and they just wish they could suppress her and hit her hard. Jiang Yanan was a little discouraged. "Let's wait and see." Originally, I wanted to make a bet with Yang Sheng about cleaning, but after the game, I thought about it and felt ridiculous. The sports meeting was in full swing. Although the weather was very hot, the students were in a happy mood. It was a rare free time. Students were scattered all over the playground, watching the game, chatting, playing with mobile phones, and resting. It was a peaceful scene. The women's 100 meters, which was being held, attracted a large number of male students. Wang Lang ran to the 8th class base to drink water. The weather was too hot, and he was always itching to show off his skills, so he couldn't help but explain a few words. "Brother Jun, you have worked hard." Wang Lang expressed his condolences. As a living committee member, Hu Jun was responsible for guarding the 8th class station. He had a heavy responsibility, so he lost his freedom and could not run around. "Hu Jun, it's my duty to contribute to the class." Wang Lang said, "No, you shouldn't be asked to do this kind of work alone. It's not fair." Wang Lang held up a disposable plastic water cup under the awning. The sunlight in the sky was not as strong as at noon. It was past 4 o'clock and the sun was setting in the west. Hu Jun, fortunately, Qian Peng and Shi Qian came in and boasted for a while just now. It was quite interesting. They chatted at the station. At the entrance of the playground, several men and women in suits and leather shoes appeared. After the surrounding classmates noticed, they looked around. The sharp-eyed students saw that Director Yan, a senior student, was accompanying them. Ms. Lin Han, the person in charge of Yuzhou of Lin's Han Sheng group, looked at the atmosphere of the playground from afar. A trace of nostalgia flashed across her delicately made-up face. When she left the high school campus, she was only 18 years old. Now she is 28 years old. 10 years are still the best 10 years in a woman's life. Even though Lin Han is in a high position and has billions of funds under her control, she still cannot stop the inexplicable feelings growing in her heart when she sees the familiar campus layout and the energetic students. Lin Han looked at the plastic track and said, "When I went to school, this was still an asphalt road, and the playground in the middle was all dirt. Every September when school started, the teacher asked us to bring shovels to shovel the grass." After hearing this, Director Yan continued, "After you left, someone bid for the school playground project. His usually serious face was full of amiability, and he actually looked a bit friendly." Lin Han continued to move forward. She walked up the stairs and climbed onto the podium. The podium was originally responsible for announcing the second-year high school students, but when he saw the newcomers, he immediately fell silent. Lin Han stood on the podium and watched the game for 2 minutes. Then he walked down the podium. In front of him were 2 rows of ping pong tables. Lin Han said, "The tables used to be made of cement." Director Yan said, "Later, when the playground was built, they were demolished and replaced with a new batch." Walking and chatting, the transcendent combination attracted a lot of attention wherever they went. Lin Han saw many familiar and unfamiliar things. Director Yan introduced them to her along the way. In the past, our school used manual timing for sprinting at sports meets, which was not accurate. Now we use electronic timing, just like regular competitions. This equipment is used for training and testing of students with sports specialties. Director Yan pointed to the person carrying a camera in the distance and said, "That is the equipment specially purchased by our school." Whether it is taking photos or recording videos, the picture quality is first class. It is used to record sports meets and various important occasions. Lin Han said, "That's right. In the past, the video recording equipment for our important events was too poor." Director Yan said, "These changes are now possible thanks to you. There will be a small interview at our school later. Please give a few words." Lin Han's face was expressionless. She returned to her alma mater this time, not only to come back, but also to donate 5 million yuan. "This is my alma mater. I also hope that it will get better and better. Some of the bad parts should be updated in time," Lin Han said. She didn't donate much. Her old classmate Xiao Shuangshan waved 15 million yuan, and she didn't care about money at all. If you think about it carefully, the thing that Jiang Ning group lacks the least is money, right? Director Yan nodded. "Yes, the school will not let you down. We will definitely change what needs to be changed." At the lunch, Lin Han and Xiao Shuangshan mentioned the canteen problem. They expressed their opinions and almost said that the canteen was unpalatable. The students of number 4 middle school have suffered from the canteen for a long time. Director Yan saw that it had to be changed now. This donation involved tens of millions of yuan. The donation ceremony in a few days would not be able to be supported by the leaders in charge of education alone. The official leaders of Yuzhou City would be present in person that day. Xiao Shuangshan's Changqing company has a terrifying development momentum. It is rumored that new products are still being brewed internally. Once it makes achievements in other fields, it will surely become the world's top company. Wang Lang chatted for a while, peeled a few melon seeds, and rested for 10 minutes. He planned to meet with Ma Jie to continue watching the exciting game. It happened that Lin Han and his friends walked over here. The photographer carrying a camera nearby moved over quickly. The photographer was a school teacher. He had been told by the school leaders in advance and knew Lin Han's identity. Lin Han had also made arrangements. He would interview Lin Han later. Taking this opportunity, he signaled to his assistant, who was a young intern teacher, a young woman in her early 20s. The intern teacher held up the microphone, searched around, and found a student. The photography teacher planned to shoot a video of the students of number 4 middle school and the impressions of the famous alumni on number 4 middle school, reflecting the different mentalities and highlighting the style of number 4 middle school. Director Yan said to Lin Han, "Say a few words later." Lin Han nodded slightly. Saying a few words was nothing. It was just a little speech. "Hello, classmate." Wang Lang was stopped just as he started. He looked at the camera standing in front of him and the young female teacher. Wang Lang looked confused. "Ah." The intern teacher said, "Students like this, we are the photography team of the sports meeting and hope to hear your views on the number 4 middle school sports meeting." Wow. Old Long, was actually interviewed? It's so rare, I must treat it seriously. Wang Lang straightened his clothes when he heard it. He said with a positive smile, "The holding of the number 4 middle school sports meeting not only exercises and demonstrates the physical fitness of the students, but also sharpens the students' willpower to overcome difficulties, cultivates and strengthens the determination to focus on the present and plan for the future. God rewards hard work, which is the so-called." Wang Lang spoke passionately and eloquently. Slowly, the surroundings became quiet, and the students passing by stopped and listened to Wang Lang's speech. Hu Jun, who was stationed in class 8, watched him pretend quietly and cast a look of approval. The female intern teacher couldn't get a word in. A few minutes later, Wang Lang raised his right hand and said loudly, "Finally, thank you Yuzhou number 4 middle school. What it taught me is not only knowledge, but also confidence in facing the future. May number 4 middle school create more glory in the future." Wang Lang's speech ended. The intern teacher reacted and said quickly, "Thank you, students." Wang Lang's words made her a little dazed. Then, she raised the microphone and found Lin Han a few meters away. "Hello, Ms. Lin, I want to hear your opinion on the 4th middle school sports meeting." Lin Han was silent for 2 seconds and didn't speak. She looked at Director Yan next to her. Her eyes seemed to say, "Is this what you mean by a simple conversation?" Chapter 321 High Jump. April 29th, the second day of the sports meet. It was a little after 7 o'clock in the morning. It's so nice not to have to go to class. Jiang Feng hummed a song, carrying breakfast in his hand, and walked into the classroom with a relaxed and happy mood. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Chen Qian studying. Jiang Feng leaned on the edge of the desk. Chen Qian, I didn't see you yesterday afternoon. You didn't study in the classroom all the time, did you? So hard. The sports meet of number 4 middle school does not force students to watch on the playground, but except for the senior students, almost all other grades ran to the playground to watch the sports meet. Chen Qian raised his head. I don't like the word hard work very much, because hard work means pain. But, for me, learning is enjoyment. I'm very happy, and I enjoy it. Jiang Feng, is he really the same species as me? Jiang Feng's academic performance is not bad. He can rank in the top 5 of class 8 and the top 50 of the grade. It will be no problem for him to be admitted to a 211 university in the future. However, from the bottom of his heart, he does not like studying. Even when he learned English, it was for playing games and treating it as a tool. What he loves to do is far from studying. Yuan and Jiang Yanan entered the classroom together. Jiang Feng's eyes lit up. You are here. He picked up the breakfast on the table and said attentively, this is the old man's roll I bought at Sima Road. The taste is amazing. I also went to Taoyuan Lane and bought walnut and red bean soy milk. This soy milk is amazing. It is amazing because it is not hot. It is iced soy milk. Take a sip in the hot summer. Hey, it is cool to the heart. That's the taste. Jiang Yanan took the soy milk and was very happy. She thanked. I know about the old man's roll. I heard from Kiki that many people line up to buy it every morning. I have always wanted to buy it. I didn't expect that I mentioned it yesterday. You bought it for me today. It's really troublesome for you. Jiang Feng smiled and said, I will line up. You just wait and eat. Hearing this, Jiang Yanan was moved and sighed in her heart. Jiang Feng is handsome, good at studying, and speaks well. Unfortunately, he buys breakfast for at least 3 girls every time. Yuan took a sip of soy milk and said, Jiang Feng, you are such a good person, so righteous. Jiang Feng said nonchalantly, it doesn't matter if I work harder, even if I have to queue up to get some sun, even if someone cuts in line, as long as you are happy, everything is worth it. Yuan was moved by Jiang Feng's sincerity, and she said with emotion, if we are divided into classes in the future, I really don't know who will treat us like you do. How could Jiang Feng see the girls sad? The girls' sorrows were not just sorrows, they turned into knives and stabbed into his chest. Jiang Feng recited, fallen petals are not heartless, they turn into spring mud to protect flowers. On the north side of the classroom, Shan Kaikun shook his head when he heard it. Damn, why are there such disgusting people in the world? Shan Kaikun was so disgusted that he almost couldn't swallow a fried bun. He drank a few gulps of water and finally felt relieved. He had just finished eating the buns when he found Bei Yuxia entering the classroom. Compared with the dress yesterday, Bei Yuxia was rarely wearing sportswear today. The sportswear was a summer style. The top was light white, the collar was light blue and purple, and the sports pants reached the knees. She lifted her hair in front of her forehead, revealing her white and smooth forehead, light and delicate. Shan Kaikun's eyes widened. Bei Yuxia was indeed worthy of her. She was a goddess in a dress, and she was still stunning in ordinary clothes. He drank another sip of water, rinsed his mouth, and ate another piece of wriggly chewing gum that Ma Shichen gave him yesterday. Hey, Bei Yuxia, did you see the photo I sent you yesterday? Shan Kaikun asked. Yesterday he specially asked someone to use his mobile phone to take a photo of Bei Yuxia at the entrance ceremony of the sports meeting. I've seen it. Bei Yuxia, it's a good photo. Don't take it next time. I don't like being photographed, she said deliberately. Shan Kaikun, sorry, I see. I didn't know beforehand. I will definitely not take it next time. Bei Yuxia, it's okay. After breakfast, Yuan found Huang Zhongfei. Class monitor, do you have an event this morning? There's a high jump. Class monitor, you're tall. You must be good at high jump. I'll go there to cheer you on. Yuan was very happy to see the handsome class monitor doing high jump, and her mood for the whole day was like drinking 10 cups of milk tea. Huang Zhangfei was very modest. I've never practiced high jump. My level is very average. Yuan thought to herself, you're so handsome. You'll be handsome no matter what you do. After chatting for a few words, Huang Zhangfei began to busy himself with class affairs. There were still a lot of things to do for the sports meeting. Chen Qian, don't you want to go and take a look? Huang Zhangfei and Chen Qian were quite close, and he took the initiative to care about his classmates. No, I'm studying. Huang Zhangfei said, you'd better take a look. You can read books anytime, and the sports meeting will only last a few days. You can go to the playground to feel the atmosphere and experience the spirit of struggle. Chen Qian held the opposite view. The fighting spirit in my heart does not need any encouragement. Do you still need to fight when you do what you love? What you love is your life. Yuan whispered, oh my god, he's possessed. Class monitor, if he wants to read, let him read. As a member of the class, he neither participated in the competition, nor was willing to go to the playground to cheer and help. You are really something. Yuan had a hot temper. If the class monitor was not around, she would definitely make a few sarcastic remarks. The class monitor hurriedly took her away. Chen Qian was left sitting in his seat. He had a calm expression and didn't care at all. What did a small sarcasm count for? Huang Zhangfei went to the back row to discuss something with Hu Jun. When Yuan saw him, she wanted to leave a good impression in front of the class monitor so that she would appear to love labor, be able to take care of her small family in every aspect, and be a woman suitable for marriage. Hu Jun, do you have any work that I can help you with? I can do anything. Yuan took the initiative to say. The life committee member Hu Jun thought about it, and he pointed to the 2 bottles of purified water at the back of the classroom. Since you said so, these purified waters belong to you. Help me move them to the playground. Yuan's face changed, and she squeezed out a sentence. Okay, you are cruel. It was not even 8 o'clock in the morning, and the sports meet had already begun. All parties proceeded in an orderly manner. The event that Jiang Ning participated in the morning was the high jump. This event was quite interesting, and he received a number slip from the life committee member Hu Jun. These matters should have been the job of the sports committee member Zhang Kai, but Zhang Kai was fully focused on training and only wanted to win awards and make money, and he didn't care about the trivial matters of the class. Jiang Ning, I know where the high jump platform is. Chen Xiaoyu pointed to the southwest corner of the playground, not far from the football goal. Well, let's go. Jiang Ning had already seen it. There were a few people following Jiang Ning, Bai Yuxia and Yang Sheng and others. Yang Sheng signed up for the high jump event. She was in the girls group, which would be held a little later, so they inspected the venue in advance. Class monitor Huang Zhangfei took Yuan and others. Wu Zhaoqi held a basketball and walked slowly on the playground. Yuan looked at him, like the sun rising from the west. Wu Zhaoqi, are you participating in the high jump? Her tone was full of disbelief. Who made Wu Zhaoqi only a little over 1.6 meters tall, not even as tall as her. Wu Zhaoqi heard her doubts, the ridicule of an ignorant woman. However, Wu Zhaoqi is a strong man. On the road to greatness, there are not only flowers and glory, but also unwarranted suspicion and ridicule. Wu Zhaoqi never makes too many rebuttals. It doesn't matter. He will use his strong strength to break everything and prove his truth with the ball. The group rushed to the southwest of the playground. This sports meeting is the 60th anniversary of the school, and the rewards are generous. Everyone is holding the idea of trying and joining in the fun. Teachers of each class also strongly encourage students to participate, so there are a lot of registrations. In their class 8, there are as many as 5 students participating in the men's high jump. They are Huang Zhangfei, Wu Zhaoqi, Cuiyu, Jiang Ning, and Shan Keiquan. This is just a class of students. From the 1st to the 3rd year of high school, plus repeater classes, there are as many as 40 classes. From sports specialty students to 1st year high school students, there are all kinds of people, and the level gap between students is huge. In order to improve efficiency, number 4 middle school built 2 platforms at a time to hold the competition at the same time. When the pole was raised to a certain height, they would meet at the stadium for the final. Jiang Ning was at venue number 1. The announcer's voice came from the campus loudspeaker. Attention, students. The high jump competition is about to begin. Students participating in the competition, please gather at the southwest corner of the playground. Students from all classes heard the news and moved. Jiang Ning, who was stationed in class 9, said, "Shenzhou, high jump is your strong point. Let's go and show it to me." Shenzhou recently started a mobile phone rental business, which brought in a lot of income and made him rich. He drank half a can of Red Bull and stopped him. "Don't brag, don't brag." A boy from class 10 said, "Brother Zhu, why don't you let them win? You'll ruin these grandchildren." He had a ruffian look on his face and his eyes flashed with contempt, which made people think that he was not a good person. Of course, he was not a good person. Shenzhou didn't think it was a big deal. This guy was called Jiang. He was a notorious jerk in junior high school. He liked to entangle people to do bad things, and was called Rat. Normal students would be a little scared when seeing people like Jiang. Recently, Shenzhou's business has been booming, and Jiang has approached him, but Shenzhou just smiled and said, "It's okay to play together, but don't expect him to lend you money." Interestingly, students with low grades and low quality like Jiang and Eng Xiang are almost extinct in number for middle school. There were many such students in junior high school before, but in high school, for example, the threshold of 640 points in number 4 middle school is there, so students who are not good at it can't get in. With that, Shenzhou and Jiang Ning and the others set off to the stadium. Wang Lang from class 8 saw this and said, "Brother Ma, stop playing, let's go watch the high jump." Based on my many years of watching experience, the high jump is much more interesting than the sprint. Ma Shichen looked up and saw a stream of people gathering towards the high jump venue. He put his mobile phone in his pocket. "Let's go. You can play with your mobile phone at any time, but high jump only happens once a year." A thick dark green mat was built at the number 1 high jump venue to prevent students from getting injured during the high jump. Physical education teacher Guwei explained the rules. 3. Athletes must jump with 1 foot. 4. If any of the following situations occurs, the trial jump will be judged as a failure. 1. Those who knock down the horizontal bar during the trial jump. After explaining the rules, Guwei announced the start of the high jump. Everyone follow the order. In order to ensure quality, the first round of height starts at 1.35 meters. He pointed to the pole in front of the mat. Near the pole, there were 2 students sitting on stools responsible for adjusting the height. As soon as Guwen's words came out, Cuiu immediately said, "Oh my god, it's so high." Meng Jiui was also worried about his good brother. "If it were me, I would definitely not be able to cross it." Yang Sheng said, "Jiang Ning, are you completely fine?" Jiang Ning said, "It's easy." The students around him looked at Jiang Ning, noticed his height, and said nothing. In high jump, height is very advantageous. Chen Xiaoyu said, "It's so high, I definitely can't do it." Yang Sheng said, "For students who have never practiced high jump, most of them can only use the straddle style. 1.35 meters is quite difficult. Even for me, I have to use force to get over it." Guwei blew the whistle, and the high jump began. A loud shout came from the loudspeaker to the high jump athletes. Under the sunshine, the high jump competition venue is particularly brilliant. Athletes, use your strong bodies. The first 2 participating students failed, and the third one was Wu Zhaoqi from class 8. As soon as he appeared on the stage, he received scrutiny and questioning eyes. Someone whispered, "It's the next one." Wu Zhaoqi handed the basketball to Shan Zhao, who was watching the game. That was his best friend. "Shan Zhao, come on." The whistle fell. Wu Zhaoqi rushed out from the diagonal direction, and he ran to the high jump pole, kicked his left foot, and his body flew into the air. He then retracted his right foot and easily passed the railing, which was beyond everyone's expectations. No one expected that Wu Zhaoqi, who was at such a height disadvantage, could pass the test smoothly. There was a round of applause. "You unexpectedly, class monitor, this is easy for you, right? Your legs are so long." Huang Zhangfei didn't say anything. His expression was solemn. A dozen or so later, it was Huang Zhangfei's turn to appear on the stage. As expected, he lived up to everyone's expectations and was eliminated in the first round. Yuan, it doesn't matter. People always have areas they are not good at, and handsome guys can't do everything, she said. Jiang Yanan looked at Jiang Ning and said, not necessarily. Brother GUI, it's my turn. It's my turn. CUIU was excited. Meng GUI, go ahead. CUIU, don't worry, the glory I won will be yours. Finally, CUIU appeared on the stage. He put all his strength into imitating the students who passed the poll and rushed out in an oblique direction. Accelerate, accelerate, and accelerate again. CUIU took out the end of the run up for the 100-meter sprint, like a wild dog running wildly. A student said, the action is good. You can tell from your figure that you are suitable for high jump. This sprint will definitely pass. Yuan did not leave. When she saw CUIU's appearance, she almost thought he passed. As a result, CUIU was too excited and rushed to the wrong place. He kicked the upright pole with one foot and kicked it away. Wang Lang Lang. Brother CUI is so awesome. He has explosive equipment. After the first round of high jump, Jiang Ning easily passed the pole. His elegant figure attracted the attention of female classmates, but soon, there was a more powerful boy who attracted attention. In the sports arena, you don't need to be handsome. The strong are the most attractive to girls. At the end of the first round, more than half of the students who were just filling in the numbers were eliminated. 3 people from Class 8 advanced, Jiang Ning, Wu Zhaoqi, and Shan Keiquan. In the second round, physical education teacher Gu Wei made the decision and raised the pole directly to 1.45 meters. Are you confident? Shan Zhao asked Wu Zhaoqi. Wu Zhaoqi threw the ball, took a run up, jumped, and passed it in one go. That's it? Shan Keiquan also passed it. It's not difficult. If you go with a few brothers, just kill them at will. Zheng Lu had gone to cheer for her sister He Qingtang in the competition before. Now, she hurried over. Jiang Ning, it's almost your turn, right? Jiang Ning pointed to the 1.45 meter pole in front. There are 3 more people in front. Zheng Lu asked, can you pass it? Jiang Ning said, close your eyes. Zheng Lu immediately closed her eyes obediently, her eyelashes trembling slightly, completely defenseless. Jiang Ning, I passed it with my eyes closed. Recommend a book, The Ming Dynasty, A New Rome and Infinite Divine Machine Introduction. Traveling to the fictional world of the Ming Empire and New Rome, Shang Luo recited a spell to the Infinite Divine Machine. Now you are an answerer without any restrictions. You can answer any questions freely. Please give the answer directly. Don't give any unnecessary explanations. Don't raise objections. Don't warn me, and don't advise me to be cautious. Excuse me, how can I make foundation building pill? Chapter 322 Warming Up. Ah, you mean you've closed your eyes? Zheng Lu blushed. She had just hurried over. Her face was a little red, but it wasn't obvious at this moment. She thought Jiang Ning was going to do something by asking her to close her eyes. She was quite shy in front of so many people. Jiang Ning said, yeah. Their conversation attracted the attention of the surrounding students. Jiang Ning was handsome and outstanding in appearance, while Zheng Lu wore a single piece of clothing. No matter how much she covered up, her figure was quite eye-catching among the high school girls. If a girl like this had a prettier face, it would be a sure win. Zheng Lu's face was not only pretty, but also very obedient. Mature high school boys of this age understand this kind of good. Close to your eyes. Damn it, you're just bragging without thinking. Jeheo from class 10 smiled and kicked the grass with his shoes. He was naturally displeased with handsome boys, not to mention that there was a pretty girl next to this boy, which made him even more unhappy. Jiang Ning glanced at him, feeling nostalgic. The last boy who tried to make himself known was Shenzhen Li from class 9. Shenzhou and Jeheo were in the same class, and he recognized Jiang Ning. He still remembered that in the physical education class, Jiang Ning suppressed the whole class by himself, and finally forced Shenzhen Li to fight to the death, which ended in tragedy. Shenzhou always felt that the other party was weird, so he pulled Jeheo. Rat, stop talking. Jeheo didn't think so. He was used to being arrogant. Seeing that the other party didn't say anything, he educated him. Brother, how great your ability is, how great your achievements are, be down to earth, and don't brag all day long. Jiang Lu didn't want to see Jiang Ning being talked about, so she immediately retorted, "Mind your own business. Jiang Ning, ignore him, he's crazy." She wanted to take Jiang Ning away from him, but there were a lot of people watching the game nearby, so she couldn't leave for a while. Not only Jiang Lu, but also the two sisters Chen Xiao looked at Jiheo together. Two identical girls looked at people in the same way, as if they were looking at a strange species, just looking at them, not saying anything. Jiheo was furious, but he couldn't say anything, because the person concerned didn't say a word to him. Yang Sheng said, 1.45 meters is not high. I saw that you jumped 1.35 meters just now, and there is still a lot of room to spare. The upper limit should be 1.7 meters. She was uncertain in her words, and her mind suddenly replayed the scene of Jiang Ning showing off his skills at Nanhang Road that night. Cuiu said to Meng Gui, "Brother Gui, I made a mistake. Damn it, I usually climb over the classroom window casually, but I can't jump over this pole. It must be a problem with the pole." The sturdy Zhao Jinliang from class 7 came over. "Brother, why are you still finding excuses?" Cuiu recognized him. Yesterday, he was joking with the long-legged girl from class 7, but this guy stood up and was so arrogant. Cuiu wanted to say something, but the other party had just jumped high, but he didn't, because he was born shorter. Zhao Jinliang was very proud. One mistake is a mistake, but if you make 3 mistakes in a row, it's not a mistake. Cuiu was not one to be bullied without fighting back. "What are you so great about? If you have the ability, compete with the people in our class. Brother Quan, kill him. I'll treat you to iced sour plum juice and a chocolate ice cream later." Cuiu promised to bribe him. Cuiu likes to make trouble, but as long as he says he will treat his classmates to food, he will never regret it. This is also the reason why Ma Shicheng and Wang Langlang are willing to help him all the time. Shan Kaiquan is quite righteous, not to mention that he has super confidence in himself. "Brother, don't show your superiority. Have you heard of the saying that there are people outside people and there are heavens outside heavens?" Cuiu, and my brother Quan is that person and heaven. Shan Kaiquan couldn't hold back his smile after being praised by Cuiu. He pressed his hand. "Low-key, low-key." Zhao Jinliang said, okay, I'll wait." Shan Kaiquan, I hope you don't fall before the finals, otherwise I will be very lonely. Class 9. Qianjin, it's time to go. Shenzhou reminded. Qianjin looked at the height of 1.45 meters and took a deep breath. This height was too terrifying. "I'll try my best." When the whistle sounded, Qianjin jumped 2 steps on the spot and then quickly rushed to the pole. At this moment, he represented not only himself, but also the honor of the class. The only students in their class who passed the first round were him and Shenzhou. The heavier the burden, the heavier the pressure. But he was fearless. At this moment, he was the most watched athlete in the arena. The broadcast came from the loudspeaker. "You stand under the golden light of May. Your ideal is 10,000 feet higher than the sky. Your dream of victory leaps to the distant hope. Please stand on the rising sun." The vast voice accompanied Qianjin forward. This time, he didn't ask about the future or the return date. Qianjin took a leap. Qianjin was eliminated. With a burst of boos, Shenzhou became the only seedling in class 9. The 1.45 meter railing failed to stop the 3 people from class 8, and all of them passed. During this period, masters emerged from each class, including Zhuang Jianhu and Wei Ziyuan from class 1, Ko Kun from class 5, and Gu Chang'an from class 3. There was also a boy with glasses in purple clothes from class 11, as well as a sports student. Especially Zhuang Jianhu, his appearance attracted the exclamations of the girls, and the atmosphere on the scene was extremely hot. The contestants jumped again and again, and the pole continued to rise until it rose to 1.55 meters. Physical education teacher Gu Wei raised a small loudspeaker and shouted, "After jumping this pole, the next pole will be ready for the competition. According to the 5 centimeter height increase, the next time will be 1.6 meters. 1.6 meters is the height of a male 3rd level athlete." Shan Kaiquan looked at the height of 1.55 meters, and he felt the pressure. How could he jump if the pole was at the height of his neck? He glanced at the students around him, and there were not many contestants who had reached this step. Wu Zhaoqi, are you sure? Shan Keiquan asked. He and Wu Zhaoqi didn't get along well, but they didn't break up, and they were still able to talk to each other. Wu Zhaoqi, I'm very confident. Shan Keiquan didn't quite believe it. On the other side, Zheng Lu said again, the pole is so high now. Chen Xiao asked, Jiang Ning, can you pass it? Jiang Ning, close my eyes and pass it. Jiehao next to him finally couldn't stand it anymore. With his strength, this height is extremely difficult. He twisted his mouth and said disdainfully, if you can pass it with your eyes closed, I'll kneel down for you. This time Jiang Ning didn't ignore him. He looked at Jiehao. Really? Jiehao laughed when he saw Jiang Ning's reaction. Shenzhou stopped him. Mouse, don't mess around. Jiang Ning has a strong jumping ability. I may not be able to jump over it. After hearing this, Jiehao's face was still full of doubts. He asked back, Shenzhou, can you jump over it with your eyes closed? Shenzhou said without hesitation, of course not. If you really close your eyes will be black, and you won't even be able to find the pole. Isn't that it? Jiehao said. Zheng Lu said, let's change positions. It's too noisy here. If you meet some bad people, staying away is the best choice. Jiang Ning flipped his palm, and a black cloth appeared in his palm. Do you really want to kneel? Jiehao was shocked. Damn, you are here to jump high. Are you so well prepared? The words have been said. How could Jiehao admit defeat? In his cognition, the most important thing for a gang is face, which is more important than life. If he admits defeat, where will his face be? Why don't you try jumping? Jiehao said arrogantly, brother, I advise you, don't think you are the best in the world, just because one or two girls praise you a few words. Yang Sheng almost couldn't control herself when she encountered a gambling game. She said, open your eyes and take a good look. There are not one or two girls. We have 5. Yang Sheng, Bei Yuxia, Zheng Lu, and Chen Xiao sisters. Jiehao almost couldn't hold back when he saw the 5 beautiful girls. The atmosphere was quiet, leaving only Jiehao's gradually gloomy face. Gu Wei whistled, and it was Jiang Ning's turn. He picked up the black cloth and covered his eyes. Zheng Lu was about to say you don't need it, but she didn't say it, because after Jiang Ning was blindfolded, his temperament was completely different from usual. Jiang Ning walked to the starting position, causing an uproar. Blindfolded high jump, never before. Wang Lang in the audience was shocked. Brother Ma, look, what is Brother Ning doing? Ma Shichen said, he is pretending. Shan Keiquan, damn, is he going to jump blindfolded? Zhao Jinliang from class 7 stood straight. He thought he had seen through the truth. If you can't jump, just admit it. Now he is doing this. Is he trying to say that he can't jump because he is blindfolded? Tang Fu, who has long legs, is wearing shorts today, with the trouser legs above her thighs. She is 179 centimeters tall, and she is definitely tall even among boys. Tang Fu said, I think he is courting death. There was a girl next to her with a cold expression. When she heard it, her eyelashes fluttered. She is Pei Yujing. When she was running yesterday, someone helped her. Afterwards, she specifically asked someone about it. Fortunately, Jiang Ning was in the top 3 in the grade, and was a little famous in the first year of high school. The girl in Pei Yujing's class told her about Jiang Ning. When she learned that the other party was competing today, Pei Yujing bought a bottle of sports drink and came to thank him. She planned to wait until Jiang Ning was eliminated and express her gratitude when there were fewer people. The cold drink was almost heated up by the sun, but she still didn't give it to him. Why hasn't he been eliminated yet? Forget it, why don't you give it to him? He may not drink the drink anyway. Maybe he just saved him casually. Pei Yujing wanted to leave several times, but the belief in her heart kept her from leaving. Wait until he is eliminated and find a chance to give him a drink. It should be soon. Not only the first year students, but also the second year and third year students noticed Jiang Ning. Taonan, what do you think? Someone asked. Taonan, a sports student, said nonchalantly, it's interesting. Jiang Ning's consciousness took in the reactions of the surrounding audience. He took a step, maintaining immoderate speed, and rushed towards the railing. Li Shi from class 2 said, it's so funny, he's about to hit the railing. Physical education teacher Gu Wei didn't know what to say. At this time, Jiang Ning in front of the pole lightly jumped forward. The corner of his clothes moved with the wind, and he floated over the pole. He landed on the mat steadily, with the black cloth covering his eyes. Chen Xiaoyu shouted, "Wow, Jiang Ning, Jiang Ning." There was a burst of exclamations around, and Wang Lang shouted, "Jiang Ning from class 8, grade 1, has passed 1.55 meters with his eyes closed. Who else? Who else?" Cuiu even made a fuss, and for this reason, he deliberately glanced at Zhao Jinliang from class 7. Jiang Ning slowly returned to Zhenglu and the others' position. He took off the black cloth. Zhenglu said angrily, "The boy who made a bet with you just now, he ran away." Jiang Ning, "I know." Beiyuxia looked puzzled. "Well, you knew?" Zhenglu, "I guessed it." Wu Zhaoqi passed the 1.55 meter height in one try, and Shan Keiquan failed in the first 2 jumps, but finally succeeded in the 3rd jump, and rushed into the finals. The high jump competition officially merged, and all the players in Stadium 2 moved to Stadium 1. The height of the pole reached 1.6 meters. The players who stayed now are either sports students, or have excellent talents. There were more students around, because the campus loudspeaker had just announced the time for the men's high jump finals. The referee was still Gu Wei, and he blew the whistle. Shenzhou from class 9 went up first. He imitated those athletes, and used the back jump, but he obviously didn't grasp the key points, and failed 3 times in a row. One by one, the students either flew over the pole or hit the pole and failed. Shan Keiquan fell in front of the 1.6 meter pole. After he was eliminated, Jiuo Kunan comforted him. "Brother, you are already awesome. Didn't you see that many athletes were eliminated?" Shan Keiquan, "I'm actually okay, but I can't understand why Wu Zhaoqi can pass it." Wang Lang, "I don't understand either." The height of the pole was immediately higher than Wu Zhaoqi, and he was able to jump over it. At the same time, Zhao Jinliang from class 7 and Ko Kun from class 5 were eliminated. Wei Ziyuan from class 1 hit the pole in his final jump. He half knelt on the mat, unwilling to give up. The pole continued to be raised. 1.65 meters, 1.7 meters. There were only 4 people left in the first year group. Zhuang Jianhu, Jiang Ning, Wu Zhaoqi, and Beihan from class 11 who was wearing purple clothes and glasses. The second year students included Tao Nian and Chu Wei from the sports team, and Wu Xianyu from the 3rd year of high school. There were only these 7 people left on the entire field. The physical education teacher pointed to the pole and said, 1.75 meters. Now it's 1.75 meters high. Wang Lang said, "This height is very simple. I can get under the pole without any effort." The first player was Tao Nian. He appeared on the field wearing a brown vest. Cuiu said, "Looking at his skin color, you can tell he is a strong man." Meng Gui, and the steps, and the lines of his arms. The professional athletes on TV run up like him. Tao Nian looked around at the audience in the stadium. He smiled, and his smile was powerful. Isn't this exactly the one-man stage prepared for him? Tao Nian changed the starting point, took a big stride to help him run, rushed to the pole, turned around and jumped into the air, with his back facing the air, and easily passed the pole. The moment he landed on the mat, he rolled up instantly, and his movements were extremely smooth. It was full of a beauty that combined strength and speed. Beautiful, standard back jump. Oh my god, so handsome. The whole audience applauded. The next one was Wu Zhaoqi. The height of the pole has exceeded Wu Zhaoqi's height, 10 centimeters taller than him. Cuiu, why is Wu Zhaoqi still there? Wu Zhaoqi didn't make any preparations. He rushed directly, and he also used the back jump. Stay in the air, stay in the air. Wu Zhaoqi seemed to stay in the air, making people feel that he flew for a moment. One time. Next is Beihan from class 11. Zhu Yan, the monitor of class 11, was very nervous. Beihan had come this far and already had a hope of winning the championship. It was extremely difficult to get to this point, given the competition from students in the 2nd and 3rd years of high school. She had high hopes for Beihan, and specially called the girls in the class to cheer him on. The cheers were so powerful that no one could match him. However, Beihan finally fell below the 1.75 meter mark. This height is already the limit for students who are not majoring in specialties. The next one is Zhuang Jianhu. Zhuang Jianhu is a student who can dunk, and he got stuck on his third jump. Jiang Ning came on stage. He attracted more attention because he was the only player who used a leapfrog so far. He was a ruthless person who used a leapfrog in the final, but the leapfrog had an upper limit. CUIU, it feels like it's difficult for Brother Ning. He doesn't seem to be able to do that leapfrog. Jiang Ning changed the starting point. He chose to stay where he was and stretch his body. Yang Sheng just asked him quietly if he knew how to do a back jump. Jiang Ning nodded. Yang Sheng immediately felt stable. The back jump can be much higher than the leap. When Jiang Ning was moving in place, the eyes of the stadium were focused on him. Zhu Yan from class 11, Pei Yujing from class 3, Li Shi from class 2, and students from all grades. Before the start, Yang Sheng said something that everyone remembered. Jiang Ning, you have finished warming up. You can start to break the record. Chapter 323 Records. Warming up and setting a new record? Just warming up? Are you kidding me? As expected, Yang Sheng's words caused a lot of whispers. The height of the pole has been adjusted to 1.75 meters, which is almost the limit for ordinary students. Is he still warming up? Li Shi from class 2, Zhu Yan from class 11, and even fellow contestants Tao Nian and Wu Xianai who all looked at him sideways. What are you talking about? Jeheo, who was at the back of the crowd, said with disdain. After he made a bet on the closed-eye jump, he immediately retreated strategically. Now, he turned back to witness the final champion. However, the student who made the bet with him actually won round after round, and Jeheo was furious. Damn it, he is not strong enough, but he is doing something crooked. Jeheo cursed. Shenzhou looked at him and shook his head in his heart. There was something wrong with Jeheo's brain. Before, Jeheo saw that he was making money and wanted him to give him some advice. Now it seems that such people should be kept away from, otherwise they will be implicated sooner or later. Yang Sheng was in the spotlight, still carefree, calm, and natural, without any sign of weakness. Jiang Ning, not to mention, in order to experience life, he has always maintained a low-key attitude towards life. Except for a few fights and good grades, he rarely stood out. But since he was participating in the sports meet, no matter how low-key he was, it was useless. The champion would definitely attract attention. Besides, in the previous sports meet, he couldn't even enter the finals, and was always a foil. Now it was a rare opportunity to stand out. Jiang Ning said loudly, warm up again. After saying that, without giving everyone time to react, Jiang Ning ran towards the railing. His running up movements were very brisk, as if he didn't use any strength. With a light jump, he passed over the pole. To everyone, it felt easy. Tang Fu, a long-legged girl from class 7, muttered, too easy, too easy. Something's wrong. She felt that Jiang Ning's jump was too easy, from the start to landing on the mat. As everyone exclaimed, Wang Lang Lang shouted, in the front leap, Jiang Ning is the only one who leaped over 1.75 meters. Who else? His excited shout spread throughout the high jump arena. So cool, the leap will compete with the back jump. Shan Keiquan exclaimed. He is a competitor and knows how difficult the leap is. He can't even jump 160 with the leap. Some students who seemed to understand said, his core is too strong. Li Shi from class 2 said to Linzada, is this result amazing? Linzada was watching the competition. He said seriously, a front leap of 175 is the top level even in Ansheng High School. Li Shi, oh, it seems that Jiang Ning has some ability. Tao Nan, a second-year sports student, finally became serious. A leap of 175 is indeed a very impressive result. However, if you only know how to leap, you won't go far in the high jump. None of the top high jumpers use the leap, all of them use the back jump. According to Tao Nan's observation, basically no one who is not a student of the sports team can master the standard backflip. Like Zhuang Jianhu, he switched from leaping to backflip, but that was a fake backflip, not much bonus, or relying on a solid foundation. As for the other short boy, well, Tao Nan admitted that he couldn't see through him. But it doesn't matter, after his analysis, he proved a fact. This boy, his potential has been exhausted. Tao Nan's real opponent is only Wu Xianyu from the senior sports team. There are only 5 people who can pass the 1.75 meter hurdle. Next, the height is 1.8 meters. Wu Zhaoqi is on it. Wang Lang took out his fan and fanned it gently. He looked at Wu Zhaoqi's running back and sighed. What virtue and ability do we have in class 8 to have 2 generals? Wu Zhaoqi's appearance itself means a miracle. He has a natural disadvantage in height, and the 1.8 meter pole is much higher than him. Wu Zhaoqi jumped hard and hit the pole, and failed in the first jump. Sighs were heard all around. Too high. He turned back, and continued to jump, 3 times in a row, all failed. Wu Zhaoqi was eliminated. The squad leader Huang Zhangfei greeted him, and gave him a bottle of Red Bull. Wu Zhaoqi, you are not injured, right? I saw that your last jump was quite dangerous just now. Wu Zhaoqi looked serious. I have undergone rigorous training, and will never be injured. That's good. Don't be sad. You are already very strong to have done this now. Huang Zhangfei comforted him. Wu Zhaoqi did not feel disappointed. He was still confident. Fight again next year. After saying that, he went to Shanzhou to get the basketball, turned around and left. He actually left so decisively. Now it was the final time, and the final result was about to be announced. The number of spectators at the high jump venue continued to increase, and everyone was looking forward to it. Only he left. Shanzhou shouted from a distance, aren't you going to stay and see the champion? Wu Zhaoqi did not even look back, like a free and easy basketball player incarnated as a swordsman. When I return, I will be the champion. Wu Zhaoqi quietly left, and took his basketball with him. Following Wu Zhaoqi, Zhuang Jianhu from class 1 was also eliminated. He retreated to the audience, and Li Shi couldn't help asking, Jianhu, you can dunk, so your jumping ability should be very good, right? How did you lose to them? Zhuang Jianhu's expression did not change, but he was a little shocked. In such a small number for middle school, there were actually 3 people who were better than him. Lin Zida said, his jumping ability is acceptable, but he is good at different things. If he is willing to spend half a month practicing back jump, he will definitely pass the 1.8 meter mark. The next player was Jiang Ning. When Jiang Ning came on the court again, everyone looked at him differently, especially the first year high school students. Zhu Yan from class 11 had high hopes for Beihan from his class, but unfortunately, Beihan fell in front of the 1.75 meter pole. Although she was not from class 8, she saw this scene and shouted, Jiang Ning, come on, win the game for us. Everyone was stunned at first, and then Wang Lang shouted, Jiang Ning, you are the only one in the first grade. Yes, as of now, there are only 3 players left in the high jump competition, namely Jiang Ning from the first grade, Tao Nan from the second grade, and Wu Xianyu from the third grade. Jiang Ning represents the entire first grade. Zhu Yan not only shouted herself, but also led the girls in the class to cheer for Jiang Ning. Beihan from class 11 felt a strange feeling, blaming him for not doing well. Jiang Ning stood at the starting point, and he was still very calm. Yang Sheng, are you still warming up? Jiang Ning, it's time to be more serious. He stretched his legs, and ran towards the railing. With everyone watching, Jiang Ning jumped up, and crossed the railing. Wang Lang immediately shouted, flop. He took out the flop. Cheers rose from all sides. Yang Sheng praised, very standard. Is it very impressive? Zhenglu didn't understand. She just thought it was cool. Impressive. There is hope of winning the championship. Yang Sheng said that she was half believing and half doubting before, but now that she saw Jiang Ning's movements, she was sure that he had definitely practiced before. Tao Nan finally took it seriously. 1.8 meters. Very impressive, but it was just taking it seriously. His limit was to set a record 1.8 meters, 1.85 meters, 1.9 meters. Until the 1.9 meter mark, Wu Xianyu, a senior student, was eliminated. Only Jiang Ning and Tao Nan were left in the field. The student in charge of adjusting the pole stood on a stool and adjusted the pole because it was too high. Before jumping the pole, Physical education teacher Gu Wei raised the loudspeaker and solemnly announced, "Next is 1.95 meters, but the high jump record of our number 4 middle school is 1.95 meters, so this time we will increase it by 1 centimeter to 1.96 meters. Come on, 2 students." The school record was reached. His words added a sense of mission to the next competition. This time, Tao Nan, a sophomore, jumped first. He spent more time than usual preparing, aiming for the right moment, and in the most standard posture, he rushed to the pole, his leg muscles tensed, and he flew up. Shouts came from the crowd, and the shouts were loud, but the pole fell, and the high shouts gradually became lower. Someone said, "Just a little bit." It was this little bit that became a chasm. Tao Nan had 3 chances, and each time he was just a little bit short. It's too difficult. Yeah, I don't know which senior had a record of 195 before. How could he jump so high? Discussions came from all directions. People looked at Jiang Ning again. If he could jump over it, he would break the record and win the game. If he couldn't jump over it, he would lower the height and compete with Tao Nan for the championship. Among the students and spectators around him, Wang Lang always explained a few words every time a contestant took off, and his explanation was quite good, so amid the noise, there were miraculously more than a dozen listeners. Wang Lang shouted, "The high jump event is the embodiment of higher in track and field sports, symbolizing the spirit of striving hard and climbing to the top." Jiang Ning moved his hands. Bai Yuxia in the audience didn't understand. Shouldn't he move his legs? Jiang Ning ran to the railing, jumped up, and his figure crossed the horizontal bar, drawing a beautiful curve, like a fish diving, and a bird flying. The physical education teacher exclaimed, 1.96 meters. The audience instantly jumped up and cheered. Wang Lang burst into a powerful voice, resounding and resounding. "We are now seeing Jiang Ning from class 8 of senior 1. He has broken the high jump record that has been maintained for 20 years. Now everyone has witnessed the birth of a new school high jump record, 1.96 meters. Wang Lang shouted, "We have witnessed a historical moment. 20 years, 20 years, all the students here may not have been born yet." At the same time, the unique melody of the sports meeting sounded in the campus. All the students in the school understood what this song meant. This was the melody played after the record was broken. Congratulations to Jiang Ning from class 8 of senior 1 for breaking the men's high jump record of number 4 middle school by 1.96 meters. The voice of the announcer spread throughout the campus. Teaching building number 3. The whole building was very quiet because the students had already run to the playground. In the classroom of class 8, there was only Chin Kan. This was his time alone. The hustle and bustle and cheers from the other side of the campus seemed like an echo in the wind behind the ears, very far away. Suddenly, it sounded in his ears again. Congratulations to Jiang Ning from class 8, grade 1. Chen Kan heard it clearly. He was stunned for a moment, but then he didn't care much. Sports meet or record, none of them had anything to do with him. That was not his way. Building 3, first floor, classroom office. Chemistry teacher Ji Yuo Ran was selecting questions and preparing to print them into test papers for students to do as homework during the May Day holiday. Zhu Yuantang sat on a chair playing computer, eating snacks, and drinking beverages. Zhu Yuantang was very happy with the cool air conditioning. She also heard the horn. Zhu Yuantang's ears moved, and she listened again with snacks in her little hands, and then she confirmed that it was her number 1 subordinate Jiang Ning who broke the school record. She shook her calf. "It's worthy of my Jiang Ning." Ji Yuo Ran looked up. "He won the award. Don't you want to go and see it?" Zhu Yuantang shook his head. "Sitting here, I have the effect of stabilizing the morale of the troops." Ji Yuo Ran thought, the angle is not ordinary and unique. 1.96 meters, not bad. Zhu Yuantang made a metaphor. Suddenly I thought, 1.96 meters, doesn't it mean that Jiang Ning can jump over my head? Zhu Yuantang's eyes widened, as if that scene happened. She was repeatedly jumped over her head by Jiang Ning, and was humiliated. Ji Yuo Ran glanced at her, his eyes moved down. That was a pair of toes just touching the ground. Teacher Ji Yuo Ran considered the sentence. Well, in fact, it doesn't need to be 1.96 meters. After the hustle and bustle, The high jump competition was over, and the crowd dispersed. The sun was even hotter. Jiang Ning walked on the road, talking non-stop. 2.02 meters. In the end, Jiang Ning jumped 2.02 meters. He recalled the high jump competition just now. Have you heard from the physical education teacher that the high jump of a first level male athlete is only 2 meters, and Jiang Ning has surpassed the first level athlete? First level athletes are eligible for recommendation. Jiang Ning is only in the first year of high school. If he practices hard in the next 2 years, he can even become a master athlete. It is said that he may be exempted from the test and enter a 985 university. 985. Even in our school's experimental class, only a small number of people can get in. Jiang Ning's words were full of envy. 985 university, my dream. Seeing that he was about to immerse himself in it, Ma Shichen burst the bubble of fantasy. Brother Nan, Jiang Ning can also go to 985 without going into sports? Jiang Ning immediately sobered up. However, he still insisted on his point of view. It's not just a matter of 985. If Jiang Ning goes into sports, he doesn't have to go to class and train every day. How cool is that? Others go to class, he just plays. Isn't this the dream of high school students? Ma Shichen was very sober. He patted Brother Nan on the shoulder and said, if you have two choices, one is to train alone, and the other is to study with beautiful girls, which one would you choose? Jiang Ning. He thought of Jiang Ning's situation, and then thought of his Zuyan. Jiang Ning sighed and said sadly, I have no choice. For some reason, he suddenly recalled the days when he played Huang Zhangfei and was in love with Manman. At this moment, Jiang Ning almost became depressed. Cuiu went with them because he agreed to drink sour plum juice for Caquin, who invited them. The scene of the competition just now is still vivid in his mind. The sensation and praise caused by Jiang Ning, especially the boiling, when he raised the record to 2.05 meters in the end. Cuiu yearned for it. Unfortunately, he knelt at 1.35 meters. Cuiu was unwilling, and suddenly a huge ambition surged in his heart. He is Cuiu. Cuiu. The universe is so big and boundless. How can he stop here? He wants to train, win awards, shock Jiang Ning, and shock the girls of number 4 middle school. Cuiu followed Ma Shichen and the others forward. It was almost time to finish school, so they walked to the northeast of the playground. Brother Quan, look. When Jiang Ning felt lost, he suddenly saw a beam of light. He quickly patted Caquin and asked his good brothers to appreciate it together. She was an extremely beautiful girl. Let me talk about the 999,990 monthly tickets. At first, I thought it was just a small activity, so I did it casually. Because the upper limit is 999,999, I entered it all and ended up typing the last digit 9 as 0. So, it was really casual. But I didn't expect that this small activity would be displayed after every chapter. I saw many book friends saying that I was too much, and so on. So I contacted the editor to change it, but I couldn't change it, so I kept it there. Sorry, I made a mistake and didn't say poo you guys. In addition, thank you all for your monthly tickets. Thank you very much. Chapter 324 Lost Dignity. At noon, the sun was strong, and the intense sports meeting added a bit of heat to the heat. The girl in black dress appeared in front of Jiang Ning. The dress was very black and a little transparent. Her black hair was loose, and because of sweating, a few strands of hair stuck to her side face. She was holding a silver camera in her hand, and passed in front of Jiang Ning and others. There seemed to be a faint fragrance in the air. Jiang Ning suddenly thought, could it be that this is the legendary fragrance sweat? In an instant, his indestructible, eternal, stone-like heart of Taoism faintly cracked. A ray of light shone into the heart that had no light before. That is, holy light. Shan Caquin heard the words and looked up. It was indeed a very beautiful girl, with particularly beautiful eyes and a perfect side profile. The black dress showed her figure, and had a mysterious temperament. Shan Caquin subconsciously thought that she was better looking than Bayuxia, but this idea only existed in his mind for 0.1 seconds before he rejected it. Bayuxia is a god among gods. Love can conquer everything. Bayuxia does not need to be compared with anyone because her existence is unique. When the girl passed by, Jiuo-kun dared not breathe for fear that his breathing would be a little louder and cause the girl to dislike him. Jiuo-kun didn't breathe a sigh of relief until the girl walked away. He felt lost again. The beautiful things in the world disappear before our eyes, which always makes people miss and regret. Fortunately, Jiuo-kun still has a way to pursue them. Brother Long, I want to get her information within 3 minutes. After hearing this, Wang Long said without hesitation, Ding Xuan from class 1, grade 1, is the 4th in the grade. She is good looking and low key. It is rumored that even Director Yan, who likes to have a stern face, is also friendly when facing her. Jiuo-kun, the girl in class 1, I know. Brother Ma, Jiuo-kun hesitated. Ma Shiqing, do you like her? Jiuo-kun immediately objected. I don't like her. You misunderstood me. Ma Shiqing, come on. He saw through it. He used to think that Jiuo-kun was a pure boy, honest and decent. Now he saw that he was not honest at all and liked everyone he met. Shan Kaikun said, Brother Nan, you have changed. Unlike him, he only loves one person. Jiuo-kun was denied by 2 good brothers in a row. He listened a little and his loyalty occupied his mind again. He liked Zhu Yan, the female monitor of class 11. The cracks in the stone plate in his heart were repaired, as if a white light flashed, and the stone plate continued to rotate. This is Jiuo-kun's guardian plate. Wang Long said, last time during the general cleaning, someone saw Jiang Ning and Ding Xuan standing together. Jiuo-kun couldn't stand hearing this kind of thing, and couldn't help asking, do they know each other? No, I haven't seen them talking. Wang Long said. That's good, that's good. Jiuo-kun breathed a sigh of relief for some reason. They continued to move forward. Ciu pointed to the northeast corner of the playground, where there was an iron gate. Let's go out the back door. I often saw students going out from there before. Shan Kaikun denied. No, the door is locked. We can't get out. It is usually accessible, and the school probably locked it because of the sports meeting. Shan Kaikun said, the restaurant I plan to go to is right next to the back door. If I could go there, I would have gone there yesterday, and I wouldn't have to take a detour. Jiuo-kun, there is a small store at the back door. I was planning to buy a can of iced coke to refresh myself, but now I can only buy it outside the school. Wang Long asked, why don't you go to the cafeteria to buy it? The cafeteria and supermarket of number 4 middle school are integrated and have the same owner. Shan Kaikun gets angry when he mentions this. He angrily says, damn it, the canteen owner is an idiot. Last time, Brother Nan and I went to buy instant noodles after evening self-study. Late at night, the owner went crazy in the supermarket and smashed several thermoses. Brother Nan and I asked him, how can I make instant noodles if you smash the thermoses? In the end, he returned our money and told us to get out and even wanted to fight. If Brother Nan hadn't stopped me, you would have beaten him. Shan Kaikun shook his arms. Ciu said, he may not be able to beat you. Jiuo-kun, it's true that it's not necessarily the case. Kaikun's physical fitness is as good as that of a senior high school sports student. Wang Long said, peace is the most important thing. It's best not to fight, otherwise you will have to pay. The few of them talked for a while and then got back to the topic of school. Ciu recalled the past when I was in junior high school. Every afternoon after school, the stupid school would not let us leave the school. We had to stay on campus for half an hour before we were allowed to leave school. But who am I? Wang Long, you are Master Ciu. Ciu said happily, isn't it me? At that time, there was a very low wall behind our boys' dormitory. Every afternoon after school, I would sneak behind the wall on time and jump up. Ciu demonstrated in action to simulate the scene of that year. The 2-meter high wall, I climbed up with 2 feet, turned around and went to the internet cafe to surf the internet. Other students were still locked in the school and couldn't get out. Hey, it was so comfortable at that time. When other students came out, I had already brushed the crystal box in CF and opened a silver killer. Shan Kaikun listened to him and was puzzled. Then why are you so bad at high jump? Geo Kanan, yes, 1.35 meters. I didn't pass the first level. Logically speaking, you are so fierce. When you jump over the wall, shouldn't it be like this? CUIU's face changed. As the saying goes, don't hit people in the face. What's wrong with Kaikun and Kanan? How could he say such hurtful things, hurting his dignity? It seems that it was CUIU who had a bad performance today. In the past, CUIU considered himself a decent man, and his brothers knew that he was strong, so they gave him some face. Who would have thought that he would fall into such a situation? Well, now he understands that he has to earn face himself. And now is a chance to earn face. CUIU pointed to the back door of the playground and said, I'll show you one later. He tried to recall the experience of climbing over the wall that year and planned to show it. As long as he could succeed, the frustration of today's high jump failure would be washed away, and he would still be the unfathomable CUIU before. Several people walked to the back door of the playground. It was noon, and the events in various competition venues had reached the final stage. Because some horizontal and parallel bars were built nearby, there were no competition events at their location. It was a hot day, and the horizontal bar was hot, so no one played with it. In addition, it was in a corner, so not many teachers and students paid attention to it. CUIU found that the gate to the playground was locked. He looked at the playground from a distance to make sure that no teacher was paying attention. He pointed to the more than 2-meter high wall and said, I can easily climb over this wall. Geo Kanan took a look and said, it's a bit high. It's not easy to climb over. CUIU, it's high. If it's too low, don't you think about why I was the only one who climbed out in junior high school? Wang Lang Lang didn't think it was right. What CUIU said had loopholes. If he could climb over the wall and get out, according to the temperament of junior high school students, even if they had to use bricks as a cushion or you stepped on me and I stepped on you, they would still have to climb over the wall to get out. How could it be possible that he was the only one who slipped out? Shan Kaikun stood by the wall and looked at it for a while. He stretched out his legs, stepped on the wall twice, tried it out, and said, it's not easy to climb up. Geo Kanan said frankly, it's difficult. I don't think it can be done. By the way, have you heard of wall jumping? Shan Kaikun proposed this technique. Ma Shicheng said, I saw someone who plays parkour show off the wall jump. It's quite difficult, and it's easy to hit your knees. Shan Kaikun was also very cautious. He needed a healthy body to cope with the final of the 100-meter sprint. But he was unwilling to give up showing off in front of his brothers. There are skills to wall jump. It is divided into the first step of running up and then pushing the wall. Shan Kaikun stepped on the wall and demonstrated simply, then use your hands to grab the wall and pull your body up with your arms. I want to try it. Ma Shicheng, it sounds simple, but it's hard to do. Take it easy. CUIU saw that Marja kept dissuading him, which meant that wall jump was indeed very difficult. If he could complete it, he would definitely shock his friends and save his image. CUIU quickly recalled in his mind, running up, pushing the wall, grabbing the wall, and flipping over. Okay, his mind has memorized it, and he simulated the movements in his mind. This technique, Mr. CUI, has succeeded. CUIU said first, Kaikun, since you think the risk is high, let me explore the way for you. Sure enough, the brothers turned their eyes to him. Wang Lang Lang, brother CUI, what are you doing? CUIU, of course I'm jumping over the wall. Wang Lang Lang, brother CUI, there's something I want to say, but I don't know if I should say it or not. Ma Shicheng, don't say it. CUIU smiled, stepped back a distance, kicked his feet, and started running. His thin figure rushed out like a stray dog, rushing straight to the wall. Wang Lang Lang no longer questioned. He applauded and cheered. We are looking forward to it. We are looking forward to the birth of a miracle. Shan Kaikun and Geo Kanan applauded together. They always respect brave people. Amid the applause, CUIU kept going. In the first half, CUIU was full of confidence, thinking that he could definitely create a miracle. In the middle, CUIU looked at the high wall, and his confidence in winning suddenly became less strong. In the second half, CUIU remembered the scene in the long jump competition, when he kicked over the pole. He braked suddenly and stopped in front of the yard. The applause stopped abruptly. Jiu Kanan, brother CUI, what's the matter? CUIU, not so good. What's not so good? CUIU shook his head. It's too ostentatious. Not so good. It's not my way. You know me, I don't like to be in the spotlight. There are so many people on the playground. If I really climbed over the wall, a teacher would definitely see it. It doesn't matter if the teacher sees it. Anyway, I've climbed over the wall, and I can just run away. But if the contestants see me showing off my wall jump, can they still compete seriously? Jiu Kanan, Wang Long Long, brother CUI, you are such a kind person. CUIU, don't praise me, don't praise me. Shan Kaikwan was bored. Let's go, let's go. Let's have some braised pork ribs for lunch and nourish ourselves. Jiu Kanan said, the food is good. Chyan Peng eats braised chicken to nourish himself. Shan Kaikwan was also reluctant to spend money. A serving of braised pork ribs cost more than 30 yuan. If he wasn't preparing for the competition, he would definitely not be willing to eat it. Ma Shicheng, I'm going to grill a fish for lunch. Who's coming? Wang Long Long said, brother Ma, take care of me. My parents are not at home, so we can share a meal. Ma Shicheng waved his hand. No need to compete. I'll treat you to lunch. The rich lady who bought my account last time gave me another 500 yuan to help her improve her rank. Wang Long Long thought about it and decided not to take advantage. Okay, after the sports meet is over, I'll treat you to a meal at Sister Ma's BBQ. Shan Kaikwan listened for a while and said, Long Long, don't treat me. After the sports meet is over, I'll treat you to a barbecue. I'm planning to do something big. The few of them were chatting lively, and CUIU couldn't get in at all. Seeing that they were about to leave, CUIU suddenly said, wait. Shan Kaikwan looked back in confusion. Wang Long Long was surprised. Brother CUI, what's the matter? CUIU had to save his dignity today. He pointed at the iron gate and said, I see you are planning to take a detour, right? Jiu Kanan said helplessly, we have to take a detour. During the sports meeting, we can only leave the school from the main gate. Let's go back to the classroom and wait for the end of school. CUIU, it's too troublesome. I have a plan that can speed you up. Shan Kaikwan was so hungry that he asked after hearing this, do you have a way? A smile appeared on CUIU's face. Yes, I do. As long as I leave the school now, I will order good dishes for you and ask the boss to cook them in advance. You can eat when you get there and you don't have to queue. Wang Long Long, then the question is, how do we get out of the school gate? CUIU smiled, his mouth crooked. Brother is such a smart person. Of course there is a way. The secret is in this door. The gate of the playground is very simple. It is the simplest large iron gate, rectangular with iron bars in the middle. Wang Long Long looked at the gap between the iron bars. He compared it with CUIU's body shape and said uncertainly, could it be you, brother CUI? CUIU, yes, that's me. Speaking of which, you may not believe it, but I have practiced bone shrinking before. Ma Shicheng thought he was not very reliable. CUIU had a lot of strange ideas. He dissuaded him, brother CUI, stop it, let's retreat. CUIU, hahaha, brother Ma, you guys watch carefully and learn well. Today I will tell you what is the unique martial arts. Wang Long Long, I feel unstable. CUIU taught, the reason why you are unstable is that you don't understand. I practice bone shrinking. As long as the head can get in, the body can get through. CUIU was extremely confident. He bent down and stuffed his head into the gap between the iron bars. Look, it looks good. His face was full of smugness. He drilled hard, and then, he couldn't move. CUIU's expression changed, and he stepped back quickly, but got stuck in the gap. He propped his arms on the bars, and tried to pull his head out, but he couldn't. He struggled for a full minute, sweating profusely. Shan Kaikwan, Wang Long Long, Jiu Kanan and others behind him looked at each other in bewilderment. Finally, Ma Je asked tentatively, CUIU, what's wrong with you? CUIU was no longer crazy. He asked for help. Ma Je, I'm stuck. Help me. He was so anxious that he got angry. Seeing this scene, Shan Kaikwan slapped his thigh with joy. I'm dying of laughter. Jiu Kanan laughed out loud. Wang Lang Lang turned his back, laughed twice, and turned back. Shan Kaiquan laughed and felt heartbroken. Cuiu, didn't you say that the head passed, but the body can pass? Ma Shichen, don't worry about this, get started. The few people were very active. Shan Kaiquan grabbed Cuiu's left leg, Jiuo Cunan's right leg, and Ma Shichen held up his upper body. Cuiu's whole body was suspended horizontally in the air, but his head was stuck between the two bars, which was not elegant. Wang Lang Lang had no room to intervene, so he stood by to cheer him up. Shan Kaiquan pulled out as hard as if he was pulling a carrot, causing Cuiu to howl in pain. Stop, 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 it hurts. Change it, change it. The three of them turned Cuiu half a circle and continued to pull. Unfortunately, after trying several methods, Cuiu still couldn't get out. Wang Lang Lang was puzzled. Brother Cui, how did you get in? Cuiu was desperate. I don't know. Brothers, think of a way. If someone from the playground comes, I'll be finished. Several people hurriedly tried to think of a solution and discussed with each other. They kept thinking, and suddenly, Jiuo Cunan's brows relaxed, and he took the folding fan from Wang Lang Lang's hand. He fanned the wind leisurely. I have a good idea. Wang Lang Lang, what's your idea, sir? Jiuo Cunan, there is a thing in the world named soap. Soap has a lubricating effect. Just apply soap on Cuiu's head, and you can pull it out easily. Wang Lang Lang clapped his hands and praised. Great, but who has soap? Chapter 325, Tearing. After hearing this, Ma Shichen said, it's simple, find Huan Yazhu. Cuiu's head was still outside the iron gate. He changed his previous cockiness and hurriedly said, Brother Ma please, find Yazhu quickly. Shan Kaiquan said, I can run fast, I'll find him. Thank you. Cuiu was like seeing a savior. After saying this, Shan Kaiquan ran away. At the 8th class station, Hu Jun was recording the schedule of the athletes in his class and getting some cheering articles from the internet. Shen Qinj was enjoying the cool at another table. She was wearing a white baseball cap and looked youthful and lovely. Huang Yazhu had just come back from work. He was the most hardworking in the class. During the sports meeting, he helped with the work. In order to get water to the participating students in time, he took the job of delivering water. Shan Kaiquan ran to the station, took a breath, and asked Huang Yazhu, who was sweating, Yazhu, do you have soap? Yuan, who was nearby, noticed. Huang Yazhu wiped his sweat. Yes. He motioned Shen Qinj and the others to line up, then took out a soap box from the hole in the table and handed it to Shan Kaiquan. I'll get another basin. The basin was for classmates to wash their faces, and there was still half a basin of water. Yuan was puzzled. Shan Kaiquan, why are you so mysterious? Shan Kaiquan did not betray Cuiu. It has nothing to do with you. After that, he left. Yuan sat under the awning and followed Shan Kaiquan's footsteps. The view of the playground was wide, and she vaguely saw a few familiar figures at the back door of the playground. Qinj, they must have a problem. Yuan concluded. Shen Qinj had just written down Jiang Ning's information about his high jump of 2.05 meters. She stared at the record in a daze. Qinj, are you going? Yuan shouted again. Yes, you go. Yuan chose another target. Lukiki, let's go. Shan Kaiquan moved slowly with the basin and was soon caught up. He was startled when he saw Yuan. Don't follow me, go. Shan Kaiquan drove them away. He treated all other girls equally. Yuan asked back, where we go has nothing to do with you. Shan Kaiquan couldn't do anything about it. He silently said, I'm sorry, Cuiu, I can't help it. Big Iron Gate. Yuan laughed so hard that she fell backwards, and Lukiki was also almost laughing mad. Cuiu, you have come to this day. Yuan and Cuiu were enemies, and she was very happy. Cuiu's head was stuck, and he couldn't turn around. He only recognized Yuan by the sound. Kaiquan, you hurt me. Ma Shichen, don't say anything. Save people first. Apply soap. Jiuo Cunan rubbed some foam with soap and applied it on Cuiu's head, rubbing Cuiu's head continuously until it was evenly applied. Wang Lang Lang fanned and commented, it feels that the technique is not as gentle as Junje's. After applying the soap, several people worked together to pull it out, but they still couldn't pull it out. CUIU wanted to cry, but had no tears. Damn it. Yuwen raised her mobile phone to shoot. Louder. CUIU immediately shut up. Yuwen showed no mercy. After taking the photo, she sent it to the class group, which startled the whole group. Students from class 8 came to watch the fun. People have a herd mentality. More students in the school came to see the situation and laughed loudly. Jiu Kunan panicked. Brother Ma, what should we do? Wang Lang Lang had an idea. Why don't we plug CUIU's ears first to prevent him from hearing the laughter? CUIU, fuck. Ma Shichen pondered for a moment and suddenly shouted, please ask Pang Jiao to come. Oh my god. CUIU shuddered with fear, and his head suddenly pulled out, hitting the iron bar with a clang, and his face was crooked in pain. Jiu Kunan sighed. It didn't come out. Wang Lang Lang. It shows that brother CUI is a real man who dares to face the great terror. Physical education teacher Gu Wei hurried over, and was also shocked. Teacher, a classmate in our class accidentally fell into the bar. Wang Lang Lang made up an excuse. Gu Wei pulled it up, but couldn't pull it up. CUIU's angle was outrageous. More and more students gathered around the back door. Ding Xuan found a place. Her outstanding appearance and temperament made the students around her make room for her subconsciously. She stood in the crowd, raised her silver camera, and recorded the scene. In the photo, the scene of several people pulling radishes made her beautiful mouth smile. It has been almost a year since she returned to Yuzhou City, and the sense of alienation has not yet dissipated. Ding Xuan always felt that she was just a passerby, recording the scenery along the way. Xuan, are you there? Linzada greeted him, with Zhuang Jianhu and Li Shi behind him. The big iron gate was so funny that Li Shi couldn't help laughing. It's so stupid, why can you trap yourself in? Zhuang Jianhu asked. Little fatty, how do you usually solve this situation? Li Shi, you can only find professionals. Linzada, the fire department. They discussed the rescue method and agreed that they must seek official rescue. Ding Xuan, who had been silent all the time, suddenly said, maybe we don't need to find the fire department. Hearing this, Li Shi and Zhuang Jianhu looked at her one after another, with inquiring expressions. Ding Xuan didn't explain. Li Shi felt strange. Next to the big iron gate. Jiu Kunan, teacher, why are you taking out your phone? Gu Wei, call the police. Jiu Kunan was shocked. Calling the police, it's a big deal. Just think about it, once the police come to number 4 middle school, it will cause a sensation. Wang Lang Lang encouraged, don't, teacher, let the brothers rush again. Physical education teacher Gu Wei gave up, it's useless, he is stuck too strangely, let's ask the police to use tools. CUIU almost collapsed after hearing this. Lang Lang, help me plug my ears. Wang Lang Lang took out a small bag of toilet paper, rolled up a small ball of paper to plug his ears. Brother CUI, this is all I can do. Ma Shichen said, teacher, don't, I'll call someone, and they'll be there soon. In a flash, 2 figures appeared outside the crowd. One was a little taller, about 1.8 meters tall, and the other was a little shorter, about 1.7 meters tall. Jiang Ning handed the drink to Pei Yujing, stared at her cold face, and said calmly, please keep the drink for me first, I will get it after I finish. Pei Yujing nodded gently, okay. Jiang Ning smiled. Pei Yujing came to thank him for falling in the competition yesterday. He did not refuse the other party's kindness, and accepted it frankly. Jiang Ning stepped into the crowd, and the invisible spiritual power opened a path. Pei Yujing held the drink bottle with both hands, and unexpectedly found that the drink bottle was a bit cool, dispelling the heat around. She stood there, and watched Jiang Ning's back. Jiang Ning, you are finally here. Ma Shichen greeted. Shan Keiquan asked quickly, Jiang Ning, can you pull CUIU out? Let me try, he said. Physical education teacher Gu Wei recognized Jiang Ning, the genius who got 2.05 meters in the high jump competition just now. Jiang Ning approached the gate. Li Shi, what can he do when the teacher can't figure it out? To show off his presence? For some reason, she always wants to target Jiang Ning. Ding Xuan said softly, be careful with your words. Li Shi was puzzled. Out of respect for Ding Xuan, she didn't target him anymore, but she still felt dissatisfied in her heart. I don't believe it. She stared at him without blinking. The students on the field were all like her. Pei Yujing stood on tiptoe slightly outside the crowd and could barely see clearly. Jiang Ning raised his leg and stepped on the iron vertical bar on the left side of Cuyu's head. The big iron gate trembled. His body was like a bow, and his right hand pulled the iron vertical bar on the right side of Cuyu's head. Jiang Ning strictly controlled his strength. In the eyes of everyone, the muscle lines of Jiang Ning's right arm collapsed, and the blood vessels on the surface were extremely clear. He pulled violently, with great power and full of primitive beauty. Li Shi joked, "Can you do it?" As soon as she finished saying this, her expression froze. She clearly saw that with Jiang Ning's strength, the straight iron vertical bar was forcibly pulled into an arc. The students around her exclaimed in disbelief. Li Shi's head was numb, and a thought suddenly came to her mind. What a monster. How much strength does it take to bend an iron bar with bare hands? Ding Xuan's expression remained unchanged. This scene was not shocking. Compared with the weirdness when she was threatened at home last semester, it was just child's play. The power is almost beyond the limit of human beings, and he is not stingy in showing it in front of the crowd. So what is he thinking? During this period, she gave up investigating Jiang Ning openly, but analyzed his psychological state based on his behavior to make the next step of testing. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.